fundamental para tomar decisiones que se materialicen en políticas públicas robustas, efectivas y trascendentes.
A propósito de la COP25, este ministerio convocó a la comunidad de investigación con el objeto de disponer de la mejor evidencia científica para la toma de decisiones, para las políticas públicas y para asumir compromisos nacionales e internacionales con metas ambiciosas y factibles. Además, para contar con capacidades para enfrentar desafíos globales y locales en mitigación y en adaptación al cambio climático. La exitosa instalación y gestión del Ministerio de Ciencia se ha basado en vincular la institucionalidad con el mundo científico nacional, incluso más allá de nuestras fronteras.
Así, más de 600 investigadores e investigadoras del más alto nivel, con destacadas trayectorias y vinculados a los principales centros de investigación y desarrollo, así como a universidades nacionales, acogieron el llamado y están trabajando colaborativamente. Coordinados por el Comité Científico de Cambio Climático, la labor de estos profesionales marca el inicio de la vinculación entre la ciencia y el sector público en una materia de interés nacional, y aspiramos a que se consolide como un espacio de asesoría permanente. Impulsar la Ley Marco de Cambio Climático y, a través de ella, afianzar la existencia del Comité Científico es el reconocimiento explícito a la investigación de excelencia que nuestra comunidad nacional ha generado durante décadas, dando paso a una nueva fase, la de utilizar este conocimiento para construir un mejor país. El Comité Científico de Cambio Climático se organiza en 7 mesas de trabajo, 2 transversales, adaptación y mitigación energía, y 5 temáticas: agua, Antártica y criósfera, biodiversidad, océanos y ciudades. Las recomendaciones entregadas por el comité han contribuido a establecer profundas sinergias y comprometer a otros importantes actores del mundo gubernamental.
Es en las 7 mesas de trabajo del Comité Científico que se ha generado el insumo más abundante, práctico y evidente en torno al entendimiento y abordaje del cambio climático en Chile como un fenómeno en desarrollo al que debemos adaptarnos permanentemente. El conocimiento y evidencia que han arrojado estas mesas de trabajo impulsan el establecimiento de medidas concretas de mitigación y adaptación que consideran la interacción de variables de la evolución del planeta, pero fundamentalmente el impacto de nosotros, los seres humanos.
Los coordinadores de las mesas del Comité Científico utilizan metodologías flexibles de participación de la comunidad científica para sistematizar y contextualizar la mejor evidencia disponible a través de grupos de trabajo, talleres, encuestas, consultas y la construcción interactiva de documentos. El resultado de la mesa de trabajo ha ido más allá de la generación, sistematización y contextualización de evidencia. Su labor también se ha traducido en 188 recomendaciones vinculadas a la mesa del comité, para que entes públicos y privados puedan contar con información clave para la toma de decisiones que permitan hacer frente al cambio climático. El trabajo de la comunidad científica muestra la necesidad de avanzar en el combate al cambio climático, especialmente en un escenario donde la pandemia del COVID-19 y sus consecuencias se han convertido en la primera preocupación de la sociedad.
Demostrar la necesidad y pertinencia de la generación de conocimiento local continúa siendo un desafío interno que impacta en lo global, principalmente por el potencial de Chile en cuanto a generación de energía limpia que puede instalar a nuestro país en una posición de liderazgo en el combate al cambio climático. Ahora, para que este desafío se transforme en una realidad, se requiere de una gobernanza robusta y también que se establezcan y profundicen las confianzas entre diversos actores del ámbito científico y gubernamental, poniendo foco en la carbono neutralidad más allá de cualquier interés y protagonismo sectorial o de corto plazo.
La evidencia a nivel global es contundente. El cambio climático es real y ha generado impactos irreversibles en importantes ecosistemas de nuestro territorio. Si como sociedad persistimos en el ritmo actual de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, la temperatura media mundial seguirá subiendo Los océanos se tornarán más ácidos y se calentarán aún más, y el deshielo se incrementará. La mayoría de los efectos del cambio climático persistirán durante siglos, incluso si las emisiones se detienen por completo. Comprometernos con la solución es entonces tarea de todos. Tener un planeta habitable supone construir una sociedad más sostenible y equitativa que, de la mano con la institucionalidad, impulsa un compromiso con una economía más verde.
Como nunca antes, hoy contamos con evidencia contundente y conciencia sobre el cambio climático. El momento para tomar acciones con determinación es hoy. Todos debemos ser parte de la solución. Ese es el desafío del Comité Científico de Cambio Climático convocado por el Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación.
public policy, climate change in Latin America and the Caribbean. How can we not remember when in December 2019 at COP25 in Madrid, the Ministry of Sciences, the Ministry of Environment, the IPCC, and also Fundación Meri set themselves a goal to hold in Santiago de Chile the first regional conference on climate change. Thus, it was in March 2020, this great meeting was held a few days before the lockdown due to the pandemic that we're still facing. The urgent need for an ecosystem and collaborative approach in the way we do is now stronger than ever. This time on an online format and open to everyone through the YouTube channel of Scientific Evidence and Public Policy. We will be broadcasting this second conference during 4 days for this second conference on scientific evidence and public policy with climate change in Latin America and the Caribbean. Organizing together, organized by the Ministry of Science, Technology, Knowledge and Innovation, Meri Foundation, and the European Union, which objective is to offer an adaptation and mitigation way of looking at climate change, especially to give regional visibility. The latest IPCC report, which provides a strong warning, the increase of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere has and will continue to have a serious impact on climate change. As Antonio Gutierrez said, this report puts humanity in a red code. Welcome to the prelude of COP26, creating this great encounter with the Ministry of Environment of the Government of Chile, the representative of the United Nations, FAO, CEPAL, authorities and representative of the public, private sector, scientific, academics, decision makers, authors of IPCC, Inter-American Institute for Climate Change, citizens, especially the new generations, young people committed to being part of the solution with their projects and actions. I give the floor to the Minister of Science, Technology, Knowledge and Innovation of the Government of Chile, Mr. Andrés Cub. Please, the floor is for you. Thank you so much, Marisol. I want to start with saying hello to everybody, all the authorities that are with us today, the representative of different governments, friends of science, of the climate change, all the ones that are together with us today, because it's urgent to act in order to make a difference related to climate change. I want to welcome you to this event that starts today, and it's the continuation of the activities of COP, of the activities that we had together here in Santiago in a presential way, and that we continue now with a virtual platform. Yesterday, we had 1,553 people from 36 countries. This makes from this moment a very important moment to share the experiences, to share the information in regards to climate change and to plan different actions. I want to start mentioning that the action, the human action has resulted in the warming in a very fast way and generalizing in the biosphere and in the world. This declaration will start the IPCC report on climate change. The impact of the evidence puts today in 1.1 Celsius degrees, an increase that is very dangerous on the objectives of the long run for the Paris Agreement, establishing 1.5 as the limit, and the United Nations Climate Change Conference that limits it to 2 degrees. The increase of the oceans, the melting of the ices, continental as well as from the poles, and the increase of our oceans in order to capture the CO2 from the atmosphere shows us a scenario that obliges us to develop a climate activity that will be strong and consistent. The urgency of acting today, as it is the Chilean slogan, is to contain the effects that today we know that will continue for at least at the end of the century, even if we are able to control the temperature of the planet, because the ice will be melting and the oceans will increase its level for many years. As a Ministry of Science that we have just formed, we are committed to establish formal channels among science and politics, because we believe that the common action among the scientists and the policymakers is fundamental in order to get a climate action. And that we have said that in all the ambits in which we have participated internationally as well as national. As Minister of Sciences and the country that held COP25, we have seen the evidence of the scientific evidence in the report of IPCC in this sixth cycle of evaluation, including the soils, the oceans, and this report of the Group 1 on sciences on climate change, participating of international ambit. We think that this declaration where Chile recognizes the importance of the scientific evidence is a very important step for decision makers on climate change, will be based on the best scientific evidence that we have today. This we have said repeatedly during the last days and during the last years where we have been in the Ministry of Science. We recognize the evidence of the scientific evidence, and we go to COP25 as a country with a scientific committee of climate change built by different cross-cutting disciplines, with an independent committee that gathered 600 researchers at the national level that from 2019 have given us recommendations for public policy. In COP25, the committee gave a report with 200 of these recommendations that as a minister we are managing and deepening in order to adapt and mitigate the climate change. Sometimes we are asked on how can we have this initiative in a permanent way. This scientific committee will be support for the Ministry of Environment in the new law that we have for climate change, discussing it in the Congress, in the Parliament. This is a big achievement of the scientific community, accompanied by our ministry with a formal channel on public policies. An independent committee that comes out, given the participation of Chile in COP25, but advances in a formal way among sciences and scientific evidence and policy. This, for us, is a very important and significant advancement for the Ministry of Sciences, for its institution, but also for the ministry to change the way in which we are organizing the state. The ministry is necessary, but it's not enough. And this is an important step in order to have this possibility that Chile will become a country where the evidence is incorporated in all the decisions, including the climatic decisions. The scientific evidence, the systematic observation, and to help in the decision makers with this evidence, the themes of this second conference. So I thank very warmly the climate change scientific committee and the IPCC for the long way in the systematization and gathering all this scientific evidence, because an important part of this conference is the regional focus in order to see in the oceans, in the ice, in the extreme events, and in droughts, so that in Latin America, the Caribbean can see this climate change fights in our territories. When one reads the IPCC report, it's evidence that Latin America and the Caribbean are lacking evidence, we are lacking data, and from the Minister of Science, we are doing this effort so that this can happen, to have more information. Yesterday, if you have read the news, Chile gave the first satellite image of a new system that is being operated with, which will give us information, and we will build our own satellites in our country. These satellites will have functions that go beyond the security and sovereignty, and will have an important focus on climate change, on droughts, on urban planification and biodiversity. So it's an important step that we gave together with the Minister of Defense in order to start with this concrete. In this effort, connecting the interest and the capacities of scientists and policymakers of our region are doing, I want to highlight the constant support of European Union from its program, and also CEPAL. The connection of science with people is one of the main axes of our ministry, and in this context, I would like to highlight the role of MEDI Foundation, connecting and giving diffusion to the role of science in order to comprehend and to act according to the needs of climate changes. Finally, and it's not less important, to highlight the effort of the teams of the Ministry of Science and the Ministry of Environment with the design and this conference, because it's unique in our continent to have the link among science and policymakers in order to adapt and mitigate climate change, and in this task, to articulate scientific community and coordinate scientific community and establish formal channels so that we can interact with the governments, interact with the policymakers. It is a priority for us, and it's a very important task to fortify this new form of incorporating sciences to policies, to deepen in the challenges that link and collaborate among the scientific researchers and the policymakers is then a road that we need for climate change facing. And in Latin America and the Caribbean, we need to fortify collaboration. We need to fortify information. Another initiative of the Minister of Science regarding IPCC indicators, because we are lacking information and data in the South, is that we have said that we need an observation of climate change, a platform that will help us to integrate the data on climate change with a modality that will be decentralized. The data will be gathered by all the ones that produce it with standards and formats that will help us to integrate them. And I want to tell you that a couple of weeks ago, the person in charge of this project is already there and will start the first steps for this initiative that for us is very important. Together with this observatory of climate change, the systematization and disponibility of scientific evidence in order to promote important public policy is a priority of our ministry. And regarding COP26, we see this conference as a very important ambit to fortify the regional actions and adaptation and mitigation, or putting sciences to the service of the people, to the service of the development of the territories. Finally, I want um, uh, to congratulate you for this conference and wish you the best experience, the best knowledge of the discussions on information, on how this goes to the policies and how can we act in order to have adaptation, mitigation for climate change to the regard put in the future, have a lot of success, have a lot of attraction with this program, and I hope that many people will gather this encounter, and I hope that we will see in the future actions regarding the climate change. Thank you very much and have a very good day.
Thank you, Minister Ku, for your words. And while I'm having the camera activated, well, we have this message of the 35 countries altogether today to go forward in this climate action. Thank you, Minister Ku. But also, we have in this first meeting of this conference in Latin America and the Caribbean, the Ministry of the Environment of the Chilean government, Carolina Smith. In salute of, obviously, our host, Ministry of Science, the Ambassador of the European Union in Chile, Leon de la Torre, the Vice Chair of the Intergovernmental Panel for the Climate Change and IPCC, Thelma Krug, the coordinator of the scientific meeting, Maisa Roja, and Fundación Meri. The report on IPCC says quite clearly how deep the impact of climate change are and how this is manifested more intensively and more frequently all around the world, and Chile is not the exception. This report is a red code that not only gives scientific evidence that has been changed because of a human action, but the commitment of the countries with this going into the 1.5 degrees in exchange in and I want to give a beautiful greeting for this second meeting on public policies developed by the European Union through this program and given to Chile in the role of the presidency of COP 25 to work both in Chile and Latin America and the Caribbean. So obviously we wanted to salute our host, the Ministry of Science, the Ambassador of the European Union, Leon de la Torre, and the Vice Chair of the IPCC, Thelma Krug, the coordinator of the Scientific Committee of Climate Change in Chile, Maisa Rojas, and Fundación Meri. The recent report of IPCC says quite clearly how deep the impact of climate change are and how these effects are manifested more intensively and more frequently in all around the world, and Chile is not the exception to it. So this report is a red code that not only gives us scientific information that this change has been produced by human action, but the our commitment of our countries with what we are going to have in the future is going to be then to 1.5 degrees um, in increase, and obviously we need to reduce warehouse gases and to honor the commitments to the Paris environmental agreement, and the way that the science is asking us so that we can stop the increase of temperature beyond 1.5 degrees. Out of the 17 big emitters that represent more than 70% of the global emissions, only one of them, the European Union, really honored the commitment of the Paris Agreement and presented the NDC absolutely upgraded in up to 2020 as it was to be done. Our country, although we are as a small emitter, we have decided to face it so ambitiously and based on science as a state policy that goes beyond the states and the government, and it has been recognized internationally. Chile has been recognized internationally as one of the 10 more ambitious countries to face that with an important speed in transformation. The Climate Change Report Index of the World Institute put Chile in the um, sixth position in better development um, in this climate change. President Piñera has sent a bill, an urgent bill, to establish the faculties and the binding commitment of the different agencies of the government and all the productive sectors in order to diminish the production of emissions. Thanks to the government of Germany, we did the atlas of the regional atlas of this risk, the climatic risk for each of the territories of our country, which is key in order to understand and to develop specific policies in our territories with real information on a territorial basis in terms of how to be less vulnerable. We put the need of adaptation at the same level as the urgency of mitigation, particularly in our country, which is so vulnerable in climate change effects. This has changed or has played an important role in the dissemination of these bills in the emissions of our NDCs, the creation of the long-term policies and many other policies, public policies devoted for this ambition in our country. Science is not negotiable, and as a country we have decided to face climate change, being supported on it in order to create our state policy. The institutionalization, the role of science in public policies is absolutely important and relevant. So we need to take an important role in recommendations, and the policy makers cannot heed the scientific evidence. Implementation of sustainable public policies have to respond to the environmental needs, and therefore we need to build based on the constant upgrading of systems of observation and monitoring to unify criteria and to have better international standards, as well as an international policies based on advisory to make sure the science be absolutely sure and efficient. This second conference on scientific evidence and public policies is the collaboration that we need. We are in face of an opportunity to identify common roles between the countries of the region, strengthening climate change through a platform of common dialogue that can be projected into the future. We hope this is a big and important day for you. Thank you very much. We want to thank the welcoming words from the Ministry of Environment, Carolina Smith. And with this powerful message, science is not negotiable. I will offer the stage to the Ambassador of the European Union, Mr. León de la Torre. Welcome, Mr. Ambassador. Good morning, everybody. Andres Cuva, the Ministry of Science and Technology, Knowledge and Innovation. Carolina Smith, the Ministry of the Environment and President of COP25. Martin Markrook, Vice Chairman of IPCC. Francisca Carte Solari, the President of Fundación MERI, the scientific community of Chile, Latin America. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to address you all today within the frame of the support given by the European Union through the Euroclimate program to Chile as the president of the COP25. The second version of this conference is a public example of the commitment that both the European Union and Latin America have towards having cooperation actions to be done in order to face climate change globally. The last report by IPCC gives strong evidence that human action has had an impact with consequences all around the planet. And obviously, it makes us recall the urgency of the measures in order to reduce warehouse gases, etc. So next decades, the catastrophes will continue affecting the systems of life all around the world without discriminating between big and small, rich and poor countries. Still more serious consequences have got the potential of destroying big part of the progress done in the last years in our fight against poverty and inequality. We know that although some consequences are inevitable, we still have the possibility of facing this crisis with coherent and efficient public policies. This decade, we have seen a window of opportunity where the decisions to be done and the public policies to be implemented will determine the future of us and our generations in the future. The magnitude of this challenge requires a collective effort. None of these done before. We need, obviously, to give responses from the state, from the civil society, and from the private sector. Obviously, from the European Union, we believe that it is fundamental to put science in the heart of the decision-making process in order to have public policies which are solid in nature, based on evidence and research. That is why it is important to strengthen the dialogue between the institutions and scientific society in order to mitigate the climate warming effects. Ladies and gentlemen, today, and despite the drastic consequences of COVID-19, we believe that we have to face all together and multilaterally all the challenges that we have in face of the climate change. We hope that this conference will be an important contribution for this dialogue so that we can have some responses in order to have a better and sustainable future for all the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador of the European Union, León de la Torre. We also, and continuing with our program, we have the Vice Chair of IPCC, Thelma Krug. Please, Thelma Krug, the floor is yours.
Muy buenos días, don Andrés Cube, Ministro de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación, señora Carolina Schmidt, Ministra de Medio Ambiente y Presidenta de la COP25, señora
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody. And first of all, I want to salute the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, Andres Couve, the Ministry of Environment, Karina Smith, the Ambassador of the European Union, Leon de la Torre, and particularly my beloved friend, Francisca Cortés Solaris, the president of Mary Foundation. Through the initiative of Mary, of having this second conference done on scientific evidence and public policies, few months afterwards on the regional conference on climate change, even within the pandemics, it is an important and real manifestation of the commitment from Mary for climate change and the implications, particularly for the region. Science is our most important ally, and the IPCC is the organization, the agency of the United Nations to evaluate what is going on with the with climate change. IPCC is a panel of different governments with the participation of 195 member countries, and from 1988 has been evaluated in a very transparent way the scientific information available worldwide on this issue. And it gives, through Group 1, the physical science of climate change. It is in the second working group, information on impact, adaptations and vulnerabilities. And finally, in group number 3, they do findings on mitigations for the climate change. In August, the contribution from group number 1 of IPCC was approved by consensus by this government members, presenting evidence, including how this is being changed, and the paper, the role of the human activity based on the knowledge and possibilities of future in terms of climate, which is quite relevant for the different regions and sectors and territories. Along this evaluation, new authors and players were involved. 2/3 of these were not present in the meetings before. This team was done by scientists from 65 countries all around the world that did an important studied lots of different data from 14,000 studies, and that was adhered to many thousands of different data from all reports that have the participation from other players as well from our region in Latin America, Central America, and the Caribbean. The report on group number 1 included an atlas in the last chapter, and it presents detailed information on the climate tendencies for all the regions of the IPCC and the sub-regions as well. And we have a focus on Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. An important piece of information was the development of an interactive tool online. This interactive atlas that puts into the availability of everybody the world climate information and the regional one as well, including observations in changes now and projections into the future. And this atlas can be used in order to see what is represented by the climate change in the place that you're living in. From the last evaluation report, 2013, important advances have done in science all around the world. And along these years, the scientific people, in terms of climate, they really improved the models and developed new ways of combining many different ways on manners of evidence. So we have a clearer image on how the climate of the Earth works and how the human activities are affecting it. And obviously, we know from decades ago that the world is being warmed. Nevertheless, the recent changes that we have seen in climate today are generalized, quick, and more intense. Some of these changes have no precedence in thousands of years. They had never happened before. These days, lots of discussion will be done, and today with the participation of Combari, which is the Vice President of IPCC, and other authors of this report, and some other distinguished participants that will contribute with their own richness in the decisions and the discussions in the panels. It is a honor for IPCC to participate once again with the regional experts from all around the world, representatives from the academic and research societies. Many of them I know and I salute, with the hope that we will have days of intense activities from now on, and we will be sharing experiences and knowledge. And with this, I want to give you and to wish you an excellent day and an excellent conference. Thank you very much. We thank the words, the welcoming words from the Vice Chairman, the Chairwoman of IPCC, Mrs. Crook, and for her support. I will give the floor to Cortés Solares, Francisca Cortés Solares, a philanthropist, conservationist, an entrepreneur that promotes the integration, the integral development of Chile from science and integration. Welcome, Mrs. Cortés.
Estimada Ministra de Medio Ambiente, Carolina Smith.
Carolina Smith, Ministry of Environment, Andres Kuv, Ministry of Science, Thelma Krug, my friend, co-Barrent, my friend as well from the IPCC, Ambassador of the European Union, Leon de la Torre, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to be with us today and give us time to be with us and to put into the conversation this urgency that summons all around in these very difficult times for mankind. 3 months after being having the meeting in the framework of the regional conference on IPCC for climate change, we inaugurated the second conference of scientific evidence and public policies together with these institutions that I have already mentioned. Along these 4 days, we will analyze the second or the last scientific evidence from the group number 1 on the 6th report on climate change, which is a report which is important and relevant for today. What we want is to make this or to turn this into an open dialogue to incorporate both scientists, civil society and policymakers. We understand that today we cannot think of this as a few people only thinking about that, but there is a total call for all the sectors and people that inhabit this planet. This urgency involves us all. We know today that we have not reversed the tendency of the climate warming that is with us for more than 50 years. Scientific community has been so drastic, saying that mankind is the main producer of the acceleration of this process. We know that the temperature in the surface has increased decade after decade from 0.8 to 1.3 between 1850 and 1900s, in 50 years. And from 2010 and 2019, we have come to the same environment, to the same stickyard. So this has the consequence of the acidification of the marine ecosystems, which are essential for the survival. And we know that water is the life for planet in all its ways and forms. This has meant a drastic environmental, social, cultural, and economical impact. According to the figures of the World Bank, it says that more than 1,000 million people will be in poverty in only 9 years. And this is only as a product of climate change. So the question is, what are we going to do? What can we do as individuals, as people, as persons, and collectively in order to put a remedy to it? How we can face the crisis that mankind is having? Never seen before. So the time is over. The time is over for the differences as well, and it is time to get united in an immediate commitment to look for solutions which are evident, concrete, and concise. We need a collective change. It is not possible to operate it without having a personal change in our consciousness and awareness, where we can be committed individually for our mankind. We have to understand that we are party to the nature, that everything is so much interconnected, and it's important to repose our relationship with the nature. It is time to check the different models of development that have been implemented so far, and putting our attention into a blue economy so that we can be committed with the different ecosystems. This is inevitable for mankind of the massive extinction that it comes into the future. So along these 4 days, together with experts, policymakers of Latin America and the Caribbean, etc., we are going to have our time in order to talk about sustainability, about the problems of the oceans, desertification, the marine preservation, terrestrial and land preservation, food, communities, governance, among other issues and themes. We want to go forward to a common understanding of public policies for the mitigation of climate change from Fundación MERI. And part of our effort in order to mitigate climate change is a honor to host once again this space and to cooperate so that we can multiply the dialogues and consensus into the climate agenda that we obviously need. I want to thank sincerely, and particularly the support of IPCC, their authorities, the executive team for the commitment, dedication for our region, as well as all the participants for their work in this matter, which is so important. To all of you, I wish you an excellent discussion and dialogue so that we can go forward, not to be stopped, and that we can facilitate ways and roads. We understand that we are going to COP26, a meeting that maybe is going to be one of the few opportunities of mankind in order to mend this road. So I want to thank you to participate here, and hopefully you can have good conversations. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you, Francisca, for those words and for that call for the urgency of the dialogue, collaborative dialogue among all the parts. In this way, we start the second conference on scientific evidence and public policy, climate change in Latin America and the Caribbean, jointly organized by Ministry of Science, Technology, Knowledge and Innovation, the Scientific Committee for Climate Change, and also European Union, as well as Mary Foundation. We remind you that we are broadcasting this scientific evidence and public policy through YouTube, and we invite you to leave your questions on the chat of the conference. During all the day, this meeting will have simultaneous translation in Spanish and English, which you can activate on your screen. The projections of IPCC indicate that in the coming decades, climate change will increase in all regions of the world. In order to know the importance of this theme, Co Barrett is with us. Co Barrett is Deputy Assistant Administrator for Research at the National Oceanic Atmosphere Administration, NOAA. She was one of the first women to be elected as Vice Chair of IPCC, representing the United States in delegations of negotiations. Welcome, Co Barrett.
Hello, everyone, and I'm so happy to be here. I just want to say, Thelma and I together were the first women to be elected to be vice chairs of IPCC, and the two of us together, we're through thick and thin, and it's made it a very wonderful experience to be able to be with Thelma as often as I have. And I'm also I'm happy to have be a part of this event. And to follow my good friend Francesca in the opening. So I'm very honored to help to represent the IPCC at this second conference on scientific evidence and public policies with a focus on Latin America and the Caribbean. As you know, the IPCC was founded over 30 years ago to periodically provide up-to-date scientific evidence to policymakers about the state of the climate and ways the global community can work together to solve the worsening climate crisis. We've done this with a long-standing partnership with the UN climate negotiations, where IPCC assessments inform global policies, and we do this through regional partnerships like this one, where we share our assessments of climate science to underpin policy decisions at the local and regional levels. Our partnership with Mary is a particularly strong one, as we have shared a pavilion space at COP25 in Madrid, and will do so again in Glasgow in a few months' time. As Thelma mentioned, this time we have the recently released Working Group 1 report on the physical science of climate change to share, a report that has generated 5 times the media attention of any report previously released by the IPCC. So there is clearly a hunger for climate information as global citizens become increasingly concerned about widespread and intensifying changes they are seeing in their own backyards, particularly in extreme climate events like heavy precipitation, floods, extreme heat, and drought. So Dr. Thelma Krug provided a comprehensive overview of the IPCC process, so I won't go into that. And she talked a lot about some of the key statistics from the report that we released in August. But I do want to add a few additional things. So as she said, we are in our 6th assessment cycle, which is the most intense round so far. This round, we produced 3 special reports, one on 1.5 degrees of warming, one on climate and land, and then the special report on oceans and cryosphere. And we are just now beginning our main assessment products. And the report, as she said, that came out in August was IPCC's assessment of the physical science of climate change, which articulates how the atmosphere, ocean, land, and water cycle are changing from global warming. And this report provides information on changes we've observed to those systems, as well as future changes that are projected to occur. I want to talk about one thing that Thelma didn't hit on. Because of the pandemic, These meetings moved online. And in fact, the authors worked almost entirely online for the last 18 months of their work. So we had to invent an entirely new way of working, which ended up in an unprecedented online approval process that lasted 2 weeks. We were skeptical about whether we could do this, and people said that we couldn't, but we did. And not only did we do this virtually, we had record participation among governments. Up to 75% more developing countries participated, allowing us to welcome many more delegates into the conversation and increasing the diversity of perspectives that are so critical to our work. So let's dig into the findings. Since the IPCC's last assessment report in 2013, there have been important advances in climate science worldwide. During these years, climate scientists have filled in gaps in observations of past climate, improved climate models, and developed new ways to combine multiple lines of evidence to provide more robust conclusions. As a result, today we have the clearest picture of how the climate functions, how human activities affect it. And we know better than ever how the climate has changed in the past, how it is changing now, and how it will change in the future. Of course, we've known for decades that the world is warming, but the recent changes we've seen in the climate are now widespread, rapid, and intensifying. Some of the changes we see today are unprecedented in thousands of years or never seen before. So the recent rate of warming is unprecedented in at least 2,000 years. To measure how the climate is changing, we looked at a key indicator, the average temperature of the Earth's surface over a period of at least a decade, compared to the average in the late 1800s. And if we look at the last 10 years, the average surface temperature was 1.1 degrees C warmer than in the 1800s. In fact, each of the last 4 decades has successively been the warmest since the late 1800s. But temperature is not the only aspect that's being altered. Levels of heat-trapping gases in the atmosphere continue to increase fast. Current CO2 concentrations are the highest they've been for at least 2 million years. Over the past 100 years, sea level has risen at faster rates than it ever did in the last 3,000 years. Summer Arctic sea ice, which is a concern to my country, that area is at its lowest level in at least 1,000 years. And the retreat of glaciers on all continents since 1950 is unprecedented in at least 2,000 years. So these are extreme statistics to really take to heart. This warming we've already experienced has far-reaching consequences. Climate change is contributing to increases in extreme heat, heavy rainfall events, and drought. And in addition, fire weather, which is the combination of dry, hot, and windy conditions that is conducive to wildfire, is becoming more frequent in many parts of the world. And multiple changes are taking place in the ocean, which is warming, acidifying, and losing oxygen, affecting the ocean life and the people who depend on it. No matter what we do, there will be further warming in the coming decades. What is clear from this report is that unless there are immediate, strong, rapid, and large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees C will be beyond reach. The report shows that in the next 20 years, global warming is expected to reach or exceed 1.5 degrees C above pre-industrial times. However, if we rapidly reduce greenhouse gas emissions, if we can reach global net zero CO2 emissions around mid-century, 2050, it is extremely likely that we can keep global warming well below 2 degrees C, which is the Paris Agreement target, and maybe even start to see temperature decline in my lifetime. But if global greenhouse gas emissions continue at around today's levels, for the coming decades, we would reach 2 degrees C by mid-century. It is indisputable that human activities have caused and are causing climate change. This is an established fact, and it is the strongest statement the IPCC has ever made about warming and the connection to humans. What's new in this report is that we now have a much more advanced understanding of the connections between the emissions we release, the rise in global surface temperature, and the changes to weather and climate we are seeing around the world. It's unequivocal that human influence has warmed the climate, atmosphere, ocean, land since the late 1800s. All of the observed warming of the last decade is human caused. We also looked at all the natural factors that can affect the climate, and we take that into account, how natural climate variability modulates human-caused climate change at regional scales. But we see that there's little effect on global warming at the century scale when we consider the natural variability. Another major advance in our understanding of human emissions is how our emissions lead to specific changes in the climate, including extreme events. We know today that human influence is already making extreme climate events, including what we're seeing all around the world this year, heat waves, heavy rainfall, and droughts. It makes it all more frequent and severe. Hot extremes, including heat waves on land and in the ocean, have become more frequent and more intense since the 1950s. And some recent hot extremes in the last decade would have been extremely unlikely without human influence on the climate system. Furthermore, we know that human influence has been the main driver of ocean warming since the 1970s, and that human-caused CO2 emissions are the main driver of ocean acidification. Human influence is contributing to reduced oxygen levels in the ocean, also observed since the mid-20th century. We see that human influence is the main driver of changes we see in the frozen areas of the planet, the cryosphere, driving the global retreat of glaciers since the 1990s, the 40% decrease in Arctic sea ice extent since 1979, and the decrease in spring snow cover since the 1950s. It's very likely that the human influence contributed to surface melt of the Greenland ice sheet in the last 20 years. These advances in our understanding of how human activities are affecting the climate mean that today we can better estimate the changes we may experience from different amounts of emissions, different levels of warming, and across different regions. Climate change is already affecting every region on Earth in multiple ways. Places where we have seen no human footprint, where no human has even gone, we are seeing the effects of our global climate footprint. But climate change manifests differently depending on where in the world you are. And as Thelma said, in this report, we added more new information that's useful on a regional scale. This is an area of climate science that is rapidly advanced in the last 10 years. And to reflect this and provide more information helpful to inform decisions related to risk management and adaptation, around a third of this report is dedicated to regional climate information. As Thelma said, the report's interactive atlas makes our global and regional climate information available to everyone. It includes observations of ongoing changes, projections of future changes. You can use the interactive atlas to make your own maps and analysis using the data sets we used in the report. And you can use the interactive atlas to find out what climate change means for where you live. Many of the changes we assessed in the report are related to the global water cycle, the lifeblood of this planet. The water cycle means how water moves through the atmosphere, land, ocean, and the frozen regions. With warmer temperatures, the atmosphere can hold more water, and we see more and faster evaporation and heavier precipitation. With more global warming, the global water cycle will intensify. That means both heavier rainfall at the same time that we are seeing intensifying dry seasons and droughts. With more global warming, average annual rainfall on land is expected to increase, but that rainfall is expected to become more variable within a season and from year to year. The monsoon rainfalls, which are so important to so many people around the world, are changing in complex ways in response to the contrasting effects of both greenhouse gases and pollution particles, which we call aerosols. Many of the changes set in motion by climate change are slow processes. These long-lasting changes, for the most part, affect the frozen parts of the planet, the cryosphere, and the ocean. So changes in sea level rise, ice sheets, deep ocean temperature, and acidification will continue for thousands of years, meaning they are basically irreversible in our lifetimes and will continue over generations to come. The good news is that these irreversible changes can be slowed down with rapid, strong, and sustained emissions reductions. And other changes can be stopped if greenhouse gas emissions are deeply reduced. For example, retreating glaciers and Arctic sea ice will continue to decline for several decades, but these changes could be stopped or slowed if emissions are reduced now. It is true that to limit global warming, strong, rapid, and sustained reductions in CO2, methane, and other greenhouse gases are necessary, because every additional fraction of CO2 emissions that we emit to the atmosphere adds to global warming. Our planet is warming, and it is warming quickly, with increasing consequences everywhere. Yet, this report is clear that it's possible to limit future warming within a few decades. And the climate we experience in the future depends on our decisions now. Thank you.
Gracias, Kou, por esas proyecciones y evidencias de cómo la actividad humana, ¿no?, está afectando dramáticamente al cambio climático. A continuación, damos la bienvenida a Marcelo Mena, ex ministro de Medio Ambiente de Chile y miembro del directorio de Fundación MERI, quien profundizará junto a Kou Barrett los alcances de este último informe del IPCC. Marcelo, te damos la bienvenida y te dejo en esta conversación.
IPCC report, and I leave you, Marcelo, with this in this conversation with Kou Barrett.
Estamos esperando que Marcelo Mena.
We are waiting Marcelo Mena to be connected.
Bueno,
we are waiting him.
Yo les recuerdo que estamos transmitiendo.
Now we are transmitting in the website of the Minister of Sciences, also through Future 360 CNN Chile. Here, Marcelo, you are.
In class. I'm so sorry, Kou. I was in class, and I had to get out of class there. So I'm so, the you know how students are. If you leave early, you get bad evaluations, right? So thanks so much. Kou, I'm so glad that I get a chance to talk to you about this today, because as you've seen, we don't need a big publicist for climate change. Climate change has its own, media that's constantly bashing us, and I think things are going very, very hard and very difficult. But on the other side, the upside, there's a consensus, growing consensus globally that we need to address this. I just wanted to first off ask you, do you think we've had this Minsky moment with the climate change, these events that are folding faster than we expected in the Northern Hemisphere this year in particular? And do you think that's going to shape the way that countries address climate change in the future?
Well, first, let me say, Marcelo, I'm sorry to remove you from your class, but you did a very good job of getting here quickly. So it is very interesting. I said earlier that this report that we released had 5 times the kind of global coverage in the press, on social media. And, that's 5 times higher than the 1.5 degree report that we released a few years ago. And that at that point was the highest, attention that we've had on any IPCC report. And I think it's a combination of things that makes this a moment in time where, yes, we have had a year across the globe where there are just incredible extremes that are being experienced by, millions of people. I mean, fires in Greece, fires in the west of the US. We just had a hurricane in the US that killed more people as it went more further from the coast and further north, and it picked up more energy and more precipitation. So we're seeing things this year that make it very hard for people not to experience the effects of extreme weather and extreme climate. And so I think that has made an impression on people. And I think when we deliver, this robust science, especially the robust science about the way that humans are contributing to this problem, it has real global traction. And then, of course, we are at this moment where world leaders are about to go to Glasgow and, commit or recommit to the actions that they will take to address the problem. So in some ways, it could be no better setup to release the science at this time. And we've always provided our science to the climate negotiations from the very beginning. The IPCC and the climate negotiations have been linked. We provide our science; they consider that science formally in their negotiations, and then they, build their actions upon the science. So so I think it's a really important time for us to have been able to deliver this report, and for leaders and citizens to consider the findings in their own lives.
Mm-hmm. What about it seemed like 2019 was a year that a lot of momentum was building, and we had a lot of people from the civil society. We had Greta, at her peak, and we had everything seemed to be moving very well ahead. But I think the global crisis on COVID has sort of not changed the priorities, but certainly shifted them around in a way. And we have a lot of recoveries that don't seem to be as aligned as we'd like to with this green transition, this low emissions transition that we require. How do you think we could link the COVID crisis, which is not unlinked with the biodiversity loss and other issues related to climate change? How do we build on the fact on the lessons that COVID brings us to really push the climate agenda forward faster?
Yeah, Marcelo, I think you're right. I mean, there was a whole lot of momentum, a lot of it coming from the global youth movement. Greta, was a very active spokesperson for them, but also importantly, they have spokespeople from all over the world. And I find that to be really powerful because, it's the global representation of any effort that adds power to it. And I've seen that, I've seen that with the youth. And I think you're right. My own experience is that because of COVID, I mean, we've been so focused on the health of our families and, the well-being of our economies. COVID did provide us with a couple of things that I think are really important, though, in the climate world. One is that there was a temporary reduction in greenhouse gas emissions because people were not traveling out of their homes as much. Of course, what happened in COVID isn't what we would hope would happen to economies, as we're looking to transform to more carbon neutral economies, right? You don't want to shut everything down. You want to be more surgical about how you would make changes, but still you did see that a global effort like that could reduce global emissions. Also, though, I think we've had to adapt to working in different ways. Here we are today. We're all working virtually across the globe. We just did a virtual approval of this working group report, and I hope, at least in my own life, that does change the way that I engage my environment. I choose now more carefully about hopping on a plane, not just for my own COVID health, but because I can do so much virtually. We can be connected virtually. And I think that helps to kind of reset our thinking about what the future transformation of society can look like. So I know I sound maybe a little optimistic about the ways that this is helping, but if you work in climate, you have to be a bit of an optimist.
Now regarding today as Blue Skies Day. And I think it's, having been part of the air quality community and the climate change community, I do think there is something to be learned from the climate community, that the science is objective and you either are aligned to 1.5 degrees or you're not. In the air quality community, we've always had these guidelines that we've been looking into, and we all adapt them to our own reality. But still, it's one of the biggest low-hanging fruits regarding the synergy between air pollution and climate change. What do you think the short-lived climate agenda should consider, and how do you think we could bring these priorities that are both big for countries that to really find synergies? Because in China, air pollution is a higher priority in Poland, in Chile, than climate change itself. So what can we learn from that, and where do you think the short-lived climate pollutant agenda will have in these upcoming commitments?
Yeah, I think that the short-lived climate forcers, those climate forcing agents that are very intense, like methane, very intense in the atmosphere, but short-lived. After 12 years or so, it's gone. Whereas CO2 is less intense, but it lasts for hundreds of years. So I think that the short-lived climate forcers offer a very important opportunity, especially as countries are looking to take rapid action in the next 10 to 20 years. Because there's an interesting thing here, right? If you reduce CO2 emissions over time, it's great, the emissions decline. But there's an aspect of emitting CO2 that also puts out sulfate aerosols, and those are a cooling element. So if you reduce that, you're actually also taking out the cooling part of those emissions. So methane, it turns out, is a very, very helpful, like if we can attack methane in the very short run, it's an air pollutant, but it's also contributes to climate change. We can kind of get a kind of two benefits for one. And the interesting thing about methane, right? So methane comes from agriculture. It comes from fossil fuel production. Many of us have seen those flares where they're producing, they're extracting oil and gas. They flare off methane. It also comes from waste. So, but the technologies to reduce methane emissions exist now. It's not like we have to wait for some big technology like direct air carbon capture to come to us from the future. We can do this now. Individuals can reduce their methane contributions simply by reducing the amount of food waste they produce. Thinking more smartly about, what do I buy? How do I use it so that I'm not having food go to waste? So I think the short-lived climate forcers are a really important opportunity for the near term, especially to help get us on that trajectory of reducing greenhouse gas emissions while we do the bigger transformational change that's required in society.
I remember when I was back in my PhD years, going to the climate and health workshop that NCAR put together, and I met this guy, may he rest in peace, Paul Epstein. I remember, from Harvard, and he was talking about the how Swiss Re and Munich Re and all these other reinsurance companies were really concerned about the growing toll and cost of what they had to pay off for these increasing climate risks that were occurring. Now we see that this is coming to fruition way more intensely with the network for greening the financial sector today, which is all the central banks and financial regulators that are asking for climate-related disclosures. Where do you think that agenda will go, and how do you think the science could help that out? Because when you go down to the nitty-gritty of it, you have to model a default rate of a farmer in Iowa based on a climate scenario. How do you think the sophistication of all the science will go into really helping? Because the reality is, when you're talking to these guys, it's like, yeah, I can read the report, but what do I do? How could I downscale it to a position that I could actually take action and not necessarily keep it at a global level? Where do you think these interactions will go?
there's so much to unpack there. So yeah, the insurance companies, they basically moderate their risk by, kind of having this global approach. And their sense is that, well, we may have some disaster here, but we'll always have, other areas of the world where there's not a disaster happening to help pay for whatever we need to pay out in these places where disasters happening. But when you have a, few months like we've had lately, where there are disasters everywhere, that makes it very difficult for these insurance companies. So it'll be very interesting to see the way they adapt in order to moderate their risk. I personally think these climate finance efforts are tremendously important because, we found in our 1.5 degree report that it takes incredible transformational change in every sector in order to kind of reduce the or to change the pathway we're on with regard to greenhouse gas emissions. And finance is the key to all of this. Companies have investments everywhere, and they need to consider the changes that are coming into their investments and to make them kind of climate proof. But we're seeing it's kind of I feel like from my perspective, and we deal with this a lot at NOAA, where I'm, where I work for my day job when I'm not doing IPCC, that we're seeing there's so much interest in finding out what's going to happen to our investments across the economy, that there are people who are providing information that may not actually be the best information for companies, for governments to consider. And so I feel like there is a need for science to provide some standardized approaches to the way that we provide climate information, so that folks who are making investments know that they are accessing the best standardized information. So we're starting to think about that in the US quite a bit. And one thing we're finding, and this is an interesting quandary for climate scientists, is we provide information on decades, to centuries. That's the way we provide our future climate scenarios. And it's important that we do that. The financial sector, they make decisions from 6 months to 3 years, 10 years max. And so they need climate information that's more downscaled. They need regional information for where they have their investments. And I think that stretches the way that we as climate scientists need to think about providing information that can be useful to those who are investing in economic sectors.
Mm-hmm. And recently, all our Centers for Excellence in Chile deployed their Atlas for Climate Risk, which I think is a really wonderful exercise in which they want to look at global models and really have a municipality by municipality estimation. How many hectares there are cherry trees, and how that, how sensitive the lower precipitation rates could cause in terms of yield. And I think it's really great. But the thing is, obviously, that we need to have this being done and being used and having this feedback between the users and the modelers. So therefore, things are really looked at. I worked in the World Bank, and we interacted then, and we had this climate risk screening, which every project would undergo, right? You had to have climate proof, climate proof project design. I just wanted to ask you, in terms of adaptation, where do you think the next frontiers of the science that we're going to be providing to the decision makers, where do you think that's going to head in terms of adaptation? Do you think we're going to get down to a level that we really go into high resolution models, or do you think it's going to be more of a probability risk estimation approach? Where do you think? Because that's really where right now in Chile, and there's multiple governors that are wanting to have local adaptation plans, and then the municipality guys want to go down into like a neighborhood wide analysis of where they should be putting attention in terms of climate risk. Where do you think that's going in the near future, Co?
Yeah, well, first let me just say we've seen a lot of progress on adaptation over the last decades or so, and people are really focused on it. I remember when I started in the climate negotiations 25 years ago, we were all focused on mitigation. And now there's just a, widespread understanding that we all need to build resilience. But as you say, Marcelo, the need is so great for specific information that's tailored to specific situations. So efforts like this risk management tool are essential. And it's interesting because, the IPCC can provide large scale information. We can provide large scale regional information. And I think that's helpful because you can say, oh, my region is generally projected to be wetter in the future. But getting down to the kind of granular information that decision makers need in order to make decisions in their communities, that's a different thing. You've got to be able to have better information in order to make your decisions. But I mean, I'm not an expert on how adaptation happens in every place in the world, but what I will say is this: I think people know where they are vulnerable already, and that's that to me, that's 75% of the challenge. Oh, are we already experiencing flooding around our river? Well, we need to address that, and adding the tools to help to build the resilience it's an easier ask than starting from scratch. So I believe that most people understand, basically their vulnerability, and they can use that as a springboard to adding better climate information to build resilience. The other thing I want to just hit on, and this is something that the IPCC cannot do on its own, it's really important that decision makers have trusted places to get this information. There are plenty of places in my country where, having someone from the IPCC tell them what's happening, it's not going to be the convincing argument that they need to take this seriously. But there are plenty of people in communities who are trusted members of society there who can be important translators of climate information so that that information is heard better. It's just like we all kind of turn to our trusted sources of information. And that's why things like this tool that you mentioned, Marcelo, and the work at the World Bank are so important because, there are millions of communities across this planet who need access to information, and they need also access to people who can be trusted to provide it.
Mm-hmm. No, that's great. That's a great comment. Now, finally, just wanted to ask you the new emerging things that will come up with that we should be looking into in terms of the science with the IPCC reports that are coming up and what this new one has already considered. The issue of oceans and of biodiversity. I think this crisis has shown us that biodiversity loss has become an issue. The same people from Swiss Re that were asking before regarding climate change now put out a report last year saying that 20% of global ecosystems are at risk of collapse. What do you think are the new frontiers of the science that we're going to be looking into for climate change to really find synergies into addressing global issues such as those?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're really at a point where climate change is affecting every aspect of society, every ecosystem on the planet. That it's just important for those who are, say, leading a biodiversity negotiation to consider climate and how that's one of the threats that are facing their portfolio. It's funny, in the US a couple of years ago, we thought about starting a climate service. We have at NOAA, we have a weather service, we have an ocean service, we have a fisheries service. And so we were thinking at that time about starting an independent climate service. But now we see that climate is integrated into everything that we do. To have a standalone climate service is actually not as effective as integrating climate into our fisheries service work, into our ocean service work, into our weather service work. And I think that's really where we are as a planet. It's just one of those kind of constant threats that needs to be considered, in the work that is focused on, say, deforestation or biodiversity or oceans, which, thankfully, I think this cycle in the IPCC kind of history is the strongest focused on oceans we've ever been. And I think we're seeing how important oceans are to kind of sustenance of the whole planet.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a great note to end on, Co. I think this is really something that we're looking into the bigger communities that we need to bring in, and the fact that we need to streamline climate into everything, including bankers, including them estimating whether a farmer in Iowa will pay off the debt and whether they need to have climate-proofed investments on irrigation, etc. So thank you for this, Co. I pass it on to Marisol for the next segment. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Gracias, Marcelo Mena.
Thank you, Marcelo Mena, for deepening up with Co-Barrett in what is going on with the climate change agenda and what are the new models for adaptation and resilience. Thank you, Marcelo, for this conversation together with Co. And we continue with the second presentation of this inaugural day with Sergio Enrique Farias, the professor of research in the Basque Center for Climate Change and presidential professor of the Technology University of Taraoka in Japan. He is the head of the line of research and director of the Research Center for Low Temperature and leader of human environment on the ecological footprint of the University of the Basque Country. So welcome, Sergio Enrique Farias. Hello. My name is Sergio Enrique Faria. I'm one of the authors, of the leaders authors of the sixth report of IPCC. I'm going to present for you an introduction of chapter 1. Thank you very much for this invitation to participate in this event. I am in Bilbao, so my greetings from Bilbao in Spain. Chapter 1 of the sixth report of Group 1 is the introductory chapter. The slides are in English, and and there are some terms that I'm going to mention them in English because sometimes the translation loses a bit, and better we understand them in English directly. My apologies if this mixture of languages is going to be confusing for somebody, but hopefully this will try to clarify things. Chapter 1 is the one that gives a framework to the whole report and presented the context and the method. So today we have the structure of all the report of Group 1. We see that in bottom line where we see the structure is based in 3 pillars. First of all is the information of the risks that we have in 3, 4, and 5 chapters that shows the changes and the future of the global climate. The second pillar is on the comprehension of processes. Chapters 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, describing, for example, the cycles, the global cycles of carbon and other biochemical systems. The short limit gravity forces. Then we have the budget and the energy of the planet, and chapter 8 on the changes in the cycle of the water, and chapter 9 on the oceans, cryosphere, and the levels of the sea. And finally, the third pillar is on the regional information, with chapter 10, 11, and 12, and the atlas. Chapter 10 connects between global and regional climate. 11 on the extreme events on climate and time. And chapter 12 is the information on climate information for risk assessment, on risk information that and this is the connection with the groups number 2 and group number 3, as we see in the upper side, where we see the 3 groups and the synthesis report, which synthesizes all these 3 reports. And the atlas as well is one of the fundamental chapters for this connection between the 3 groups, working groups, that present several data and maps on regional climate. And chapter 1, we then do this framing and for the whole report. And what we see, the first thing we see is that climate change is changing, and the changes occur in all the elements, in the atmosphere, in the biosphere, in the cryosphere, and the ocean. And here we see in this figure a description of with the different bars in color on the different changes, particularly in the concentration of carbon dioxide, the precipitation in the glaciers, temperature, global temperature on the surface, the increase of the sea level, and the heat in oceans. And in colors to the right hand side, we see how all the systems are changing clearly, some of them with I would say most of them with some contrastive information. For example, the concentration of CO2 is clearly growing up, dramatically growing up, as well as the global surface, the increase of the oceans levels, etc. Precipitation obviously has got a higher variability, and it is perceived in the temperate areas as well. So all these systems are changing based on the data. These data come from observation and modeling. And here we observe a summary of the evolution of the model resolutions from the last report, number 5, from IPCC to this one, which is number 6. The graph can be a little bit complicated at the beginning, but if we see then the main points, it's quite simple. So let's go step by step. First of all, in the graph letter A, left-hand side up part, we have the models of the 5th report, where we compare the horizontal resolution in F and Y with the resolution of the oceans in the FX. And the circles indicate the different models that we used to have. Color is a detail just to distinguish the different models, which are called the high top models, which are the ones with the which are on the top of the atmosphere, 50 kilometers away. It is not that critical for this presentation, but the important point here is the different points with and the size of the different circles. These crosses indicate the mean of these different models. So if we compare the graph of the left-hand side with the A with the B one from the 6th input, we see how the mean has been changed in terms of ocean resolution and atmosphere resolution, both for the Zenit 5 to Zenit 6, and from Summit Zenit 5 to the higher resolution models. The same for the graphs in the bottom line. We compare the number of layers or vertical levels, I would say, from the oceans and the atmosphere. The amount of levels from Zenit 5 and from Zenit 6 and high resolutions to the right-hand side. So we see how the resolution has been evolved from the 5th to the 6th reports. A characteristic of this report number 6 is that we use several divisions of integration between the different chapters and the working groups, particularly 3 of them, which are the scenarios, levels of global warming, and the accumulation of carbon dioxide. And the one that is here in this graph, where we see the curve number 1 of the different scenarios that describes some the history of the data and the different models that we have seen in the evolution up to the different scenarios are describing in the different models how the changes are evolve. And we can refer to these changes obviously through the levels of global warming, for example, 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees or 3 degrees or 4 degrees, where we have these colorful vertical bars, which are an illustration of the reasons for concern. That is to say, the reasons for which we should be putting more attention to, which are the different issues that at different levels of warming can turn so critical, for example, in having from yellow to red. And this varies according to the variable that we are considering. And lastly, in X, we have the description through the accumulation of CO2 in the atmosphere. And these 3 dimensions are used in order to describe the evolution of climate in the different chapters and scenarios. That is to say, here we see them all related. Okay, so with all this, the question is how our knowledge has evolved on climate change from the creation of IPCC. What do we have as a kind of a new knowledge, new data? We see here a comparison left-hand side and how it was in the first report in 1990 and the 6th one, the one we have in our hands. First, we have 2 classes, comprehension and observation. And in climate, it was just a suspect at the beginning of IPCC, and now it is a fact established based on observation, theory, physics, etc. The budget of energy, the balance of energy was open at the beginning, yes, because we had different estimations and we had to define it better. But now this is much better with the inputs and outputs and the energy retained in the system much more in balance and much clearer. The same happens with the balance in the level of increase of the sea level. We used to have weak evidence, and now they are much stronger. The same happens to warming from the beginning of the period, the industrial period, 1990, that is to say 0.3, 0.5, and now we are saying 0.95 and 1.2. So the surface temperature we used to have to measure almost 2,000 stations, and now we have data from more than 40,000 stations. So we compared all these, and we see how the capacity of data, the analysis of data has evolved, as well as how clear we can define it and describe it with the geological records where we could go. And we go to 5 million in temperature, 5 million of years for temperature. And now we have much better data, 50 million years for sea level, for example, and 450 years for CO2. So we can compare the heat in the ocean that we used to have 2 regions, and now we have it global, and the satellite data that we used to have a very limited amount of variables, and now we have a big collection of variables. The same happens in comparison with models. Here, the evolution has been quite important, where we have seen at the beginning only 2 models of general circulation, global ones, and the 6th one, we have the globals with better resolution, and the regional models with high resolution as well. If from 500 kilometers to 200 kilometers in global ones, and from 25 to 50 to the regional models. The most important elements is that they used to be limited to atmospheric circulations in oceans, radiation, the physics of surface, and the physics of the evolution of the marine ice, but now the collection is much bigger. As we see here, atmospheric chemistry, the, the layer of land and the use of land, biochemistry of the land, and interactions as well, which are much complicated, the interaction with aerosols, etc.
Gracias.
Thank you, Sergio Enrique Farias, for this presentation. We recall you that we are broadcasting through minciencia.gov.cl and the platform of Futuro, CNN Chile. The last report of IPCC that we have listened to our panel members, they see that the temperature will go beyond 1.5 in the future years. This has resulted in important environmental, social, cultural, and economical factors, but no big consensus in the long term has been reached, centered in the protection of marine ecosystems. So to talk about the multiple dimensions of the impact of environmental change, we started the panel on emergencies, strategies, and externalities. We welcome to the panel members, Yoachi Goit, inaugural teacher from Thailand, member of social sciences. She received the paradigm report in 2001, and she was present in 2007. And today is a coordinator in the 6th cycle of IPCC. Welcome.
También damos la bienvenida a Tania.
We also wanted to welcome Tanya Newt from the regional officer of FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean. She is a master of hydrology of the University of Delft and master of conservation in the West Indies in Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome, Tanya. And also we want to welcome Patricia Morales Errázuriz, General Manager of Philanthropy of Fundación Meri, Master of Arts in the Economy, the University from Paris, with an important experience in the, designs and public policies in matters connected to sustainable development. She was awarded in 2017 by the role of women in politics. Professor of law at University de Chile, Mr. Leighton. He works in an important pool of lawyers today, and he works in the context of the new institutionality, calling for new areas of law and the different impact of the environment. Patricia Leighton, welcome. And also we have Natalie Doffert, independent research from a Master of Arts in Arts from University of Paris, and she works as well in Universidad de Chile. She works in the visual contemporary art and in environment and the Creole folklore as well, particularly working on these areas today. So I welcome once again to the moderator, Marcelo Mena, the former Minister of Environment and member of the Board of Directors of Fundación MERI. Now you are going to moderate this new panel. Thank you, Marcelo, for you.
Muchas gracias a todos. Ahora me puse chaqueta porque
Thank you very much. I just put on my jacket now because no heating if there is no need, so I just put on my jacket. So I just wanted to comment as an introduction that it is quite clear that we've had more and more powerful effect on climate change, and as we said with CORE, there is no better publicity than the climate change itself in terms of seeing the threats. In the case of Chile, in 2015, with the landsliding that affected the desert of the north in 2016, 30% of the production of water was lost because of contaminated tide that was produced because of a higher temperature. 2017 with lots of fires of in the woods, etc. So for the first time, the woods sector, the silver sector was much more contaminated than before. We have not seen that before. In 2019, as the different reports say, 2019 Human Watch that as analysis that analyzes the country and says the country number 8 in terms of losing GDP figures. So today we can see that there is a lot of damage all around the world, and if the 6% of GDP that was lost in Chile, and we see what happens after COVID, for example, and the loss in biodiversity that affects all countries, and obviously Chile, where we are hosting this seminar, is very important, and it has to be. I want to talk with Joya Shri, that she comes from India. She's an agronomist, and I want to ask her perspective on how we can, from the different disciplines in your area, from economy, to look for evidence in order to have actions done, and if we have to monetize these decisions or we have to call for the moral standards, let's say.
Hi, thank you very much. And this is my pleasure that I have been invited for a talk in this conference. And I would like to share with you a screen so that you can see. Yes, I hope you can see now, right? All right, so what I want to say is that what we really need is we need to change how we frame our economic development and climate strategies in this century, because we have already heard that what are the challenges we are facing due to the climate change. Because the triple bottom line, according to me, is that we all need to survive, and we have to revive, and also we need to thrive. And for that, in environmental economics, what for a very long time we are saying is that we need to create a virtuous cycle of non-declining stock of productive base of the economies. And how do we do that? If we invest in natural capital, which means a good quality of air, water and forest and the climate system, if we want to maintain their ideal quality, and if we have human investment in human capital, the trained human capacity to deliver these changes. And also we need social capital, which is about the trustworthy governance system. And we do need knowledge capital. That means we need baseline data on various capital assets, georeference data for critical infrastructure, baseline data on vulnerable population. And also we do need physical capital, say, for example, earning warning system, efficient buildings, railroads, public buses, water treatment plants, all these. So what it simply means is that unless we have non-declining stock of productive base of the economies, we cannot achieve our survive, revive, and thrive. Now, to me, what we think is that the 21st century operational framework, the conceptually we know we have to make a genuine investment, which is known as investment for sustainable development. And what is this investment for sustainable development? Which means that we need to invest, as I said, on the 5 capitals of physical capital, human capital, social capital, natural capital, and the knowledge capital, be it energy system or for the whole economy. And because all these contribute to the human well-being, and we do talk about the human well-being in the environmental economics, how this human well-being can be sustained if these investment in these 5 capitals continue to grow. And we know that climate change is creating a negative impact through various kind of disasters, whether it is slow moving or fast moving or disruptive, abrupt changes. But also we know now scientifically that there can be positive impacts which can nullify these negative impacts and which can enrich the human well-being. And that will be like say, if we have the operational framework, which we have from 2000, that is through the Millennium Development Goals, Sustainable Development Goals, and then the Sendai framework for the disaster reduction framework, and also say COP21, where we had the Paris Agreement. So basically what we want to say is that we do know the conceptual framework. We also know that the negative impact of climate change is happening. And we also have some of the operational framework through the Sustainable Development Goals, etc. But still we need to do more. So the question is, what do we do more for the development framework? Because development for human well-being is at the core of all the economies. I'm just giving one example. Suppose the economic activity is from agriculture. So right now, every economy, what they are doing is they are operating within this small boundary. And what is this boundary? If you can't see, let me just read it out. It says that whatever we are doing in terms of value addition to the economic output. And for this economic output production, we are using land, labor, other inputs, water, fertilizer, if it is agricultural production. This we can explain for industry or for any sector. Now the question is, we are not accounting for these activities which are producing, say, greenhouse gas emissions, say, for example, which is EI, right? So we are not looking into the greenhouse gas emissions and what is the value of these greenhouse gas emissions. Basically, we know they are creating disaster. So it implies that this economic activity which we are producing is actually less than what we actually enjoy. And that is we are calling the adjusted GDP. So GDP is higher now because we are not deducting the environmental harm that is being done from the GDP. And that's why we find that our GDPs are much higher than actually what it should be. So we need to adjust it. So we need to change our development accounting framework and extend it to adjusted GDP. How do we do that? If I give an example, say, for example, in the climate mitigation activity and adaptation activity, what we are doing is, these are all new economic activities. Say, for example, we are doing nutrient management on the land. We are changing the system of rice intensification, or we are adopting climate smart agriculture. So these are all new economic activities. One can say that, yes, we are adding whatever value addition is happening in these sectors to the GDP. That is true. But what we are not doing is that, what is the emission in the atmosphere of greenhouse gases or non-greenhouse gases? We are not including it there. So our adjusted GDP is, as I said, is not taking care of these additional or external impacts on the environment. We are only taking the economic value addition of the outputs of the economic products. But what we have seen is that, suppose the climate smart agriculture, it actually reduces, or mitigation actions, these also reduces the emissions in the atmosphere. So if we consider these emissions reduction in the atmosphere, then adjusted GDP will be much higher. So we need to create these new economic activities, and we are creating in the countries, but we are not showing them in the gross domestic product by accounting for the environmental good that we are producing instead of emitting more. If we consider that this is a direct impact, that there is also indirect impact in terms of sustainable development goals. Many of the studies have shown that there are positive impacts on multiple sustainable development goals of these new mitigative and adaptation activities for reduction in climate emergency or climate change. And if we consider this, we will see that the positive impact will be more than the negative impact. And then our adjusted GDP will be much higher compared to what we see. And that will be the motivating force for all the economies. Now, if we look into the IPCC latest report that was on, latest report in the sense of 1.5 degree Celsius report of 2018, spatial report, which had a chapter on sustainable development, poverty reduction, and reducing inequalities. And where we wanted to say that what kind of activities can be sustainable as well as poverty eradicating, and which can help in reducing inequalities. So how can we strengthen the global response in the context of sustainable development? Through this graph, I'm just trying to explain that what we wanted to show is that, suppose if we take energy supply sector, energy demand sector, or land-based sector, this graph shows these are the 17 SDGs. If we increase our mitigation actions in the energy demand sector, say, for example, by energy efficiency improvement, etc., then, or reduced energy consumption by improved technologies, by improved infrastructure, by improved policies, then there will be more positive impacts and less negative impacts. What does it mean? It means that our adjusted GDP will be rising. So we need to correct our GDP estimation process also. So our metric need to evolve so that we can consider these positive impacts of the mitigation and adaptation actions in terms of reduction of the external impact on the environment. If we can do that, then we can achieve our economic development sustainably, doing no harm to the atmosphere. And that is what is needed now And it's not that we do not know what are the things we need to do. We do know all these in IPCC reports. We all show what are the actions that are need to be taken in land sector, in energy demand sector, in energy supply sector to get these positive impacts. So what is needed is more policy, more action, more investment, and also citizens' activities for embracing these alternative options for better life, for survive, revive, and thrive. Thank you very much. And we really want these things to be implemented.
Muchas gracias, Yudhishthri. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Yudhishthri. I just want to go to Tanya now, and which is from the office of FAO. Tanya, are you there?
Yes. Do you hear me? I imagine that we have seen the lack of water, the rise of prices, and we are very high prices of wheat, and this has a big effect. I want to see your perspective from FAO. Thank you, Marcelo. The next one, please. I want to say hello to everybody here and thanks especially the organization for this opportunity to present some few messages on climate change and food security. In a new publication of FAO, Nepal and ECA, it shows that pandemic of COVID-19 has affected the region much more than any other region in sanitary health ways as in many other ways. In 7% has fallen the PIB of the economical activity has fallen in 120 years in Latin America and the Caribbean, while the retraction global one was 3.3%. And we think that 2020, the total of poor people will be 209 million people, 79 of them in an extreme poverty, and it's estimated that 44 million of people in the region will not have an adequate diet. That means a diet that will give the calories that needed for the basic nutrients. The accessibility of health food is something that is lacking in the region. Is 270% more expensive than the one that covers the needed calories, and 30% of the child suffer on overweight, and this affects 120 people and 21 million people. In spite of this facts, the agricultural sector is more resilient than other sectors because the high of production and the commerce in the region is working, and we can consider that this has diminished in all the countries, but the agricultural area has a favorable way of working. It can contribute in the security for food and also in recovery from COVID, and at the same time of mitigating and adapting to climate change. And in spite of all these challenges, it is added another one, the agricultural challenge to the climate. For instance, the production processes that are responsible for 46% of the gases, greenhouse gases in the region. Agriculture consumes 70% of water, and also it's calculated that 2,000 million hectares in the world are severely degraded, and the agricultural sector is affected by the climate change effect. And the agricultural is needing to augment the resilience of this sector. In order to reach these objectives, especially for food security, in the rural territories of Latin America and the Caribbean, we're producing food for more than 800 million people, and the exportation of the agricultural sector represent about 14% of the exportation of the products of the world and a fourth of all the exportation of the region. So in Latin America and the Caribbean, we produce sufficient food to feed all the population. The problem is not the lack of food in the region, but how difficult it is for the poor people to have access to them. And what we need to do in order to better this access, pandemic and climate change are confirming the need of transforming, changing our model of development towards greener agriculture that can include and sustainable and with little emissions. And this is very important to reach the ODS and reach the Paris Agreement. Here I am showing the different benefits of transforming the system. This means that it is possible to reach a food security together with social benefits and green benefits and economical ones. The focus of the food has to do with all the production, transport chain, and the post-production and producing, and finally in our dish. So it's important to produce this adapting and reducing greenhouse emissions. The problem of food security in the region is inequality, and to have a healthy diet, especially in Latin America and the Caribbean, especially our import countries. In order to face this, we need to change the degradation of the environment and not to leave anyone outside. What does this mean with this inclusive way of, we need to focus on discrimination and all the inequalities that have their rights, and how things that we have young people, indigenous populations and women that have this issue is very important in indigenous people because they have contributed to domestication of biodiversity that is keeping humanity in their indices of insecurity are growing perspective regarding the non-indigenous, and the world population is young and have to include this group taking decisions. One of the challenges of the agricultural sector is that the farmers become older. In closing, I want to highlight that exist multiple initiatives that implement an agriculture that is more sustainable and resilient in the region, and that show that in different territories the change can be done, and this experience can show in this publication projects that were able to show a greater productivity and also an economic result with a sustainable result. And one of the initiatives is in Chile, and it's based on two agreements of clean production in the Maule region that have to do with the measurement and technologies of clean technology in order to produce fruits. And this implementation of these agreements of clean production the good practices have had a 15% better results, economical results, but in thanks to a greater efficiency, productive efficiency, and access to new markets. The program also shows that to implement good practices in small and medium companies, many of them of familiar agriculture is possible. And these agreements help to reduce the energetic and emissions of gases, greenhouse gases, and better the lands and the water. Finally, I thank you, the organization, giving me this opportunity, and I wish you all the best for the new panels. Thank you, Gracias, for the pressures are bringing us to a collaborative and regenerative. Patricia Morales, please. Patricia is from Medi Foundation and is showing the capacity of carbon capture. So, Patricia, please. Thank you, Marcelo. I welcome you and I thank the participation. I confirm what I'm showing and I start. Do you see this? Thank you. What I want to comment you is that we have been working from Fundación Meri on the problem of the ecosystem, the ecosystems that we are considering and what Joshua showed us. I will go very fastly, saying that climate change is not a phenomenon of one sector or of the ecology, but it's a cross-cutting issue, and it has cost for everybody and has a lack of in the economical sector. And I put this because many times the economists, we do not assume that the environmental issue is also an economical issue. And we have to put it in the reflection regarding these issues. On the other hand, when we talk about the oceans, we study a lot the oceans in Meri Foundation. They produce a lot of services, ecosystem services and economical services. Food is essential. The food, about 60% of animal protein. We know that regulate the planet. They produce half of the oxygen of the atmosphere and regulate 50% of CO2, which generates a strong acidification of the oceans and is the basic motor of the economy. This generates a tension, an economical world tension that in a way or another has been a point that has inhibited the environmental discussion. The economy, the green economy is defined as the best of human and environmental economy. So we need to be able to resolve as a society in a competence, what we call the sacrifice environmental zones, which are very much developed but create a pole of contamination. This idea is a wrong one because we need to value economically the ocean system and also the terrestrial systems and incorporate them in the beach, as it is shown from some minutes ago. These two dimensions are essential order to have data and to take decisions that are adequate for the projects, for the productive matrix. This has two challenges. The first is to have scientific data and to value the eventual damage in economical way that means certain industries in relation to the ecosystem, and in another way with rigor to have sciences in the heart of the decisions for a sustainable development. This is very complex when we have to take decisions in the short run or for 4 years or for 8 years, but this is urgent and there is no time. So we need the economists, we need to shift in this matter. This needs to things and measure them according to concrete data, and not only what we study a lot, which is the raw matter, but also to value the ecosystem systems that provide us. And I want to show you that the MEDI Foundation published together with some other economists the first study regarding the valorization, the economical valorization of the ecosystems of the whales, product of the tourism and the fisheries, and the result that this study produced together with Fundación Merit is that this system has an incredible value of $3,000 million. So this changes the paradigm of how the public policies environmentally have been carried in the world, and how we can understand that mitigation is not only to preserve species, but to give them the correct value. And here I want to put an example of this chart that puts why Chile laboratory, strategic laboratory. Chile is a country so long that starts in Noruega and finishes in Africa and allows us to identify and observe the climate change, but make laboratory and preserve and see what we can do with work in 3 different territories in Chile. And we implement this model of conservation that assumes that climate change is cross-cutting, so the response also should be, we see the whales under the threat, and we see the scientists with programs that have to do with the communities. And in the economic dimension, we value the ecosystems. And here comes the Blue Boat Initiative that tries to care about these whales for their georeferentiation, to see, we try to protect them because they capture a lot of CO2, and we value the population of the whales, not only the blue ones, but all of them. And I want to show you this video.
Desde hace millones de años, las ballenas han habitado desde la Antártica hasta el Ártico, y durante
They have lived from Antarctic to the Arctic, and they captured 33 tons of CO2, 1,040 times more than a tree. They reduce the main gases of greenhouse gases. They contribute with nutrients in all the continents as plankton that helps to reduce the oxygen of the planet, and it gives food to other organisms, favoring this fishery. How many other whales more times. Nevertheless, the whales are under threat with more than 1,200 victims. That's why this Blue Boat initiative will install the first Latin American net for protecting the whales. A net, an intelligent net with sensors and transmissions that will operate in the south of Chile.
Esta es una de las principales
This
áreas
is one of the main zones of growing productivity that generates a combination of currents.
The Blue Boat Initiative
The Blue Boat initiative will start in the interior sea of Chiloé, Ancud, and Corcovado in order to reach all the route of the whales with the satellite information that they send so that the ships could know where they are and avoid and they will help us letting us know the ocean. The ocean is essential part of the cycle of life, and we can help benefiting all the world. This initiative is changing the story of the world.
Comentando dos cosas. La primera que
I want to close saying that this is together with the Ministry of the Environment and the Universidad de Cataluña and the Foundation Science of Silence that has technology. We are working with the Minister of Sciences and the observation of information, but the most important is that when we started, all the ones that started in this project, we have a conservation multinational. We realized that we had to implement such relationship together with the public and private sector and the communities, and it's a larger effort than what we thought before, and it's fundamental. So sooner or later will bring us to the economical discussion on how do we put a price to these services. And that reflection is even in this terrestrial, Patricia is an environmental lawyer and is with us. And this discussion is if this species should be considered as public assets, generating a regulation around it. So it's the time that societies go towards those kind of decisions, those kind of possibilities, and we hope that this conference will be useful for that. Thank you, Patricio. Now, after seeing this effort and doing these benefits, we see the international and national level, and we will work with Patricio that is implementing this. So, Patricio, for you the floor. Do you see my presentation? Isn't it? I want to thank the invitation, and I want to say that I'm inhibited, and I am not easy to be inhibited. Why? Because this is a scientific and technical information. How can I present my presentation? Because all the time that I give a chat or a class, I want to transmit a message, and I have a kind of ideas that will have a sense. for the question that Patricia is saying to me is interesting for the reflections. I want to say that after seeing the interview that you make to Co, maybe I'm quite near, because a lawyer must first litigate and react and react, and then one has to see the effects of a conflict. Then there is a preventive way of anticipating the conflicts, avoiding that the conflict will go into an intermediate way, communication, and that's the regard I want to transmit reasonably, or because this is the perspective, the local perspective that I have, even if a larger perspective can be seen, because the theme that the challenge is how to focus this climatic emergency. Nobody goes into the same river 2 times, and this brings us to the perspective that everything is changing, everything is changing, and the solutions that we have today will be the problems for tomorrow. So we need to focus on the conflicts in a flexible way. The problems I have today, I need to see the solutions tomorrow. That will be maybe a new publication, a new way of focusing it. In the environmental law, we are very much used at a local way to see our law from a perspective which is very local, very personal. And now the law is different. The law has to do with the defects and how these activities have effects in the human being. I love the way that the environmental law has been seen by José Esteve Pardo. He saw it as a regulation and a risk and a management of risk. How we distinguish among the risk and the dangers. Dangers or risk are part of the nature, but environmental risks are produced by the human being. So we need to do from the law is to see which are the problems and how do we manage climate change. It's seen as a natural thing, but we are now convinced that it's produced by the human being. Today, the consensus is clear. The consequences are here, and it's quite late to resolve the problems of the future. We have to face the future, but how? And Chile is giving us a great opportunity. As in the 80s, we were a lab with a very individual regard oriented to property, to goods, with licenses, regard that even if it was anticipating in a way an environment free of contamination and pollution, was a limited regard. And today, after 40 years, we see the new reflection that has to do with which will be the new constitution for the future. How do we want to face the future? Our culture, I think it's like that. Our regard of the constitution and of life must be upgraded after 50 years. We are not as other expressions that have other nations that are based on principles, but it's not bad. It's not bad to have this reflection and to develop, because the society changes, the environment changes, our way of facing it is changing. So this regard towards the future, coming from a history, is very important and opportune. What is positive is that we have a tremendous opportunity in this context. When I participated in Madrid, we were about to have this process, to have a new constitution written. And now we have this ambit of the constituents working, the convention is working, and this is an evolution and a reflection that is being produced in the convention, and this is very good. And the concept of the environmental criteria is the center of the convention. So there are very few people that not consider environmental issues as the center of the new constitution for Chile. So from the point of view of the technicals, we don't have to discard this issue. And we will have several principles of sustainability in the new constitution. And we have to reflect that when the rules are not clear, when the rules are not clear, we have instability, confusion. We cannot believe the reality in which we are, and that creates uncertainty, because especially when we come from a culture like the one of the 80s or the 90s, where we had a very individual construction. When we have this change of rule, we have instability, and we have discussions where in general we have this discussion among scientific uncertainty and political uncertainty. And this is part of the essence, and this certainty have to do with development. This is a regional problem, and I think it's a world problem. But in order to understand which are the regards, we have to transmit a message. And when one looks at the environmental world, our institution is not reviewing the projects and bettering them. So when we saw the data in general, there have been a rejection of the projects and a tendency to evaluation. We have to reflect on the evaluation's environmental system, and we have to see how all this reflection regarding the environment is so strong, diagnosis and then projection towards the future. And another element is that we are not having trust on the institution. We mistrust the institutions. We want to develop, and how can we develop without any dialogue? This is an emblematic news. A member of the constitutional, very emblematic part of his campaign was built with a sickness that he didn't have. And in order to transmit a message, it's not good to use these lies because it attempts against a dialogue. What has to do all this with the climate change? Up to the moment we're talking about a context of communication, but that is exactly the point, according to me. It is not a discussion of principles. The scientists already did their work. The data are over the table. We have a consensus regarding the scientific information, and that is clear. We do not have discussion regarding how these effects are being produced. The moment is another. We need leaders, we need people that govern us. We need, today is the moment of the politicians. Even if we don't want the dialogue, the negotiations have to be promoted, and also we have to produce consensus. And for that, what we need is to regenerate the trust, the message, but the bridge, the spaces needed. And this is a very good space in order to have a debate and see how we will look at our future, and when we speak on our future, the scientists in the country sees the IPCC have generated all the sufficient information in order to discuss, and now we have to see how to improve and how to change. Thank you, Patricia. This is reality we have to go. I like a man that had an ironical phrase, which was the climate change does not believe on you, but the climate change, yes, believes on you.
Because obviously it's going to be manifested. So I just wanted to go now to Natalie Goffard, the stage to offer to her. The communication of these issues is fundamental. There are some ways in which they are so graphic to visualize all that, the arts. Within my management, we also thought that we wanted to show things and publicize things with graphic things. What we did when we wanted to avoid plastic bags, it was to have a bird with a stomach full of plastic bags, and that was very strong, and it was quite useful. So, Natalie Goffard, thank you for your invitation. It's quite interesting how these interdisciplinary dialogues, and as Patricia said, that you are intimidated. I am also intimidated because what I'm going to I want to show to you is the hard data that you're sharing and how they are reflected, especially in the contemporary arts, in the philosophical concepts associated to it. But before going to the virtual passage, I'm going to show some national and international works that go for the climate change. I'm going to go back 1 century ago, and this image is walking on the clouds from Gaspar Friedrich, inaugurating romanticism, this notion, so typical one, also notion of romanticism for sublimity. And when you are facing the immensity of nature. Why I'm showing that? Because this closes an era and opens a new one that introduces the concept of anthropocenic, which is a term coined by Paul Crutzen in 2000, but in it was adopted by humanities, saying that the anthropocenic concept, saying that the Holocenic era closes and the anthropocenic one opens, and the impact on biodiversity, etc. How everything that we do will affect the planet. And that is why I show this, that used to be the contrary to it. In the 1900s, the human beings were affected by the planet, but there is this change where we make ourselves aware that our collective action will affect our environment. And this is fundamental not only in the perception and the construction of the different visions that we have, but in the different ways that I'm going to show how ecology is introduced in arts. This is a very important image, not only for arts, but for the whole world. It is the image when in 1969, the man steps on the moon and gives this image. A geographer, Janis Coffra, saying that when mankind saw this image and was aware of the blue marble that we have, it was just a small, fragile circumference that we need to care for. And this is a fundamental image for ecology being born and how it is reflected in the atypical ways of a contemporary art. Now, me, as I'm coming from the arts, I do not work on PowerPoint. I work with the web pages of the artists, and we're going to go through different national and international artists based on the problem areas that we're touching upon today. This is this Mishta Kenner from England. She works with images, satellite images that takes from Google Earth. This is called feedlocks. As you see, then it is almost an abstract painting, but those are images built through Photoshop, through micro screening shots. So those are air images that show the effect of the cattle industry in the contamination of waters and the articulation of, I would say, aesthetically, we see beautiful colors which are just debris, organic debris, is even blood. And many artists, based on drones and Google Earth and other applications, are able to show what are all these scourges, in fact, that we have been left. I will show another artist, another one that have shown, that have worked with the humans footprint from Canada. He has done films and pictures. This is called Anthropocenic, and this is a predominance from the air visions. Those are shows on how the human footprint is left on the planet, and it was taken into other concepts which are just now in incipient areas. For example, post-nature concept. What is post-nature? It's a concept showing that as we are living in post-modernity, we are living in post-nature, because it has to do with understanding that this nature is not this spectacle, this show that I'm showing to you. It is nothing that is working apart from us, and that we have a direct action on it. We are active agents in the territory in the way that we are conforming that. Together with this concept, we have other ones. The concept of ecofeminism, which is another practice, or activism, or artivism, which is art and activism together. And we have then another artist coming from it, working with the community. Among all these reflections, I want to show, for example, this is a collective called Last Hope from Chile, works on the different images from glaciers to make people aware on the warming of the earth. Those are images made from the glaciers, and this figure emerges quite present in the from the work with the community. Another artist is Joaquin Parcas. He is an engineer from Argentina, developed this project which is called Utopia Project, different windmills that try to delay somehow the melting of the ice. This one is a Mexican artist that built minor robots, in fact, that take contaminated parts of the water um, to just to make us think and study how these micro robots can clean waters and how they can have a very small repercussion, but they still are present, these repercussions. Francisco Navarrete is a Chilean one, worked on or with the community here. It was working on two rivers, and he collects different logs with this collection of the different rivers being represented in paintings. So he works the community to make people aware. And it is very important along this line, all these works allowed by the new technologies, ecofeminisms, which is the union between ecology and feminisms, and trying to break the paradigm, the heteropatriarchal paradigm to give more flexibility to nature. One of the main theorists is Bruno Latour, working on the concept of Gaia, but it is not this nature as a spectacle that is bigger than us. It is just to become aware how the actions that we have on our environment would dialogue with the history of mankind. And the last one is the union between technology and ecology. Among these theorists, we can find another artist from Chile, Rodrigo Arteaga. He did this series where he works and questions eco-cultivation, burning leaves, etc., and saying how the monocultivations on pines and eucalyptus have transformed the paramount views of the Chilean territory. I want to close this presentation precisely with a comment. All the concepts that have been associated that make us as artists quite concerned. The concept of post-nature art, ecofeminism. It's very important, this vision between ecology, arts, and ecology. And I want to insist on how we can try to rewrite our relationship with the territories and not and trying to see the earth not as a spectacle but as a look it as a fusion, understanding the vision of the earth not from the traditional way of the window that we used to have from the Renaissance and Renaissantist, the one that dominates nature. That is the way that in Western world we understood it. That is to say, when we could control our environment, but this era is over, and the human being not only controls but damages it. So that is why we have to make this change, and how this is reflected in these new visions of arts, in activisms and the work with the community and with the territories. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Natalie. I just took note of all these artists because the way of communicating that is very important. It's quite interesting what you talked about, this feeling, this awareness on the fires in the environment or in the woods, etc. And obviously, I would just wanted to mention as well what Chris Jordan has done for this metalwork in Chile with all this plastic vision. That is to say that obviously we have to consider. But Marisol, we have to continue up until some minutes more, or we have to stop here, Marisol, please.
Estamos escuchando a Marisol.
Marcelo,
sí,
alcanzamos a tener 5 minutos solamente.
Only five minutes. Only 5 minutes for one question. So, if there is any question over, no problem, I will take it. But generally, we have seen different disciplines, from economy, from biodiversity, from agriculture, from art, how this is basic, how to put it into dimension, to penetrate all different areas. I have just given a course on climate change, anthropocenic vision, because I want to have different angles. When you are working only in one angle, you lose integrity. So in general terms, I would like then to talk and to ask in just a couple of words for each of you, very quickly, no time. What have you taken from the other? What has been interesting for you from the other ones, the other panel members, I would say? So I don't know. I would start by Patricia. What can you take from these different angles in order to face this emergency? Well, excellent presentations, all of them. But what Patricia said in the lines that it is there is evidence and scientific evidence that we have present here, at least for those who take decisions or make decisions.
Patricia, sobre esto de generar especies como bienes públicos. También a Natalie.
Natalie was very interesting as well, the aesthetic area of it, and there was the word horror there as well implied on what we are doing. My questions would be for you. What are these artists doing? It is in terms of the general awareness. It is a general awareness. And Joshari, I would like to see how you value the multi-systemic systems, if that's sense for you.
And, basically, I see that it's very interesting because everybody is talking that how we can include the value of nature into our day-to-day economic activities. And in environmental economics, we do talk now about how to value the aesthetic value of nature, how we can value the use value of nature. We right now have only exchange value, but we can calculate nowadays the total value of nature. So I think what we need is training everybody how to do that and then include it in our GDP calculation, which drives our economies. So we need to include it within our day-to-day economic activities, governmental policies, and investors' decisions. And it is possible. We now know the science.
Yes. Natalie, te quería preguntar a ti, porque yo vengo trabajando en temas de
Natalie, I wanted to talk to you. I have been working on externalities, but for many people, this is quite choking to put value to human life, or not to put value, because it means that it hasn't got any value. So what is your vision from arts, how we can value externalities, that is to say, how we can value a whale, for example, quite problematic, in fact. Unfortunately, I think that this is a problem that we saw with the pandemic, when we have to balance the importance of life versus economical activity. So I think that there is an ethic problem there, and ethic dilemma which we face in art when we work with communities and with things or with different issues, with different social realities, and we have to transform that into works, art works that finally go to a fair. They are linked to the market of arts, and they have their own dilemmas. For example, when we have been accused of making money with misery, for example, or poverty. Okay, interest in these interactions, so interdisciplinary in nature. So, Patricia, I don't know whether you want to comment something. I can't avoid that. Natalie, I liked your presentation, and I wanted to talk about the different the different concepts. I don't know whether we have to value everything, but what we have to do is to visualize. And we have economy, we have science. What Natalie does is that she talks about another thing, sensations, emotions, and this is sensitizing as well. So when we have to quantify an effect, what we have to do is to visualize. And this has been done because she is visualizing and making us visualizing that. Now we have to execute, and that is where we need more dialogue, and the diagnosis may be easier. Marcelo, just one thing added at the end. This concept has come from the decolonizing environment, because it is in the theories of today, and it concerns us as we are from Latin America. We do not have to forget this idea of natural resources. And when we were colonized, we were a colony to be colonized, because everything was a resource, even the slaves. So everything is linked. So the revisions of the decolonization, what is going on now with the monuments of the people, what happens to the First Nations, the history of Black people enslaved. So those are micro revolutions that are being done. And the earth, Gaia, is having its own revolution, saying that's enough. So in mankind, things are not that categorized, that strictly defined. Everything is crossed upon, everything is cross-cutting, and there are territories, bodies, and visions which are crossed. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you, Patricio. Thank you, Yoshari and Tanya, for this unusual and necessary dialogue. Thank you for all of you. And we can continue with Marisol now. Thank you, Marcela, and for all the panel members. And we go then with this idea in our heads, the immensity of our problem area. So with these images, then we go and continue with our inaugural vision of the second conference on the IPCC, and that has been organized by the Scientific Committee of Chile's, by the European Union, and by Fundación MERI. We are being broadcast by minciencia.gov.cl and through Futuro 360 CNN Chile. I invite you now to leave your question in the chat and tell you that this meeting is being interpreted into English and in Spanish. The next presenter is an author of IPCC, Paulo Artacho, environmental science from the Academy of Science of Sao Paulo in Brazil, and member of the Science Committee for the Advancements of Science.
Paulo Artacho from
I worked on chapter 6 that deals with short-lived climate forces in this new IPCC. So I will start presenting the main findings of this new report. So basically, this chapter deals with the short-lived climate forces. But before I speak it directly on them, I would like to show you three important messages from the IPCC AR6. That the first one is very clear and very strong phrases, like recent changes in the climate system are widespread, rapid, and intensified, and unprecedented in thousands of years. So it's a very, very clear message. Another important message is on the urgency of reducing emissions. So unless there are immediate, rapid, and large-scale reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, limiting warming to 1.5 degrees will be beyond reach. So again, it focuses on reducing emissions. And then making the link for the first time in IPCC with the climate system and urban air pollution, there is this phrase in Science for Policymakers that mentioned that to limit global warming, strong, rapid, and sustained reductions in CO2, methane, and other greenhouse gases are necessary. This would not only reduce the consequences of climate change, but also improve air quality. So for the first time, we see IPCC dealing together climate and urban air pollution. And the main reason to do that is that several short-lived climate forces, we will see who they are very important into the climate system. So basically, these are contributions to global warming from the individual components, some of them long-lived, like carbon dioxide, and other are short-lived, like methane, like the aerosols, and like black carbon. So basically, the aerosols are masking half degree, 0.5 degrees of the warming we have already done in the climate system. So basically, the aerosols are masking the global warming by 1/3 of the heating that you have already done to the climate system. And this is important because if you do policies to reduce urban air pollution, that is happening right now, especially in India, in China, and in many other countries, including Latin America. Basically, we have the potential to heat up additional 0.5 degrees in a very short time, let's say 10 to 20 years. So basically, that is the relevance of the aerosols in the climate system. And then if you look for the different scenarios of emissions in terms of CO2, IPCC have used 5 different scenarios, 2 scenarios very optimistic, 2 scenarios that mean that we are implementing the Paris Agreement in different ways, and one of the scenarios is a kind of business as usual. And for each of these scenarios, the short-lived climate forces like methane, like aerosol precursors, have different scenarios also, and they will influence which will be the temperature we will reach after the simulations. So just to have an idea of the impact of the climate change in Latin America, for a 4 degrees heating, global average heating, Latin America will heat up by 5.5 to 6 degrees. We see that this will be a major change in our continent, and that will be very widespread over Latin America. But most importantly is the reduction in soil moisture. So basically we see that if you allow the planet to hit an average of 4 degrees, we will have a much drier Central South America and also southern Chile and southern Argentina than we have today. So basically, this will be major changes to our continent. In order to do that, we needed to discuss the short-lived climate forces. What are these components? Are components that have a lifetime in the atmosphere that much shorter than the long-lived climate forces like CO2, for instance. Basically, we see that there are several feedbacks from the emissions, from anthropogenic and natural emissions. They cause air pollution in our urban and regional centers. Then this change the atmospheric composition. The atmospheric composition changes the radiative forcing, that changes the temperature, precipitation, weather patterns, and the cryosphere in the climate system. And there are feedbacks that increase some of the emissions or decrease some of the emissions. So basically, this is how IPCC have done the climate simulation from the emissions to the final impact into the ecosystem. So who are the short-lived climate forcers? They are basically methane that are emitted by waste processing, fossil fuel exploration, and also agriculture and actually meat production that has a lifetime of about 12 years. So basically it's much shorter lifetime than CO2 that has a lifetime of hundreds to thousands of years. Then we have ozone that has a lifetime of several weeks, is a secondary pollutant produced into the atmosphere. We have black carbon that has a lifetime of a few days, and we have the yellow carbons who have a lifetime of 1 to 20 years. So basically, and then you have sulfates, organic aerosols, nitrates that have very short lifetime within a few days. Why this is important? Because if I reduce the emissions of aerosols, it has a very fast response to the climate system. And then, how is the link between air quality and climate? This is basically explored on this slide, where you see that if we reduce methane, N2O, CO2, we have a climate benefit. But if you reduce some of the short-lived, we could have, in addition to the climate benefit, we could have benefits for the crops, for the urban health, and in terms of climate penalty, it can be significant because some of the organic carbon sulfate and nitrates can actually, as a heating effect, if you remove or reduce this component to the climate system. In terms of sector contribution for each of these short-lived climate forcers, we have, for instance, for ammonia, is basically agricultural emissions. For methane, is basically fossil fuel production, but also agriculture, and so on. So it's a very diverse type of sources that contribute to this short-lived climate forcer. In terms of regional contribution, for Latin American and Caribbean, we'll see that our continent has significant emissions for all the different climate components. So in terms of reduction of the air temperature in response to aerosol reduction, we'll see that, for instance, for Latin American and especially for the Arctic region, we can have a very strong impact in temperature due to the aerosol. Right now, this is the reduction in the temperature, regional temperature from the aerosols we have in the atmosphere. So you can see in terms of zonal mean that, of course, the high latitudes have a very strong aerosol cooling effect right now. And if you look for the net radiative forcing due to the aerosols since the industrial revolution, we'll see that, for instance, aerosols were masking very significantly the radiative forcing and the heating over Europe, for instance, and then starting from the 70s and the 80s, reduction in air pollution started the aerosols effect being reduced. And if this trend continues, the aerosol reduction in terms of emission, we can have the potential to heat up the climate system very significantly. Over the long term, basically who dominates the heating is actually CO2. But we can have a significant impact if you also reduce the emissions of methane, ozone, and aerosols. So basically, this short-lived climate pollutant can have an important role in the short term, contrary to CO2 that only has impacts in terms of long term. So if you calculate this in terms of climate response after 10 years or climate response after 100 years, we see, for instance, the role of methane in 10 years is as big as the role of CO2. But over 100 years, the role of methane and the short-lived components will be much smaller. So that is the advantage of defining a strategy to reduce short-lived climate pollutants. They improve air quality, and in addition to that, they have a very strong short-term impact on climate. So basically, this is the message we have from chapter 6 from the IPCC report, and we'll be happy to answer any questions in the discussion sections of this presentation. Thanks for your attention.
Gracias, Pablo, por la presentación. A continuación, damos también la bienvenida a Ana María Molina, directora ejecutiva de Fundación Meri, quien profundizará precisamente junto a Pablo Artacho los alcances del capítulo 6 que nos acaba de presentar. Ana María, te damos la bienvenida, te dejo junto a Pablo en esta conversación.
Muchas gracias, Marisol, y muchas gracias, Paulo, por tu
Thank you,
presentación.
Marisol, and thank you for your presentation. Very clear, a lot of graphics that facilitate the comprehension. I want to deepen in some issues that maybe you couldn't detail because of the limits of time. On these short time elements, how long does this have as an effect, and which are those effects? Can you tell us that? And it was quite fast in your presentation. Thank you for my, and excuse me for my portuñol. I want to be comprehended. I think there are two main aspects with these elements that have medium life or short life. The basic one is methane, produced in the cultivation of meat and the exploration of fossil oil. The methane does not produce ozone, but in the atmosphere, but each of the molecules is 50 times stronger to produce greenhouse gases than a molecule of CO2. So to reduce the methane emissions is very important, and it will have a fast impact in order to avoid the temperature to raise too much. The second important component are the sprays that presently are cooling the planet in an important degree. 1/3 of all the growth of this moment, and then the fight against the pollution, the atmospheric pollution, will do that this concentration of sprays will diminish. So we will have inevitably a fast raising of temperatures due to these pollutants in order to better the quality of the atmosphere. So we have two effects that are opposed one to the other one to avoid the warming, and the other one that will reinforce the global warming. So we need to have public policies that will do a good balance among these two short-term climate forces. Yes, and thinking on that, which are the main challenges that help to reduce these emissions? The main challenges for methane is the production of food. Methane is about 35 to 40% of the emissions of methane are associated with the production of food, agriculture, especially with the production of meat. And obviously, it's very difficult for us, for many countries that do not have access to other high-protein diets, to eat less meat in order to avoid the high concentration of methane. So we cannot expect that we have 2 billion people in Africa that do not have access to high protein diets. And once these people will have probably in the next 10 or 15 years will reduce the emission of, will increase the reduction of methane and will have a very high impact. So there are a couple of questions which are very important associated with the production of food and associated with the atmospheric contamination. Perfect. So the message in this chapter of the IPCC report is that not only we have to look at CO2, which was an emission of the focus since a long time, but there are other emissions which are greenhouse gases that were not attended before, and that is urgent to pay attention to. Yes, you are brilliant in your synthesis, and we need to see the carbon dioxide, of course, as a main greenhouse gases, but methane, also the ozone gases are very important. So we need public policies that are interested in a long term, but also in the short term with the reduction of methane emissions. Perfect. And now I will go further. Our economical system is very extractive. We impact in a negative way our environment with our processes and our industry and our form of carrying on our economy in our countries. How can we change this economical vision to make it more sustainable and to face these challenges?
Ana Maria, muy importante questão.
It's very important, Ana Maria, this question. If we change drastically our economical system, where the production is maximized and the benefits are maximized in the less time as possible without caring on the environmental damage, this philosophy will not have future in our planet if we want a planet minimally sustainable. So the answer is we need and urgently to change our economical system. And the thing is, how do we change? Where we go? How do we do it? Who has the recipe for a new economical system that would be sustainable, that will follow all these objectives of the sustainable development, which are critical for sustainable warranty? Even the socio-economical system, the present one, many enterprises are trying to go to strategies, environmental and social and of governance and strategies in Brazil, for instance. And this is an important advancement, but we need more radical advancement on the economical system in order to arrive to the end of this century without the increasing of 4 Celsius degrees, as the IPCC report foresees, with an enormous socio-economical impact that will mean a loss of biodiversity without precedent in our planet that our society cannot face. So for that, we have to change drastically our socio-economical system. Perfect. In some way, we need to put in value the non-damaging of the environment, not only the benefits that we obtain in spite of the natural resources, but also value what is to maintain the nature, to maintain the biodiversity, healthy biodiversity, and that will lead us to complement an economical system that is not clear on that. Yes, this must be done because of a very simple reason. We do not have another possibility for humanity but to change the way in which we use the natural resources of our planet because they are limited and the economical growth only exists in the heads of the economists. Our planet is not able to sustain permanent growth because our planet has very reduced resources, and the scientists, environmental people, our governments should change. Thank you, Paulo. I have a last question for you. I want to thank your passion, your clarity to explain as author of IPCC and scientist that you are so clear on all this information, so negative information. Which is the message you can give the people and which is your message for the future, how we can get up tomorrow after all this explanation? With which message do you leave us? The message of the IPCC report is not negative, it is clear. It is clear that we need to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases. We need to improve the 17 objectives of sustainable development. We need to change the economical system that bring us to this climatic crisis we are today. So the message is positive, that we are in the point of changing. We are in the moment of changing. We do not have more time to lose. And if we go back to 25 years ago, if we have changed then, we will not be in this crisis now with all these problems everywhere in the world. In the central Brazil, we are with very strong droughts and with in many other countries, so we are 20 years late in the implementation, and the message of IPCC is very clear. We have to reduce now the emissions in the most strong way, and in this action, humanity is preserving its environment, a sustainable environment for the next generation. So the message is not the end of the world. It is not negative, it is positive. Or we change our society now, or we must change our society. Put scientific evidence and to make it faster. Thank you, Paulo.
Gracias, Ana María Molina, directora.
Thank you, Ana María Molina, director of Medi Foundation, for this conversation with Paulo Artacha. Yes, as you mentioned, he was so clear and passionate on the different reaches of the last report of IPCC. The next panel has got a mission. It's called Strategies of Economical Adaptation, as well as a social and urban one. The need of rethinking the model of development and the way that we inhabit the territories and we use the resources from a regional perspective from Latin America and the Caribbean to know experiences and mitigation, adaptation on the different territories. We want to welcome the panel members. Sergio Araya, architect and professor of architecture and design from Design Lab from Adolfo Ibáñez University, also a researcher in DMT in engineering, science of materials and architecture. Marcelo Mena, once again, we have introduced him now as a panel member, former Ministry of Environment of Chile, manager of the private sector, and as well as member of the World Bank. Fernando González, CEO Becerra Dominador, the big solar project in the desert of Atacama in the north, more than 20 years in the industry of energy, financing and operations based on traditional and renewable energies. Welcome, Fernando, and Dani Aguilar, representative of the young representation and affiliated for the environmental justice, working on the Center environmental issues in University of San Marco. Paloma Avila will moderate. He works in CNN Chile, and we want to thank the coverage of CNN Chile Futuro 360 in the dissemination of this conference. Now it is your time, Paloma, to moderate the panel. Thank you. Thank you, Marisol, and welcome to all the panel members today. As a Futuro 360, we are very pleased to participate in this key event. As Klaus said, the way is either we change or we change. Good news, because change always is fearful. But this panel will talk about these alternatives, the strategies that could be viable, that can give us a light on how we can change quicker and better. Latin America and the Caribbean need development, but we have to face climate change. And this implies a development of the economy with social justice, preservation of the environment, but also to continue working quicker. The panel will show experiences, basically in the transition towards mitigation and adaptation based on our territories with our own reality. Our objective is to look at this model of development which has trapped us all, how we can inhabitate our territories more harmoniously, using less resources or more efficiently used, with a regional perspective for Latin America and the Caribbean. As most of these panels, we're going to have a presentation of our panel members, then we will have a small conversation. And I want to offer the stage to Marcelo Mena, that he is reinventing his subject matter, because this is our panel, Marcelo. Muted? No, that's okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Paloma, and effectively Partortasio that talked today is one of my reference. With all his world from 2005, he talking about this contamination, atmospheric contamination and pollution, and the linkage with the environment. I have worked with my teacher as well that this black carbon that has to be reduced was important. That is why we were very strong with diesel and firewoods, because those are the main contributors to this black carbon in the cities of the world, and particularly in Chile as well. That is why there is a good policy from the state established by government of President Bachelet, continuing today with the Piñera government, that there is a goal on mitigation to reduce this black carbon, because we understand that this atmospheric contamination and climate change has to be synergically addressed. When we talk about that in the international negotiations, it is very difficult to do it, but it is a mistake, because in practice, the health sector is one of the most powerful ones in all countries. Lots of tools that do not have the ministries of environment. When we do the sanitary alert to take measures in order to reduce this contamination, we used the sanitary code and we worked
en colaborar juntos. Y
in
medio ambiente
terms of cooperating together. environment and in the health will never be defeated if we are together. So from the point of view of health, we found quickly that one of the main concerns of all the citizens in the world is health and atmospheric contamination also. If we go to Katowice, COP24, quality of air is important. When we go to China, COP as well, main concern is the quality of air. And certainly, we have to recognize that atmospheric contamination is the main threat in the environment today, where almost 40% of death today of different illnesses and cancer, etc., they come from air contamination. So World Bank, they talk about the $8 trillion that are caused by the air pollution. If we do not see this integrally, we believe that firewood is carbon neutral, but it is not, and it was applied as normal heating. It was thought that the diesel vehicles were more efficient, but they created difficult problems with the contamination. And today there is no advantage in compare with gasoline, and it's much worse in terms of the health damage. So we have green taxes. For example, today in Chile, if you buy one, has to do with CO2 and diesel, because of the different gases that are emitted. And the mixture between these two policies takes us to a synergy. So when we analyze and integrate what the economical benefits are in terms of decarbonization, when we see the marginal damage or the marginal savings by ton, we find that it is $5 in savings in comparison with the goal of the decarbonization. But if we sum up the air contamination, this is multiplied by 5. So an integration between the two public policies is a better way. And as I like to learn from my mistakes, and learning from the successes of others, the climatic agenda, when I met Minister Larraín in the World Bank, when we talk about climate change, he said we're going to have a goal based on science. And it was clear for me that moment that it meant a decarbonization 2050, reducing emissions under 50% in 2030. With science, it is or it is not. If you comply or you don't comply, there's no gray area. So this allowed seeing whether our efforts were in alignment with the Agreement of Paris or not. The Organization of Commerce says that in 3 more weeks, we are going to have more values for air quality. And this indicates that we are going to have new goals. And our goals, well, we say in Chile, how many people die because of contamination? I say 3,700. But how it is calculation with concentration, but with concentration beyond the standard? But what happens between 0 and 20, which is the norm? Well, there are people dying as well, but they are not counted because they are under the standard. It says, why? Because these people are dying anyway, effectively. So if we have weak standards, we are allowing more. So my lesson is the community of the air quality has to learn from the community of climate change, because science must guide our economical, political explanations. They do not coincide with reality. When we have strong standards, we are then giving more benefits to people. I just wanted to comment this in first stage. So still time for me?
Calculemos
No,
unos 5
mira,
minutos.
continuemos al final, que es cuando
Sí.
uno se pone
We
polémico,
can we can
entretenido.
we can continue at the end when you become more polemic and interesting, but no, we're just coinciding that we have to put more things, that we have to accelerate the triple all these effects. And from this point of view, I want to listen from Sergio Araya to see how this can have an impact in the city and in the materiality of the cities.
Ustedes me dicen si llega la imagen.
Can you see that?
Ya, ok.
That's okay.
Bueno, yo soy arquitecto, así que para
Well,
mí
I am an architect, so for me it's enormous honor to be here in a table with a scientific
humilde,
people.
viene de
My contribution is quite humbled, coming from design and creativity applied, looking for ways to tackle these environmental problems. I'm going to show a project and maybe a teaser of what we're just starting to do. This is called igneous tectonics, has to do with volcanoes, and Chile is located in the Pacific Rim of Fire. This is something you know. The responsible of it is responsible of 90% of the earthquakes, 75% of the volcanic activity. In Chile, obviously, we know it quite well because this is our map of the Ministry of Mining, and USDN has got this map as well, where the risky zones are, showing here that if we follow all these indications, if we follow this map, we could live in no place in Chile. But that is why we have this kind of tragedies. Those are the effect of a volcano. Cernagio Min says that there is an eruption every 5 years as an average. We've had 3 these last years with different impacts. We know the experience of the eruption of some of these volcanoes in the news. Chile has got more than 160 volcanoes recorded. 90 of them are active, 60 of them are monitored because they have a permanent activity. The result of the eruptions is these hills of lava and tragedies associated. There are material and losses and human losses. Our objective is to transform this material with all this burden to try to solve the problems of habitation that we have, and it means to work to recover some ancestral techniques that today would be armies of workers, as in the previous slave populations in the past. But today we can do it with robots, and we have trained robots to do carpentry in stones, to assemble all these materials in order to have very simple and intuitive constructive materials, so that people that have lost their places to live, their possibilities of inhabiting a territory, can recover that quicker and have a better housing. And so they would have then a house made of stone. We have worked on this project thinking that it is interesting as an opportunity to recover local materials that would allow us to recover ancestral traditions as well, quite efficient, low cost. As we saw previously, this material really floods big areas and even villages. And it is a material that really is the property. It is it is for the people who live there, in fact. So here we've got important architectonic characteristics. It allows bigger blocks, good isolation, etc. And the link to the environment. Well, I was talking about architecture. Now we can talk about this scene. You have seen that in the school of La Greda in the small, central part of Chile. This is last year. This is an experiment that a company did in Iceland. We have been following this development. What they did was to not to free all this material, CO2 and others. Their mix was basically burning biomass. In Iceland, what they did was to capture the totality of these emissions of these geothermal plants, mix them with water, that's a lot of water, they are an island, and then inject this liquefied CO2 under the substrate of the island, which is quite similar to the rock that I showed before, is volcanic rock of basaltic characteristics. So it is a simple process relatively. There is a drilling process. It is injected some meters below the surface, and after a year, 70% of this CO2 liquefied becomes rock, and it becomes calcium carbonate, and it becomes a rock once again. Here we have the samples of it. In 2 years, 100% of this CO2 becomes a rock. This is a map, a study on the southern cone of Chile and Argentina, big big amount of potentiality here to do chemistry so that we can have this material to warehouse CO2. This project was presented to another instance of architecture, the biannual of architecture. There was a house of 150 square meters, has got 310 cubic meters of basaltic rock, and how much CO2 can be absorbed. This is quite simple. We got some rocks from a Chilean project. We went to Villarrica volcano. We took it. We scanned all these rocks one by one. We sent them to Spain. In Spain, they have the robots to cut them. We went to Spain to cut them all. The idea was to make visible that a possible solution for the environment is potentially to change the use, the way that we build, that is to say, burning rock, so that we can avoid having cement. We can use this kind of rock, which has got the potential of sequestering CO2. We took it by ship up to Venice. It was taken into Venice. This is the installation that we did in the biannual show of Venice in architecture. Chilean volcano, showing that it is possible to change the way of making things, and that there is a potential in an industry that has been seen as the responsible of gas emissions because of cement and iron and steel, but we want to be part of the solution and not the problem. And this is something that people recognize it. People realizes that this is quite close to them. In Venice, in Italy, there are volcanoes this way, and they realize that maybe the solution is much closer, and maybe the possibility of sequestering carbon is not that far and not that impossible either. The last slide, just to show to you the equivalence table. if we could build with a program of urban development using this material, we could reduce significantly the amount of emissions. This means that if we can trap all the CO2, evidently there are some scientists saying that that they're trying to make it direct sequestration. There is not an intermediate step, and we have been awarded with a prize this weekend. This is the use, or to understand where the CO2 is. That is to say, is invisible. What we have done is an interesting alliance, design strategies, geologists, architects, scientists used to trying to use the same technologies to see the stars, but now to see the city. So an astronomer is quite an expert at saying that the light that is so far away has got certain characteristics, and this planet has got this and that material, because he can clarify everything from here to the planet. So they're experts in detecting what is in the atmosphere. And we see, if we use this technology, but instead of eliminating the noise of the atmosphere, we concentrated in what is in the atmosphere, we can characterize the local atmosphere. And this is our first attempt of hacking the cameras of the city's transportation systems, and try to see in the atmosphere what are the objectives, what do we have in the atmosphere, and we can characterize some refractance and the absorption of light in the different aspects of the different infrared cameras or whatever. And here we can see some footprints which are significant of a typical molecule that could be PM2, PM25, CO2, SO2, etc. And we can model then where this cloud is in real time. Today in Santiago, we have 3,100 cameras for the traffic control, and there are millions of cameras all around the planet. So we could say that potentially we could do a network with high resolution in order to map real time the cloud of contaminants being differentiated by substance or size of particle, and to make some, or to take some actions based on public policies, so that we can, for example, benefit a neighborhood much better than what we have today on the contamination for the whole city that depends on few meteorological stations, which are not in real time either. So this is a project that we are here, how they move, where they are stationed, or these gases are trapped, and how we could sequestrate them finally. Thank you very much. Sergio, you did a super summary of many interesting things, all of them mixed and combined. And today in Chile, we are very fond of cameras. So cameras not to monitor people, that would be fantastic, and not to create paranoia. So we are going to go back to you because of several points that you've touched upon, but I wanted to talk now with Fernando Gonzalez so that he could talk about energy adaptation. And this is one of the big challenges that we have in Chile, because we have a big opportunity in Chile as well, because of our country, the kind of country we are, and the resources we have. Fernando, please.
Thank you very much, Paloma. I'm very happy to be here. And transition is slow, and it's very important not to leave the opportunity. We have a great opportunity in the world to accelerate the energetic transition, and we don't have to let it go. We have the mechanisms and the solutions to accelerate such transition. So the interesting thing is that no, it's not a question of the economical development could be compatible with surroundings or whatever. All those factors are there to accomplish the three objectives together. And the important thing is which is the preoccupation of the people. People, as I see it from the electrical side, people want electricity 24 hours, competitive prices, and a matrix that will be renewable with an environment that, as Marcelo was saying in the former presentation, a good quality of air, clean air, without pollutants. So all the conditions are there. Also the objectives as country are clear. The point to better in the next years is to assure that the measures that are taken and the signals that are given are the adequate in order to achieve those objectives. No distortions of the market, all the externalities of the generation system will be clear for a presentation of the renewable energies, which are flexible. And I want to make simple things and give some examples. I have two examples for the electrical sector. The first, in the morning, I love to take a coffee. After the first thing in the morning, it's not the same to have a coffee immediately when I get up than at 2 p.m. It's not the same to have electricity in each moment of the day. The value or the importance, the impact of electricity is not the same in every hour of the day. And the second example has to do with having measures that are clear and aligned with the objectives. With a very simple example, if I want to eat healthy and be healthy, I cannot eat all the time French fry potatoes. So the concept is not because the French fries are cheap, so I eat them. It's not my objective to be healthy. So we are seeing a big impact that we must celebrate, a big penetration of renewable energies, which have a very positive impact in the price, but are left us in the middle of the road because those energy need, as they function in the electrical system, they need a generation that could function in the moments in which these variable energies are not present. And those signs must be clear, must allow the entrance of money that could contribute to such flexibility. So the point is to give policies very clear and clear signs so that the market will regulate and will have a matrix more renewable and cleaner matrix. During many years, has been a message listening all the time in the electrical sector, the technological neutrality. We do not have to favor one technology over the other one. This is okay, but in the measure that the values that are added by each technology are comparable, and the negative impact or positive impact of each one of the technologies cost could be considered. When those conditions are not given, there is a distortion of the market that attempts against the installation of accelerated renewable plants. Now there are technologies, it's not the only one in our case, and we can give a lot to the electrical Chilean system with a very competitive prices. So it's a perfect moment to give that step and to better the sector, giving the signals that definitely will help us accelerate the electrical transition to a 100% renewable market. Thank you, Fernando. The price is something discussed since a long time. We have as a country a big distortion of the market. I don't know if I was cut it. Maybe I was cut it. We have a distortion, very strong one. I was talking this by Claudio Finate, the director of the Association of Renewable Energy. This association is pushing, but if we do not have the clearly negative impacts of fossil fuels in the matrix, we cannot go faster as we have done it up to now. Now I want to give the floor to Dani Renata Aguilar in order to speak about inclusion and adaptation in this moment. Yes. Good morning with everyone. I am Dani Aguilar. I have 22 years old. I'm Peruvian and I represent the young generation, and for that we did a conference with boys, girls, and we have worked in this presentation with a group of adaptation with 5 people. I can see the screen. I have some positive images. I will go immediately to the first image on climate change, where girls and boys are especially vulnerable in climate change, and with 3 data, which are the most common in Latin America and the Caribbean. 30% of the girls are exposed to this with lack of water, while 60% exposed to dengue, and more than 50% are exposed to a lack of quality of the air. And this can be related to the impact of climate change, and you can see the impact in the disponibility of water and in some sicknesses as dengue, which is linked to mosquitoes. And this has to be seen in relation with adaptation measurements that incorporate the girls and boys, and you should consider the measures of adaptation, because we are taking out some opportunities for our development, and we have existence of participation, which we are lacking on participation. Some girls do not have participations, and also in what has to do with climate change, that brings us to a lot of challenges, because it's not the same a girl or a boy in a urban community than in a rural community in terms of technology and basic services. There are some differences according to the socioeconomic levels, and we have to reduce these gaps in education, in health, in water, and in technology, in access to the information. So it's needed to have consciousness on climate change and visualize the specific gaps that exist. I think that all of us were conscious of the big problem that means climate change, and we have to add all the voices of the girls, boys, and youth. It will be very important if they have been without any visibility during a long time. So it's important to have adaptation to climate change. And to close, I want to say that not all our problems or challenges, but also from the youth, from the girls and boys, we have contributed and systematized some experiences in the region, from some others in the delegation, and we have some main characteristics. These are environmental projects pushed by young people, because we cannot compare the climate change with other problems like the environmental pollutants or water. And in spite of the energy we have placed there, we need some support from the governmental institutions and non-governmental NGOs, communities, and so on. We have another characteristic that we have environmental community education that include the problems, the culture, the priorities of the communities with which we are working. In order to close, I just want to say that this is the initiative of a girl in Colombia that is called Community Communication Project of Camalote, that was a place destroyed by a climate change situation, and is a municipality that very interesting in Colombia, that has included the youth, and the work has been in terms of creating identity with the story of the municipality, with what was a second stage, generating knowledge, generating belongings, with the new infrastructure that we had, and with the new plans of territorial land and solid waste. And the companions in Colombia are generating capacities, competences for the adaptation on climate change. Here it's very important to highlight that adaptation and the social network is basic for climate change, and climate change is true for implementing in a proper way the adaptation measurements. So those are the examples, and this is all my intervention. These are my mates in this study. Thank you. Thank you, Dani, for your presentation. We have little time, so I want to focus on the questions for each one of you, especially with Marcelo Mena. Marcelo, as a former minister, your role after the Ministry of Strong Activism in Climate Change. I want to see, how do you see Latin America? How do you see this region that has a lot of impact, that has a lot of works in terms of development and economical growth? And it's also at the end of the decision, it seems that the decisions are taken in another hemisphere. It's not here. Taking out the United States, of course, but I want to see your role as minister, as a bloc of Latin America. How can we make the pressure to make her an important voice in the environmental discussion of the planet? Thank you, Paloma. Very good question. Latin America in particular is an unequal continent. 15 worst distribution of the incomes of everywhere in South Africa. The 10% of the rich people concentrate higher resources. That's why, because we have a big informality and a very high social expense, and that means that the quarantines function, that people stayed at home. But this same pattern is our weakness for the climate change. When all this damage will occur, we will need to rebuild fast. And if we don't have a social protection net to stay at home, to be able to re-put the electricity or the water, we will start with these poverty cycles that we'll have to overpass. So the climate change is also a fight against inequality. The second thing is the solution. A German engineer told me about, we design all these solutions, technological solutions, because we do not have biodiversity to protect us. What you have to do is to work with nature and work with wetlands and make new solutions, and not the same solutions. The minister Undurraga was saying to me that the nature sanctuary of Tongoy in the wetlands where the road goes, minister, if you make the road here, you will expend much more in taking care of that road that if you allow the nature to do its work on the natural disasters and to work together. And that means to say that we are closer than when we think. International populism, SUNASUR, or other measures with populism for the short run. Maduro is still there. So without a serious collaboration, we are making efforts of very short run. UNASUR is also without any possibility of giving response. Alianza del Pacífico on the opposite is a good response. With Peru and Mexico, we made the Cali declaration that we will work together in a big carbon market. We can collaborate. ILAC is a collaborative association. And if we go together, we will be prepared. But a last remark, in the last days of the Paris Agreement, we worked together because the African countries wanted a prioritization of the budget towards them. But at the end, we are all the minister and the undersecretary in the WhatsApp group, and we say, okay, we have to be together, not one continent. We have to agree according to development, and we gain that point. So when Latin America works together, we can go up together. It's very difficult to act together because Chileans, we are very, very isolated, and we do not share with the other ones. So, that is really useless. We need a more global view, and we need to have alliances that are effective as the one you made by the WhatsApp. We need a WhatsApp among the presidents, I think. Sergio, please. It was very interesting, the example of using some technologies that we use to observe the space. We can use such technology to control the corals, several other ecosystems. And that brings me to the cross-cutting view. The universe of the professionals is not cross-cutting, and we have a lot of effort to speak with disciplines that are not near to us, with a distance much more. Even with the School of Engineering are not so close to the architect. So how do you see the future of the cross-cutting cutting in the different professions in order to have fast adaptations? It's a very good question and it's a good problem. The response is executive. We have kids in the schools or the universities. We see that the new generation thinks in a different way, and the evolution will take care, and the people that think in an isolated way will be extinguished, and the new generations think differently. This is the optimism that the youth brings us, and we have the responsibility to establish these bridges. The disciplines are in different sides of the river, so we need much more bridges, and not only the ones that seem similar, like engineer and architecture. We're trying to invent a career that makes those bridges, but also what does design mix with humanities? How we incorporate social sciences, the behavior of society, but also we see it from the technological point of view, the design point of view. We have to establish all those bridges. And knowing that Marcelo had that experience is very clear in the public world. An undersecretary works with somebody and they have a lot of data, but not in an isolated way. When Latin America works together, we work very well. So sometimes it's a matter of having a couple of countries together, and the public policies need an impulse of cross-cutting professions and going out from a couple of disciplines that take the floor. And it has been difficult to take out some ministries, some services as the biodiversity, in spite of having so many opportunities in Latin America, in order to use our capital to defend ourselves, to adapt ourselves. It's difficult to protect it. Fernando, I want to go further with you in the pain that we have because the impact that we are having and some industries are having, I am hearing it since a long time, at least 4 years. So where is the impulse? Which are the needs that we have? I hope to have the answer for that, but I don't. We need to have an impulse for that. The electrical service is giving a response to that according to how it was 15 or 20 years ago. This was built as a combination among hydroelectrical and thermicals, and this is not the ideal combination for the future. To make a change, radical change in this matter requires a political decision, which is very important. The social pressure, I think, is helping a lot to accelerate decarbonization, because if it wouldn't be by the people, the social pressure, we don't want more carbon, we would still be with the carbon plan. So the politicians are reacting to that social pressure, and we must go on, and the people want renewable energy to competitive prices. And when that pressure passes to the political, and the politicals will take the decision and use such capital, we will have an elections for some months, and we will have a new government, and that new government will have a political capital that we hope that will be useful for accelerating these reforms that are so much needed. If one wants to make everybody happy, it will be very difficult. So we will have to choose on what we will focus as a country, which will be the the changes needed and to push them in order to reach mechanisms for mitigation and not stay in the past, but go forward, which is the market that we're needing and which is the measures that we need to take. And in that sense, in Latin America, Chile has a lot of actives for renewable energy, so it should give a response before, give better solutions, or one should hope for that. But in Latin America and the Caribbean, do you know some experience of a country that has put a correct stimuli where the politicians have comprehended as an inspiration that you could quote for the Latin American Caribbean countries? Follow that example, because money is very important, and when it has another impulse, it's difficult. I do not have any example very clear, but in other places of the world, yes, we have. For some special places, it is not for some technology, but for different technologies that offer the same. A bit like this, just not to be very expensive for the user, and it's possible. And in Latin America, I would say, I'm selfish, but Chile has the best conditions of Latin America to do so, because it has rules that are recognized at international level. The access to money is easier, the combination of those rules and that access to the capital and the natural resources from the north, solar energy, and the south with aeolic energy, is a unique opportunity to be leaders. And I am afraid that we lose this opportunity. Yes, but I think it's very relevant because all the countries from Latin America and the Caribbean feel the same pain or difficulty to pass from a public policy to the sense in which we want to move it, especially when the social pressures are in the opposite sense. But for the moment, it's a good idea to design it differently, and we don't want this energy, we want new energies, and this is an initial frame, and we don't have to look at it in the short run. This is the best moment to have some financial resources and to think in the long run, because if we think in the short term, to have this investment, what will happen if we do not invest now on this? How much it will cost to me to repair the electrical system in death as well as in hospitals and the development and all those things? We have to value and see in the next years when the impacts will be obvious. Finally, I want to ask Danny on the relevance of the social pressure, because Sergio was saying the need of the social sciences to look for those impacts. Let's see the different things we have lived, and the pandemics, the different social explosions in different countries, and how things are all linked together. And it's difficult to imagine something without a social response. And from that point of view, you as part of the youth delegation, very interesting your perspective, because you have pushed transformation in these times as youth leaders, global leaders of climate change, as Greta Thunberg, as local leaders pushing social changes. Do you feel or do you perceive that your generation is better in this sense than ours. And ours that has been so selfish, so individualistic. I feel that we have more crises in Latin America and the Caribbean, in Chile, that have gone to a breaking point. Well, because of social pressure, you have to implement many changes in Peru also. There are many initiatives at the rural level. Maybe they are not nationally seen, but in each territory they are seen, and it depends on each territory. Because, for instance, the stigmatization of privatization in a neighborhood level, you will feel in your school. Everywhere there are many fears, and there are barriers with the rest of our friends, that the young people, we are not just an added value, we are not just a little boy, and the adults will decide. I think that in terms of facilitation, and some adults say that the youth are just in preparation, but we are not. We can change the social response. We can give many responses to all the generations. Yes, there is some hope on the know-how of this generation of doing things better. And we have a lot to learn from you as dinosaurs. We want to survive and not to be extinguished. Maybe a bird in the future. We have just 1 minute for each one. If somebody wants to say, I affirm this. Marcelo, please. We need to integrate again the climatic and atmospheric policies. We have to add the world from the south. It's not just electrical cars and solar panels. In the world of the south, it is poverty, energetic poverty, that a woman has to go and cut the wood to be able to cook. The thing that in Chile I am with back here because we have cold, because our houses are not with good thermic isolation. It's not everything electric. We have to give an agenda that has a lot of things. It's not north and south. Okay, the volcanic stone with good thermic isolation can be of use. Sergio, please. We have to give opportunity to creativity. There is a lot of creativity in the region. I go around also in the North Hemisphere, and we have to give space to innovation and creativity. We believe more in importation than in creation. My message is to give an opportunity to create. Chile, we have a lot of difficulty to go in solutions of innovation, so we have to try it better. Fernando, your hashtag. Let's order the price. Let's order the signal of the market. So to have more renewable energy, more flexible, because we have the conditions, we have to write them down for them to happen. Danny? Well, I want to close with an idea, which is that the youth, and for all ages, we have to organize, we have to consult communities, and also this space of cooperation among young Latin American people is very useful, and I think the adults should also do, and it's very important. As a personal opinion, Peru or Central America emit very low, have very low emissions, and they could prioritize climate change. Thanks for the opportunity. I want to thank the opportunity to talk with you. Each time it's more important to talk with you. The report of the economy on biodiversity is important to put price the actives of biodiversity and the cost that we have in the medium and long term. We could have a lack of decisions, bad decisions without this integral mission. Thanks to Fundación Meri, IPCC, we are very attractive to be for the solution more than for the problem. Thank you, Paloma. Thank you for such a good conversation. This hashtag of 1 minute has been fantastic. Thank you for this conversation and a dialogue with the panelists, for the reflections. We will make a break and we wait for you on 14:30, where we will look for another panel, which are our oceans. So we take 60 minutes break, and at 14:30 we're back.
El agua es la base de la vida. Sin ella, nuestra existencia en este planeta azul sería imposible. Miles de millones se invierten en el mundo cada año buscando agua en otros rincones de la galaxia. Llegó a la Tierra como un regalo del universo. ¿Por qué no protegerla y proteger así nuestra vida?
El sistema hídrico es un sistema complejo y el ciclo del agua es un sistema complejo. Y por lo tanto el agua de la cuenca nace, probablemente puede venir parte de derretimientos glaciares, parte de cuencas altas, parte de humedales altos. El agua va fluyendo, pero el agua va fluyendo superficialmente y parte del agua va fluyendo en forma subterránea. Alimenta acuíferos subterráneos. Es como un sistema circulatorio nuestro dentro del sistema geológico de la Tierra.
La prioridad del agua está súper mal definida en Chile. Una empresa extranjera puede venir y decir vamos a necesitar el 90% del agua de este río y lo pueden hacer y no queda para un uso racional o un uso sensato de la naturaleza en que el hombre pueda vivir armónicamente. Son impactos demasiado drásticos, en tiempos demasiado cortos. Entonces eso genera impacto irreversible.
La ciudad te da una sensación extraña de olvido de dónde vienen las cosas. O sea, los niños, y esto es como un cliché, perdona, pero el niño que va al supermercado y cree que el pollo lo están haciendo atrás en una pieza y que la lechuga le hicieron allá atrás en otra pieza, qué sé yo, y no tiene ni idea de dónde vienen esas cosas que se están comiendo. Entonces no entendemos nuestra historia, no entendemos nuestros orígenes, de dónde venimos, y por eso estamos como estamos.
Cuando se produce una crisis tan grande, que no es solo económica, que no es solo ecológica, que es también psicológica y espiritual, que compromete el interior del ser humano. En el otro polo, puesto que todo es bipolar, surge la disidencia. Esa disidencia siempre toma contacto con la cultura popular, siempre. Y con las culturas indígenas. ¿Por qué? Porque ellos conservan todavía esta vinculación con el orden natural. Y ellos saben que no habrá recuperación de la enfermedad mental del hombre moderno si no nos reconciliamos con el orden natural, si no nos reconciliamos con la creación.
Toda nuestra vida, todo nuestro sistema, todos nuestros bosques, todos nuestros animales dependen del agua. Si no hay agua, no existimos como humanidad. Si no hay agua, no existimos como cultura. Nuestros abuelos se guiaban por la señal astronómica, el sol, la luna, las estrellas también. Cuando el sol salía en cierta época del año, ya sabían ellos que esa época comenzaba el tiempo de las cosechas, o el tiempo de sembrar, el tiempo de limpiar los canales. Y eso fue por miles de años que se practicó el respeto al agua. Si no hubiese existido el agua o no hubiese estado el agua en estos lugares, no hubiésemos existido como cultura.
Entre los ñen o los seres de nuestra cultura existen algunos que son más importantes, podríamos decir, como el Chahuanti, que es el Padre Sol, la Ñuqueale o Ñuquequillén, que es la Madre Luna, que regula la fertilidad, la siembra, las mareas. Y también el Chauco, el Padre Agua. El agua purifica, el agua revitaliza, el agua nutre, tiene 1000 propiedades y lo más importante es que da la vida. Donde no hay agua, no hay vida. Lo más importante que yo siento ahí es la energía del Chauco, del Padre Agua, y la importancia que tiene respetar su nacimiento y su continuidad en el territorio que llega al mar, y el ciclo natural del agua que debería ser respetado por una política de Estado.
Tú, si alteras este ciclo en una cuenca, si alteras este ciclo a nivel global por deforestación, por falta de evaporación, de humedad de los árboles, etcétera, etcétera, tú lo que vas a tener es degradación completa del sistema hídrico.
En la evolución de la vida en el planeta siempre se han respetado ciertas leyes. Todos los organismos son respetuosos de ciertas leyes, menos el ser humano.
O sea, él mira la naturaleza y dice, son recursos naturales. La madera es recurso, el agua es recurso, el aire es recurso. ¿Todo para qué? Para hacer cada vez más poderosa tu ciudad, para hacer más poderoso a tus empresarios, para hacer más activa la lógica de los negocios. Para eso, tú llamas a la naturaleza recursos naturales.
El crecimiento económico hoy día se ve como aquella palanca que puede traerle el bienestar a la población. Pero el crecimiento económico además nos está trayendo pasivos ambientales que se van acumulando y que van a terminar poniendo en riesgo al propio ser humano.
Uno tiene que poner antecedentes de que esto no es solamente por salvar a los animalitos, esto tiene que ver con salvar el bienestar de la gente. Entonces, por tanto, yo creo que es necesario el crecimiento, pero el crecimiento infinito no es posible en un planeta que es finito, y por tanto la transición ecológica no puede ser hecha con la misma mentalidad que creó los problemas que hoy día queremos enfrentar.
el planeta no tiene los recursos que necesita un desarrollo de el 3,5 o el 4% anual mantenido por 50 años. Por lo tanto, la pregunta es, ¿por qué no están haciendo estos cálculos? ¿Por qué están llevando a la humanidad al precipicio?
Entonces el ser humano está literalmente desmoronando a la biosfera. O sea, por un lado, exhalamos cantidades increíbles de dióxido de carbono y después destruimos los bosques y el fitoplancton que podrían absorberlo. Pareciera que estamos en un suicidio, estamos tratando de suicidarnos, desmoronando nuestro propio ser. Este es nuestro propio ser. La biosfera es nuestro propio ser macroscópico y estamos nosotros mismos derrumbando.
El ejemplo principal hoy día en el mundo es el cambio climático. Genera niveles de cambios meteorológicos que son brutales, como lluvias torrenciales, huracanes, tsunamis, etcétera, etcétera, y que va asociada a menos agua, y todos sabemos qué es lo que pasa en una sociedad con menos agua. Sin agua no hay posibilidad de vivir.
Estamos en una situación de estrés de nuestras napas freáticas que es generalizada entre Atacama y Chiloé, donde se extrae más agua de la recarga. ¿Y cuál es la solución que le damos? Es que cada vez que hay una crisis hídrica se profundizan pozos. O sea, agrandamos el problema.
Y por tanto yo creo que la salida de todas las crisis, la crisis socioambiental del país, que también explota la crisis social y el estallido social, y hacia la crisis hídrica, es necesario tener ese diálogo. Porque cuando uno habla de que es necesario ahorrar agua en la casa, me aparecen en Twitter, esto no es sequía, es saqueo. Y la verdad es que es un poquito de saqueo, es un poquito de sequía, y también tiene que ver con las decisiones que nosotros tomamos. Porque tenemos huellas de agua que son importantes, la que ocupamos en la casa, lo que comemos y lo que compramos. Y por tanto la minería no hace productos para robots, son celulares, son computadores, son automóviles. La agricultura no hace comida para otros, son las cosas que nosotros comemos. Cada uno de estos sistemas se puede optimizar y tener menos impactos ambientales, pero tenemos que entender que la única base de esto es que nosotros tenemos que impulsar este cambio hacia una transición ecológica inclusiva, sustentable y resiliente.
El llamado es a buscar soluciones de verdad. Y las soluciones de verdad son ajustar la demanda de recursos naturales a la oferta que el planeta tiene de recursos naturales. Si no entendemos eso, nunca habremos entendido el concepto de sustentabilidad.
Debiera ser una razón de humanidad cuidar el agua en todo su ser.
Es la misma gente que tiene que empezar a darse cuenta la importancia que tienen los ríos, la importancia que tiene la naturaleza para su vida diaria. ¿Por qué no vemos más allá? Vemos que dependemos del agua, dependemos de los glaciares, dependemos del mar, dependemos de esta conexión entre las nacientes de un río y la desembocadura. Todos estos sistemas están vivos. Ella nos entrega todo con los brazos abiertos y nosotros no le estamos dando nada a cambio.
Sí, realmente ves lo que estás mirando, ¿no? ¿De dónde viene el aire? ¿De dónde viene el agua? ¿De dónde vienen los alimentos? ¿Qué es lo que te puede dar realmente calidad de vida? Y la respuesta a todas esas preguntas es retórico esto. Naturaleza, 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 naturaleza. Entonces tenemos que entender quizás lo más fundamental. La naturaleza está primero.
Te presentamos Territoriar, una app que te permitirá aprender sobre nuestra biodiversidad de una manera lúdica, didáctica y completa. Chile es un laboratorio de una invaluable riqueza en biodiversidad presente en sus ecosistemas terrestres y marinos. Descarga la app, disfruta, aprende y educa a distintos cursos y edades a través de realidad aumentada y fichas con información descargable para ser usadas en la sala de clases o desde la casa. Vamos a territoriar.
El cambio climático y la evidencia muestra que la temperatura en Sudamérica superó la del siglo XIX en 0,6 grados Celsius. El cambio climático es una de las principales amenazas globales a la biodiversidad. Altera los procesos fisiológicos de las especies y sus interacciones, el comportamiento de los organismos, la estructura y funcionamiento de los ecosistemas y su distribución. En un ciclo que se retroalimenta, afecta la captura del carbono y la cantidad almacenada en el suelo, los ciclos de nutrientes, la productividad, la polinización y la resistencia a los patógenos, transformando los ecosistemas.
A partir de la generación de evidencia empírica buscamos contribuir a mejorar la relación sociedad-ecosistema, para mitigar y poder adaptarnos mejor al cambio climático. Ahora, esto requiere, por un lado, cambiar ciertas prácticas productivas y también prácticas económicas que tienen impactos negativos sobre los ecosistemas y que contribuyen también al cambio climático. Y por otro, reconocer que el ser humano es un componente más de la biodiversidad y depende de ella.
El impacto del cambio climático sobre la biodiversidad y la forma en la que nos relacionamos e interactuamos con ella contribuye a que los ecosistemas y las funciones que prestan se degraden, afectando su capacidad de mitigar emisiones y de aumentar el bienestar de las personas.
Las soluciones basadas en la naturaleza son un apoyo importante en las iniciativas de descarbonización de todas las economías en el planeta y en particular de la chilena. Adicionalmente proveen cobeneficios para la adaptación y la biodiversidad y requieren, eso sí, proteger los ecosistemas y restaurar sus capacidades para capturar carbono de la atmósfera.
Cuidar los ecosistemas es imprescindible para evitar el doble impacto en la biodiversidad y el cambio climático. Por ejemplo, cuando el suelo está contaminado, eso se expande a ríos y océanos, promoviendo la proliferación de microalgas nocivas para la salud humana. Asimismo, la pérdida de bosques hace que se deje producir oxígeno y no se pueda secuestrar el CO2 que contribuye al calentamiento global. Impactos como el anterior hacen imprescindible que tomemos conciencia del cuidado de la biodiversidad si queremos hacer frente a los avances y efectos del cambio climático. Atendiendo esta realidad, 105 académicos se comprometieron con el Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación, dando vida a la mesa Biodiversidad del Comité Científico de Cambio Climático. Porque potenciar soluciones basadas en la naturaleza promueve el equilibrio entre lo económicamente sustentable y lo medioambientalmente sostenible. Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación. Chile es altamente vulnerable al cambio climático. Sus impactos van desde la disminución de recursos hídricos derivada de las fluctuaciones en el nivel de precipitaciones y el derretimiento de nieve y hielo, hasta consecuencias climáticas como la mega sequía que afectan tanto a la población como a la infraestructura y a los sistemas naturales. Al cambio climático se le atribuye la extinción reciente de especies, alteraciones en su distribución geográfica, actividades estacionales, migración de especies, repercusiones negativas en el rendimiento de cultivos, entre otros tantos impactos en diferentes ecosistemas a nivel local y mundial. El concepto de adaptación tiene que ver con prepararnos y resolver las consecuencias de un cambio climático producido, en gran parte, por la acción humana. Es esperable entonces que sea la misma sociedad la que se haga cargo, aumentando la resiliencia y reduciendo las vulnerabilidades.
Para lograr el desarrollo sostenible en Chile, se deben implementar medidas efectivas de adaptación a nivel sectorial, nacional, regional y comunal. Tomando en cuenta la incertidumbre y más allá de la meta a la que aspiramos llegar, la implementación de cualquier medida se debe entender como un proceso en constante evolución que implica resolver permanentemente los impactos que ya existen y prepararnos para los que vendrán en el futuro.
Para avanzar en la adaptación al cambio climático, es necesario hacer frente a desafíos que muchas veces están vinculados con el desarrollo, como son la pobreza, el hambre y la disponibilidad de agua. De las crisis deben emerger las transformaciones como procesos conscientes y guiados que promuevan establecer objetivos comunes, la creación de nuevos modelos de desarrollo y avanzar en justicia social y ambiental. Ello implica capturar y mirar evidencia que nos inspire en el establecimiento de nuevas medidas.
Para responder al cambio climático debemos adaptarnos, y aunque mucho de lo que estamos haciendo hoy es útil, para esa adaptación no es suficiente, por lo que hay que complementarlo con innovaciones y cambios profundos. Debemos realizar procesos y respuestas transformacionales para salir adelante. Por otro lado, aceptar que el cambio climático está lleno de incertidumbres activa el potencial para diseñar procesos transformacionales que involucren a distintos actores sociales, utilizando a su vez información basada en ciencia.
En Chile hemos avanzado en el diseño e implementación de políticas públicas, pero aún existen posibilidades de mejora. Nuestro país debe ajustarse a los impactos del cambio climático de forma transversal, a distintas escalas administrativas y con participación de múltiples actores sociales, donde la ciencia cumple un rol clave al disponibilizar información y evidencia científica al servicio de la generación de políticas públicas y propuestas en materia de adaptación. Es por ello que con la participación de 73 académicos y cumpliendo con el mandato del Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación, se construyó la Mesa de Adaptación del Comité Científico de Cambio Climático, generando conocimientos y propuestas concretas de apoyo a la toma de decisión. Porque adaptarse es mucho más anticipación que reacción. Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación.
El agua es la base de la vida. Sin ella, nuestra existencia en este planeta azul sería imposible. Miles de millones se invierten en el mundo cada año buscando agua en otros rincones de la galaxia. Llegó a la Tierra como un regalo del universo. ¿Por qué no protegerla y proteger así nuestra vida?
sistema hídrico es un sistema.
El agua es la base de la vida. Sin ella, nuestra existencia en este planeta azul sería imposible. Miles de millones se invierten en el mundo cada año buscando agua en otros rincones de la galaxia. Llegó a la Tierra como un regalo del universo. ¿Por qué no protegerla y proteger así nuestra vida?
El sistema hídrico es un sistema complejo y el ciclo del agua es un sistema complejo. Y por lo tanto el agua de la cuenca nace, probablemente puede venir parte de derretimientos glaciares, parte de cuencas altas, parte de humedales altos. El agua va fluyendo, pero el agua va fluyendo superficialmente y parte del agua va fluyendo en forma subterránea. Alimenta acuíferos subterráneos. Es como un sistema circulatorio nuestro dentro del sistema geológico de la Tierra.
La prioridad del agua está súper mal definida en Chile. Una empresa extranjera puede venir y decir vamos a necesitar el 90% del agua de este río y lo pueden hacer. Y no queda para un uso racional o un uso sensato de la naturaleza en que el hombre pueda vivir armónicamente. Son impactos demasiado drásticos, en tiempos demasiado cortos. Entonces eso genera impacto irreversible.
La ciudad te da una sensación extraña de olvido de dónde vienen las cosas. O sea, los niños, y esto es como un cliché, perdona, pero el niño que va al supermercado y cree que el pollo lo están haciendo atrás en una pieza y que la lechuga le hicieron allá atrás en otra pieza, y no tiene ni idea de dónde vienen esas cosas que se están comiendo. Entonces no entendemos nuestra historia, no entendemos nuestros orígenes, de dónde venimos, y por eso estamos como estamos.
Cuando se produce una crisis tan grande, que no es solo económica, que no es solo ecológica, que es también psicológica y espiritual, que compromete el interior del ser humano. En el otro polo, puesto que todo es bipolar, surge la disidencia. Esa disidencia siempre toma contacto con la cultura popular, siempre. Y con las culturas indígenas. ¿Por qué? Porque ellos conservan todavía esta vinculación con el orden natural. Y ellos saben que no habrá recuperación de la enfermedad mental del hombre moderno si no nos reconciliamos con el orden natural, si no nos reconciliamos con la creación.
Toda nuestra vida, todo nuestro sistema, todos nuestros bosques, todos nuestros animales dependen del agua. Si no hay agua, no existimos como unidad. Si no hay agua, no existimos como cultura. Nuestros abuelos se guiaban por las señales astronómicas, el sol, la luna, las estrellas también. Cuando el sol salía en cierta época del año, ya sabían ellos que esa época comenzaba el tiempo de las cosechas, o el tiempo de sembrar, el tiempo de limpiar los canales. Y eso fue por miles de años que se practicó el respeto al agua. Si no hubiese existido el agua o no hubiese estado el agua en estos lugares, no hubiésemos existido como cultura.
Entre los ñen o los seres de nuestra cultura existen algunos que son más importantes, podríamos decir, como el Chahuanti, que es el Padre Sol, la Ñuqueale o Ñuquequillén, que es la Madre Luna, que regula la fertilidad, la siembra, las mareas. Y también el Chauco, el Padre Agua. El agua purifica, el agua revitaliza, el agua nutre, tiene 1000 propiedades y lo más importante es que da la vida. Donde no hay agua, no hay vida. Lo más importante que yo siento ahí es la energía del Chauco, del Padre Agua, y la importancia que tiene respetar su nacimiento y su continuidad en el territorio que llega al mar, y el ciclo natural del agua que debería ser respetado por una política de Estado.
Tú, si alteras este ciclo en una cuenca, si alteras este ciclo a nivel global por deforestación, por falta de evaporación, de humedad de los árboles, etcétera, etcétera, tú lo que vas a tener es degradación completa del sistema hídrico.
En la evolución de la vida en el planeta siempre se han respetado ciertas leyes. Todos los organismos son respetuosos de ciertas leyes, menos el ser humano.
O sea, él mira la naturaleza y dice, son recursos naturales. La madera es recurso, el agua es recurso, el aire es recurso. ¿Todo para qué? Para hacer cada vez más poderosa tu ciudad, para hacer más poderoso a tus empresarios, para hacer más activa la lógica de los negocios. Para eso, tú llamas a la naturaleza recursos naturales.
El crecimiento económico hoy día se ve como aquella palanca que puede traerle el bienestar a la población. Pero el crecimiento económico además nos está trayendo pasivos ambientales que se van acumulando y que van a terminar poniendo en riesgo al propio ser humano.
Uno tiene que poner antecedentes de que esto no es solamente por salvar a los animalitos, esto tiene que ver con salvar el bienestar de la gente. Entonces, por tanto, yo creo que es necesario el crecimiento, pero el crecimiento infinito no es posible en un planeta que es finito, y por tanto la transición ecológica no puede ser hecha con la misma mentalidad que creó los problemas que hoy día queremos enfrentar.
El planeta no tiene los recursos que necesita un desarrollo del 3,5% o el 4% anual mantenido por 50 años. Por lo tanto, la pregunta es, ¿por qué no están haciendo estos cálculos? ¿Por qué están llevando a la humanidad al precipicio.
Entonces el ser humano está literalmente desmoronando a la biosfera. O sea, por un lado, exhalamos cantidades increíbles de dióxido de carbono y después destruimos los bosques y el fitoplancton que podrían absorberlo. Pareciera que estamos en un suicidio, estamos tratando de suicidarnos, desmoronando nuestro propio ser. Este es nuestro propio ser. La biosfera es nuestro propio ser macroscópico y estamos nosotros mismos derrumbando.
El ejemplo principal hoy día en el mundo es el cambio climático. Genera niveles de cambios meteorológicos que son brutales, como lluvias torrenciales, huracanes, tsunamis, etcétera, etcétera, y que va asociada a menos agua, y todos sabemos qué es lo que pasa en una sociedad con menos agua. Sin agua no hay posibilidad de vivir.
Estamos en una situación de estrés de nuestras napas freáticas que es generalizada entre Atacama y Chiloé, donde se extrae más agua de la recarga. ¿Y cuál es la solución que le damos? Que cada vez que hay una crisis hídrica se profundizan pozos. O sea, agrandamos el problema.
Y por tanto yo creo que la salida de todas las crisis, la crisis socioambiental del país, que también explota la crisis social y el estallido social, y hacia la crisis hídrica, es necesario tener ese diálogo. Porque cuando uno habla de que es necesario ahorrar agua en la casa, me aparecen en Twitter, esto no es sequía, es saqueo. Y la verdad es que es un poquito saqueo, es un poquito sequía, y también tiene que ver con las decisiones que nosotros tomamos. Porque tenemos huellas de agua que son importantes, la que ocupamos en la casa, lo que comemos y lo que compramos. Y por tanto la minería no hace productos para robots, son celulares, son computadores, son automóviles. La agricultura no hace comida para otros, son las cosas que nosotros comemos. Cada uno de estos sistemas se puede optimizar y tener menos impactos ambientales, pero tenemos que entender que la unidad base de esto es que nosotros tenemos que impulsar este cambio hacia una transición ecológica inclusiva, sustentable y resiliente.
El llamado es a buscar soluciones de verdad. Y las soluciones de verdad son ajustar la demanda de recursos naturales a la oferta que el planeta tiene de recursos naturales. Si no entendemos eso, nunca habremos entendido el concepto de sustentabilidad.
Debiera ser una razón de humanidad cuidar el agua en todo su ser.
Es la misma gente que tiene que empezar a darse cuenta la importancia que tienen los ríos, la importancia que tiene la naturaleza para su vida diaria. ¿Por qué no vemos más allá? Vemos que dependemos del agua, dependemos de los glaciares, dependemos del mar, dependemos de esta conexión entre las nacientes de un río y la desembocadura. Todos estos sistemas están vivos. Ella nos entrega todo con los brazos abiertos y nosotros no le estamos dando nada a cambio.
Sí, realmente ves lo que estás mirando, ¿no? ¿De dónde viene el aire? ¿De dónde viene el agua? ¿De dónde vienen los alimentos? ¿Qué es lo que te puede dar realmente calidad de vida? Y la respuesta a todas esas preguntas es retórico esto. Naturaleza, 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 naturaleza. Entonces tenemos que entender quizás lo más fundamental. La naturaleza está primero.
Te presentamos Territoriar, una app que te permitirá aprender sobre nuestra biodiversidad de una manera lúdica, didáctica y completa. Chile es un laboratorio de una invaluable riqueza en biodiversidad presente en sus ecosistemas terrestres y marinos. Descarga la app, disfruta, aprende y educa a distintos cursos y edades a través de realidad aumentada y fichas con información descargable para ser usadas en la sala de clases o desde la casa. ¡Vamos a territoriar!
El cambio climático y la evidencia muestra que la temperatura en Sudamérica superó la del siglo XIX en 0,6 grados Celsius. El cambio climático es una de las principales amenazas globales a la biodiversidad. Altera los procesos fisiológicos de las especies y sus interacciones, el comportamiento de los organismos, la estructura y funcionamiento de los ecosistemas y su distribución. En un ciclo que se retroalimenta, afecta la captura del carbono y la cantidad almacenada en el suelo, los ciclos de nutrientes, la productividad, la polinización y la resistencia a los patógenos, transformando los ecosistemas.
A partir de la generación de evidencia empírica buscamos contribuir a mejorar la relación sociedad-ecosistema, para mitigar y poder adaptarnos mejor al cambio climático. Ahora, esto requiere, por un lado, cambiar ciertas prácticas productivas y también prácticas económicas que tienen impactos negativos sobre los ecosistemas y que contribuyen también al cambio climático. Y por otro, reconocer que el ser humano es un componente más de la biodiversidad y depende de él.
El impacto del cambio climático sobre la biodiversidad y la forma en la que nos relacionamos e interactuamos con ella contribuye a que los ecosistemas y las funciones que prestan se degraden, afectando su capacidad de mitigar emisiones y de aumentar el bienestar de las personas.
Las soluciones basadas en la naturaleza son un apoyo importante en las iniciativas de descarbonización de todas las economías en el planeta y en particular de la chilena. Adicionalmente proveen cobeneficios para la adaptación y la biodiversidad y requieren, eso sí, proteger los ecosistemas y restaurar sus capacidades para capturar carbono de la atmósfera.
Cuidar los ecosistemas es imprescindible para evitar el doble impacto en la biodiversidad y el cambio climático. Por ejemplo, cuando el suelo está contaminado, eso se expande a ríos y océanos, promoviendo la proliferación de microalgas nocivas para la salud humana. Asimismo, la pérdida de bosques hace que se deje producir oxígeno y no se pueda secuestrar el CO2 que contribuye al calentamiento global. Impactos como el anterior hacen imprescindible que tomemos conciencia del cuidado de la biodiversidad si queremos hacer frente a los avances y efectos del cambio climático. Atendiendo esta realidad, 105 académicos se comprometieron con el Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología,
opening session of the second conference on scientific evidence and public policies on climate change in Latin America and the Caribbean, organized together with the Science, Technology, Knowledge and Innovation Ministry with the Scientific Committee for Climate Change, Chile, Foundation Mary and the European Union. Let's remind you that we will be streaming from the website of the Ministry of Science, minciencia.com.cl, and the YouTube channel called Evidencia Científica and Políticas Publicas. This event has simultaneous interpretation, so you can activate this on your screens. Welcome. Starting with the second session, we will welcome Ruth Cerezo-Mota, lead author of Chapter 8 of the Working Group 1 by the IPCC for AR6. She is a researcher of the Laboratory of Engineering and Processes from Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Mexico, oceanologist and PhD in atmospheric science and oceanic and planetary from Oxford University. She's been working for more than 15 years in regional models for climate, extreme events, precipitation, variability of rainfall, and temperature in Mexico. Welcome, Ruth. I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation to participate in this forum and allow me to share the results of Chapter 8 that I was the lead author. I'm Ruth Cerezo-Mota, and without further ado, I will share my screen so I can show you my presentation. As I was saying, I'm presenting the results of Chapter 8, which are changes in the water cycle of the Working Group 1. First, I would like to present all our colleagues that we participated in this chapter. And as you can see, I'm representing Latin America. We have Paula Arias and myself. Before going into the results, a key message of this chapter, I would like to explain very briefly what is the water cycle. Water cycle, by definition, as a textbook, is the movement of water in any of its phases, solid, liquid, and gas, through the atmosphere, on overland, and the cryosphere. As you can see here on this screen, on the right-hand side, we have evaporation of ocean water. This evaporates and eventually will condensate and will precipitate if it has the suitable conditions. This precipitation will feed into rivers, lakes, and at the same time will go into the ocean. This rainfall will also have infiltration. This seepage will feed the water on the aquifer. If instead of having rainfall, we will have snow or ice in the areas of the glaciers, in the mountainsides, what we will have is when this snow will thaw, we will have feed for springs and rivers, and then it will go back to the ocean, and that is our cycle. On this side, please pay attention to all the water we have in all the different phases. 1.8% is a total amount of water that we can use for our consumption. So it's very little, as you can tell. Changes in the energy balance of the Earth by anthropogenic movement have generated changes in the water cycle in several regions. We can see here changes on the observed trends of precipitations, and these are with regards to the latest decades. As you can see, there are stronger marked in the differences in most regions are significant. We can see droughts in the northeast of Mexico and also in the US, east and west of South America, and as well as some parts of Central America. We have an increase in rainfall in areas of the tropics, and the excess of rainfall comes into extreme events of precipitation. The higher the temperature, more transportation of humidity to the climate system, so it makes that wet seasons or events will be generated, also a generation the opposite, droughts. Here we can see when we talk about floods, it's a very complex issue because we have many variables involved. One of the main things that makes things complicated is that the distribution and patterns of distributions are changing. At the same time, they are changing the locations where floods are happening. If we have more evaporation, this evaporation will precipitate at some point, and we will have excess of water to precipitate. On the other side, if we have deforestation and urbanization of a region, this will make the increase of risk of floodings in these regions because water will be more compact and will not allow seepage. We will only have surface runoff. Considering the increase of the sea level event in the coastal areas and also precipitation events, conditions of floodings will be greater and worse. On the other hand, although we have less snow deposits, if these snow thaws before because seasons are changing as well, this will take a risk of floodings as well. So there are many factors affecting or favoring these floods to happen, even in regions where in the past we didn't see them. Droughts on the other side. Droughts, and we have less precipitations in those regions where we have less precipitation or less snow. This would generate immediately a meteorological drought. If we add the increase of temperature factor, we will have more evaporation. Plants will be less efficient to retain water. They will be more evapotranspiration, and by the balance of suctioning water from the aquifer will make a deficit, leading to a hydrological drought. If we add persistence over time, this will take us to a decrease of the river levels and a hydrological drought. We need to have immediate reductions, quick and at the great scales, on the greenhouse gas effects to prevent the warming to 1.5. And all of these effects that we see of increase of humidity, increase of precipitations, and occurrence of extreme temperature, increase on evaporation, changes on the distribution of rainfall, changes in the location of droughts, and also greater humidity in the oceans because of the evaporation that we are happening. To compensate all the factors that are usually modulate the hydrological cycle, but under the increase of temperature condition, this will be modifying it. So on one hand, we will have changes on distribution and location of storms on medium latitudes, an expansion of the Hadley cell, which is responsible of taking humidity and heat from the tropical zones to the poles, a change on the extension of the convergence of the tropics, which is responsible of summer rainfall on tropical zones. We will have changes on the seasons, also in the seasonality of rainfall, and we can see an intensification on the weakening of the Walker cell. This Walker cell will have an impact, direct impact on the thermodynamics in the monsoon area in India. Just to mention some of the changes that we are starting to see, but under a scenario of continuing increasing temperature, this will be exacerbated. Other changes that have been forecasted for our region is a reduction to rainfall related to the monsoon in North America. The mean precipitation will decrease in the summer in 2021, and we will have an increase of drought in the last decades, and it is forecasted to keep on increasing. For Central America and the south of Mexico, the occurrence of droughts is increasing. For the Caribbean islands, it is forecasted droughts and severe droughts under the scenario of 2 degrees centigrade. For South America, there's a reduction of ice and snow and increase of rainfall, floods, the loss of glaciers, and the thaw of the permafrost in the Andes will create will affect the rivers. In South America, will increase the intensities and extreme rainfall and floods under scenarios of 2 degrees of more of increase of temperature. There's a dominant increase of number of dry days and the increase of droughts. For the monsoon region in South America, it's been delayed the beginning of the monsoon in the latest decades and is forecasted to continue so for the rest of the century. It is forecasted the occurrence of droughts for the mid of the 21st century with the increase of temperature of 2 degrees centigrades. It is forecasted floods of 2 centigrades. It is forecasted the increase of droughts for scenarios also of 2 degrees centigrades or more. For South America, the increase of intensity and extreme rainfall in floods. There is an increase of the duration of the droughts. For the southeast of South America, we see an increase on annual rainfall since the 60s, and it's forecasted an intensity increase on extreme temperatures and floods on the scenarios of 2 degrees centigrades or more. In the southeast of South America, the areas suffering intense and frequent droughts will be intensified. On the other side, the loss of the volume of glaciers and the thawing of permafrost will continue affecting the rivers. In the south of South America, it's forecasted increase of the intensities of rainfalls and floods. They are forecasted increase of droughts, these two on the scenarios of 2 degrees centigrade or more. And with this, I would like to finish the summary of this report and the key messages for our region. I thank you once again for this invitation. Thank you, the organizers, and I hope there was a good explanation and had a good representation on behalf of everyone that participated in my chapter. Thank you. Thank you, Ruth. It was alarming, the forecast that you just talked about. Next, we would like to invite the VP of the IPCC, Thelma Crew, who will deepen, together with Ruth, the scopes of this 8th chapter of the last report that Thelma just presented. Thelma, once again, thank you. We're very happy to have you here together with Ruth. The floor is yours, Ruth. While we wait for Thelma to be connected, I'm here. I'm here. It was just to give you some excitement here. Thank you. This is a virtual world full of new things. Well, Ruth, thank you very much for your presentation and also for being one of the authors of such an important chapter of the IPCC report. It was very interesting what you presented at the end, which will be the observations of changes that have happened both for temperature as well as precipitation. And now it's much more regionalized. In Working Group 1 report, this is a significant advance, even as we state in the opening in this morning, insisting or using this innovative tool, which is the interactive atlas, allows everyone to search for a sub-region. You talked about all of these different sub-regions that are important so we can all make researches of the changes that we have observed, as well as making forecasts of the future changes under this scenario of warming. So I would like to invite everyone to search for this tool. It's published and will allow everyone to validate their impacts of climate change in a more regional fashion. But I had a question for you. Maybe you can clarify it. What would be the limits so we can forecast changes in the cycle of water? What will be this limit?
Well, the limits, of course, in these last years, we have improved in the understanding of different processes of a fine scale of how they interact. I think that I had shown you, I'm sorry, and I thought in the presentation, a graph where you can see the interaction of different processes, that if you modify one of these processes, you alter the whole cycle. And this is understanding, we do have that understanding. And as we have understand different processes, we have been able to improve simulation of different models, because then it's clear, because we see how they are related. But of course, there is a limit in the sensibility or horizontal resolution with which we're working now. And the Simmer 6, we have models now that work with high resolution, and that you can see some processes with K1 resolution, and we were able to solve. We have reduced uncertainty in trace, how they are altering the hydrological cycle. And there we have some effects that are lost. And but of course, if we don't understand the models and how we can do the models, the spatial resolution with which we can work, there are some aspects that we do not understand, and these are certain uncertainties of those models. And on the other hand, it is true that as we have proved and understand some processes, and we have increased the generation of models, we have systems that are much complex, then we can reduce the uncertainty from the 5th to 6th report. We have reduced these uncertainties, but we have crystal balls in these models. But with our projections and the possibilities of new projections, we can have less uncertainties than the ones that we had in the previous report. Yes, this is an important aspect, because in the validation of IPCC, we have the model for the projections, of course. We have some components, which are the observations that you can see them, that we have observation from different sources, of course. And even today, we have satellites observations in which can be connected, you can connect in the Earth. But for projections in how we can develop things in the future with all the consequences of climatic changes and of global warming also. And all of these will affect us, and the models are improving. So you can see that we can relate the results of the previous report, where we use a group of models that were similar models of some climatic models. And if we are able with these new models to diminish uncertainty, we can see why does it happen, why climatic models are allowing us to have better projections for the future. Well, as I mentioned, number one, resolution of many global models that up to the previous report were not with this high resolution. When we continue using these regional models, because they are really valuable too, especially for those countries, as many countries of Latin America, that we do not have the capacity of producing global models. So we have this powerful tool, which is regional models. But in resolution, in vertical and horizontal, in the way we solve is increased because we have a major capacity. And also that observations, as I said before, we have improved them for these last year. We have increased the observation networks and quality controls have improved. As we have better observations, we can improve our models because we can validate them and we can understand the way they're working and the way they should work in our models. So in the understanding of various processes, we can translate everything I have said into an improvement. And this is since we started with global and regional models, we have had a continuous improvement in the understanding of processes and also in the capacities that they have to solve things at a fine scale. There we have the impedance and the ideologies, then we have allowed our projection to have a lower uncertainty and that we can represent our processes in a better way. But the regional projections are more uncertainty projections than for global, isn't it? Yes, it's correct. For example, we do not have too many studies. There are some for Latin America or Africa, for example. There are projects as Cortex, where we had plenty of regional studies, and then the community, scientific community increased, and they started doing their regional modeling in osmotics. And we have various countries and countries in Latin America that did not have regional simulations, and they do have them now, or they are available in the Atlas. We do not only have the simulation of global models, but we have some simulations like Quaddle with high resolution for many regions. So we invite the whole community to visit all these data, and we should have more data at a regional scale, and then we can carry out more validation and to understand more things, because before we knew theory, but we couldn't land with our theory. And we could also see climatic changes, how it is improving at a regional scale. And now we see that we have some observations, but we had to fill in some gaps with it. So in these last 5 years, the scientific community that is dedicated to regional work has increased, like Latin America, and then we can obtain a better information, and then this would be for a better decision making finally. Thank you, and it is very interesting because, of course, PCC in every chapter depends on the evaluation of all the literature that we have available. So I ask you, you worked close with the literature of our region specifically. Did you found an important amount of information, and also for some areas of the chapter, and because we try to increase, and then if you could not really rely on it, is there evidence or a concordance to see if these results could be reliable? I would like to see your opinion on this type of information. Yes, we presented many of the articles of the region, especially for Manzons, and we have a special section in the chapter dedicated to these regional mountains, and we found many references in this case for American, for North America. And there is still a gap in regions like Central America, for example, that they do not have too many articles that they have published, because you know that the information is based on all the articles that have been published, and it's not easy to find them. So what we have as an evidence are those articles that are published. So in the region of Central America, like Guatemala Nicaragua, Panama. I think that we need more information to download it to those regions. In Mexico, that is a very big country, there is a lack of information. Then we do not have gap in Argentina. In Argentina, we have they have various articles, but as a community, we need more human resources that will study all these regional problems, and then they could generate more information for this decision making. Fantastic. Marisol, we have 5 more minutes or not? Yes, Thelma, we have 5 more minutes, so it's okay. A little more because this talk is very interesting. So, Ruth, there is a section in chapter number 8 that is talking about all the potentials for violent changes or abrupt changes. And there is a subsection here where they talk about forestation of these Amazon and Mazeca and the relationship among them, and how it is so important for us because we share this Amazonia with many countries of South America. You had something to say about this relationship between deforestation and with our, well, in the Amazon, as we all know, is one of the big lungs of the planet. So we understand in theory that if we do, we should have problems with drought. And if we for example, if we're talking about projections, they do not see that this change might happen within this century, and depends on how models are carried out. If we are talking about violent changes, abrupt changes, if they're not eliminated, because if there's no control in deforestation of this region, although it's not very probable but could happen, the projections that we have only based in the global circulation will not foresee the change within this century, but it is important to preserve this lung that we know that is important not only for South America, but for the whole world. Well, I wanted to thank you for sharing with us all your knowledge, and to thank you once again for the great contribution that you made for the report of Working Group 1, and then we will continue with our panel. And thank you very much with your contribution. Thank you so much, Ruth. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to participate in this PCC. Thank you. Thank you so much for this conversation with Ruth. So we continue. Don't go far away, Thelma, because you're supposed to be in next panel. So I have to look for my notes. I don't have everything in my head. So 30 seconds and I'll be back.
Pasamos entonces al panel número 3, que es
we will continue with panel number 3, which is the last panel of the day, and is related with oceans, cryospheres, and the increase of the sea level. The ocean will give us key services as the regulation of a climate, absorption and redistribution of heat, and the carbon dioxide, natural carbon dioxide and anthropics. And biodiversity is one of the greatest miracles of the planet, which is the interconnection between oceans and the great services of ecosystems. Why is it important to develop a blue economy? And this based on nature, with threats, opportunities, good regional practices. This is the mission of the next panel, which is called, as I said, Ocean, Cryosphere, and Increase of Sea Level. We will welcome all the members of the panel.
Max Bello, I know that you're trying to connect yourself, so we will wait for him. Once he achieves to be connected, we will introduce him. He's an expert on public policies of international and oceans, consultant of Mission Blue, a global alliance led by Sylvia Earle, and also one of the ambassadors of oceans in COP26. He has worked in the environmental school for more than 2 decades to promote the priorities of the marine preservation. He is one of the 100 Latin Americans with greater influence on climate action. So we will wait for Max's connection. He is connected. Welcome. Cristian Lorenzo, our next lecturer, PhD in International Affairs and Research of the Scientific and Technical Research Council, CONICET. He's a scientific researcher in the Southern Center, professor of Universidad Nacional de Tierra del Fuego. He's an expert on environmental geopolitics, environmental multilateral politics, and the Antarctic politics. Welcome. Francisco Ulloa, General Director of Maersk Line for the West Coast of South America. For 20 years, he has been related to the vessel industry in Chile and overseas. He has led many different positions. Welcome. And Christine Kleisner, Senior Director of Oceanic Sciences and the Environmental Defense Fund. Christine does research in science around strategies and spatial management based on laws for sustainable fishing everywhere in the world. Also uses bioeconomic climate models to explore the potential of efficient management, improving biomass, harvesting, profits of fishing, and others. Welcome. We would like to invite also Soledad Garcia Munoz, Argentinian attorney specialized in fundamental rights in Universidad Carlos III de Madrid, Spain. She is the first person of leading the special talk about economic laws, social laws, cultural and environmental laws in the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights. Welcome. Also, Ana Maria Molina, who had already talked to us in the morning session, but we will introduce her once again. Executive Director in MEDI Foundation, biochemist, master and PhD in Sciences and Engineering with a major of Chemical Engineering and Bioprocesses in Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. She has promoted the expansion of the working model for the effective preservation of natural labs throughout scientific research, environmental education, and the relation with the communities. This will be led by Thelma Kroof, Vice President of the IPCC. Thelma, the floor is yours once again as moderator of this wonderful panel. Thank you, Marisol. It is a pleasure. And the moderator, as you've seen, my cat's here as well. She loves to be everywhere. She loves to share my computer in this particular session. So I think we're well understood now. It is a great satisfaction to be here with such different panelists in a topic that is fantastic. Working with cryosphere, the ocean, the raise of the sea level, these are 3 topics that are interrelated and highly affected by climate change. So basically, we know that the CO2 emissions, a big part of the emissions are taken by the ocean and creating some damage, some impact that is effective damage in acidification of the oceans and many other important effects. Cryosphere, this loss of ice masses, that it's much more intense today. And there's also an important relation with the rise of the sea levels. Not in the IPCC, but we were always talking about this. We always study about this topic. We have important observations about this topic. But today, especially, it's much more intensified, not only about the thermal contribution on and how the oceans are affected, but also the ice caps that we are losing today. As it is presented in the IPCC report, it is a greater share in terms of changes. We will have the opportunity to discuss and comment with the different panelists. We will have different points of view here. We have panelists that work in different areas, and I'm certain that we will have a very enriching discussion, especially sharing some experiences as well. Thelma, may I interrupt you for a second? Just to confirm that Ana Maria Molina, director of Mary Foundation, is in love with her conversation. I introduce her again, but she will not participate in this panel. I just wanted to confirm that Ana Maria will not participate in this panel. I think I love her interview, so I made that mistake. Thank you, Marisol. I was just counting the number of panelists, so I already had 5, so I could tell that Ana Maria was not going to be with us. Thank you, Marisol. So how is this going to work during this session? We have about 30 minutes. Without Ana Maria's participation, we will have a few minutes more. I don't know if you have slides or any presentation. Yes? Yes. Christine, you have a presentation. Also, Francisco. So, shall we begin? I don't know if we have a specific order. I think it's better that we start with the slides, so there's no other issue later on. Christian, let's begin with you. Christine, let's begin with you. You will talk about the sustainable use of marine resources.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm speaking in Spanish sometimes. Should I? Marisol, translation, no?
There is translation.
There is?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. So we can, well, whatever. If there is translation, maybe my Spanish is not that good. So anyway, it's a mix of Portuguese and a very rough Spanish.
It's much better than my Spanish.
Oh, okay, Kristen, that's the good news. So, Kristen, so you're going to talk about sustainable use of marine resources. And so if you could share your presentation, and is it expected to be about 5-6 minutes at most?
I was told 8, but I can try to go quicker through some.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, because then we have also a Q&A, exchange with the panelists and the audience. So that would be good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
But don't compromise your presentation. Yeah.
Yes. Let me try to share here. I'm not in my normal setup here. We had a flood from the hurricane from climate change. So in a little different area here. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. And then I'll put it on the full screen, but you tell me when you see it.
Okay, it says it started sharing the screen. Yes,
you
now it
can-
shows up. Yeah, it shows up.
Great. Okay, let me see. Perfect. Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you all it's a pleasure to speak with you today about some of the work that we're doing at Environmental Defense Fund, where I work, to build climate resilient fisheries around the world. I'm going to talk about a project today that's focused in the Humboldt Current, where we're working with scientists and fishery managers in Chile, Peru, and in Ecuador to establish a comprehensive coastal and ocean observing system for the region. Let's see. Is it advancing my slide? Oh, there we go. Okay. Now, I don't think I need to tell anyone here that the Humboldt Current is one of the world's most productive large marine ecosystems. It represents between 6 and 20% of global fish catch, depending on El Nino conditions in a given year. And it generates goods and services of around 20 billion annually. And this includes almost 400,000 jobs for approximately 160,000 artisanal fishers that operate almost 30,000 vessels in the region. So EDF has been working with partners in Chile, Peru, and Ecuador to help build and design sustainable and resilient fishery management systems that can increase ecological and socioeconomic well-being. We're doing this in 3 main ways. First, by trying to improve the data collection systems and methods of sharing data and information across the region to try to make them climate ready. We think this will help to inform scientific endeavors and push management towards an ecosystem focus, which is a key goal of our partners in the region. Second, we're improving national and international management and cooperation so that managers can respond proactively to impacts with increased adaptive capacity. And third, we're trying to ensure solutions that work at the ecosystem scale and that foster equitable outcomes for all by facilitating collaboration and participation across scales and stakeholders. So I was going to just briefly address each of these points, but I'll move a little bit quickly to this to sort of get to the crux of the project. But just to quickly say that, in terms of that first goal, we're particularly concerned with ensuring that fisheries policies are created or reformed based on an ecosystem approach, so that policy instruments such as management plans take a multi-species approach, for example, consider external stressors to the ecosystem such as climate change, etc. With respect to that second goal, we're also working to ensure managers can respond proactively and in real time to impacts, and that's going to require more and better data on both biological and oceanographic changes, that's information that's collected at the ecosystem scale, and better modeling of changes now and into the future, and then the ability to take that information and understand how do we respond to anticipated changes, and then of course the ability to share the information widely and quickly with multiple stakeholders. And for the translation, please tell me if I'm talking too quickly, just let me know. So finally, that third goal in terms of facilitating collaboration and participation across scales and stakeholders, this is a very collaborative project. We're really trying to foster scientific diplomacy across the region. We're building momentum for multilateral funding to help bridge that implementation gap that exists in getting these big projects off the ground. We're trying to build capacity at both local and international levels. And we're also trying to create ways for industry and fisher associations to lead the charge and really own the adaptive solutions to climate-related challenges. So in the Humboldt Current in particular, we've made really great strides to use scientific diplomacy to get scientists and managers to come to the table and develop this, what we're calling a shared vision for a roadmap that would help the region achieve sustainable, resilient fisheries. And there are a couple of main steps of this approach. First is to agree on the science that's been conducted and that exists, as well as the gaps and the needs for what we need to know more about. The group that really is involves scientists from each country's fisheries science institutions. So IMARPE, for example, in Peru, IFOP in Chile, and then also management agencies, so the Ministry of Production in Peru and Sepesca and others in Chile, to co-design. We brought folks from these different groups together to co-design a system that would collect ecosystem level observations that could be used to provide predictions and early warnings of impending changes, and that'll, like we said, help inform adaptive management. So let me just skip ahead here. So really achieving a shared vision of this Humboldt current scale observing system has been the basis for really constructive political negotiations and international agreements already that consider the impact of climate change on fisheries within an ecosystem approach in this region. And this is really necessary, especially in this region, because the Humboldt current, as you all know, has extremely high variability, and that's only expected to increase with changes in conditions like temperature, upwelling intensity, acidification, and the many stocks that are shared between different regions, different countries that are shifting across international borders. And we think it's also a very achievable goal in this region because there's a really high capacity in this region in terms of scientific knowledge that exists and the observational capacities that are already out there. So here is this vision in a little bit more detail, and there are steps that involve things like the review of recent research on environmental changes and climate-related impacts, the determination of information gaps to inform future data collection efforts, and then one that I'll focus in here is the design and implementation of a comprehensive Humboldt current scale coastal ocean observing system. So in English, we call this a COOS, Coastal Ocean Observing System, and a shared data platform that will help improve modeling and development of early warning indicators. This system, what we're calling it SAPO, which stands for, in Spanish, excuse my pronunciation, but it's Sistema Alerta Predicción y Observación. And it's working to achieve climate resilient fisheries through this development of this system of ocean observing, prediction, and early warning. So if we just look at the observation system for a minute, basically what we're talking about here is linking multiple types of technology for observing physical and biological changes. So things like ship-based monitoring, the use of mooring buoys, the use of satellites, gliders, and other instrumentation that can produce real-time data and long-term observations that can be used to generate a multitude of products, such as stock assessment models, tracking of marine events, more robust climate models, and other things like that. And these are technological tools that are already used to varying degrees by each country in their waters currently. So the SAPO framework is intended to network and align these various ocean observing systems that each country is currently conducting in their own waters. And the group is trying to understand where the biggest leverage opportunities might lie for expanding or aligning current survey and observation efforts, and where we could bring in new technologies or new technologies could be brought to bear to make this observing system across the region more synoptic in space and time. And this is really fantastic because this is going to allow observations of changes unfolding across the Humboldt current, including things like being able to better predict pending El Niños, predict species shifts at the ecosystem scale. And this is really an example, therefore, of data collection that's being geared at the appropriate scale to allow managers to be able to plan ahead, paving the way for adaptive management in each country and for sound management then at international scales. So in terms of synergizing with multilaterals for funding and implementation, there is at the top level here in this area, you can see the Jeff Humboldt 2 project, which could be a really important funding umbrella for this effort as the plan for SAPO is solidified. And then as you can see here, there are many forms of data collection, platforms for hosting data that are carried out by each country in the Humboldt current. A lot of national coastal and ocean observing projects that could be integrated into the SAPO framework. And I'll just point out that there is in Chile in particular an oceanographic and meteorological data center, Copa Sur Austral, which works in conjunction with CIASA, which has a platform for basically viewing and downloading oceanographic and meteorological data information from Chile. So that's one example. And just highlighted that there. Overall, SAPO is really a program that is being co-created by partners in the region to help achieve sustainable and resilient fishing practices for ecological and socioeconomic well-being in several ways. First, by providing a foundation for effective fishery management and governance. Second, by providing data that can help managers anticipate changes in the system. Third, by really enhancing international institutions and cooperation at multiple scales, by building the general resilience of the system, which is very important, and by helping to build fairness and equity via data and information sharing and participation in this network. So with that, I'm not sure if I went to time, but I'm happy to take any questions and I'm really excited to be here with you all to participate in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. And I'm not going to make any questions now. We will have our presentations so that we don't compromise the presentations from the others, but very interesting. Many thanks. And obviously we have a question for you afterwards. Francisco, do you have your presentation ready to share with us? And Francisco is going to talk about the challenges of shipping. Francisco?
Aquí estoy. Y el primer challenge va a ser presentar. Déjame verlo.
My first challenge will be to present, to share the information.
Sí, es que estuve practicando y me aparecía en PDF.
I saw this in PDF.
30 segundos. Bueno, ¿me escuchas bien?
Can you hear me? Yes. And we can see your presentation. Thank you so much. You won't see this perfectly in PowerPoint because otherwise it would take me long to show it, but you can see it in PDF. And I think what it is important is the message that I'm showing. And in the industry, logistic industry has a great responsibility in the CO2 emissions, and something that something that we have to do is to try to reduce these emissions. And in the case of Merckx, for a long time ago, we are asking ourselves, how can we contribute with the reduction and how we can help it with the height of temperature of the sea. And from here to 2050, we should answer the needs of the ocean in the reduction of emissions. And as I say, this is a strategic part for our company for a long time. 64% of the emissions by Merckx are from our own operations, and this for maritime transportation, that is of our ships. So what we have been doing is to start reducing the CO2 emissions of our fleet. Why do I say that this is the first? Is because we think that we have to reduce emissions of the complete logistic. If some time ago, one of our companies that operate in the United States, which is Performance Teams, which is a workout solutions, has started operating with electric trucks. And then we see how everything is improving. And I think that the industry should move forward and very quickly to eliminate carbon of these lost logistic. Which is the big risk, is to be too slow. We do not have time. We have to reduce the emissions for 2050. And in the case of Merckx, we decided to reduce 60% of CO2 per container for 2030. And starting in 2008, we are in a 28%, and for 2050, we should have net emissions, zero net emissions in our whole fleet. That means that for 2030, we should have a feasible solution, because this because a ship has a lifespan of 20 years. So in 2030, we should change our fleet with zero emission. This is not only being asked by the company because of our commitment with the environment, but also because of our clients, that they are requesting to change our logistics, because we understand that our productive company can reduce their emissions in an important way, but to leave from the production sector to the final objective, they should use logistic. And now we do not have this solution with low emissions. So of course, all those investors, financial institutions, they expect to have sustainable business. Employees also, we all want to work in a sustainable company, of course, with the right values and objectives, and being as sustainable as possible. And also with society. How have we been doing this? The decarbonization journey. In 2018, we presented the ambition to an objective for 2050. Merckx is our company that is open in so for 2023, and this is something marvelous, we will have our first vessel that will function with methanol. And that is very important, and because this is much more advanced than what we thought, and we thought that this could happen in 2030, so it's good for us. So a week ago, we announced that Merckx was in these 23,000 containers is a relatively small vessel. It wasn't small a long time ago, but now it's small. But for 2024, we asked them to build 8 vessels, big vessels with 20 feet that will function with a dual system with methanol, because could be with fuel with low sulfur, but this will allow us for 2024 to start changing all of our vessels. Which are the big challenges that we have? As we could, how could we obtain this green fuel? Where our company is well prepared to give us this type of fuel. Merckx in Denmark is working with some companies that are already working and manufacturing these methanol, but we need, and Kristen was saying that in her presentation, that all of these environmental projects and sustainability projects, we cannot do them by ourselves. We need the collaboration of every actor. In the case of Merckx, this is something for the whole industry, of course, and this includes port industry, fuels, and maybe companies, and not only methanol is one of the fuels. We have some different type of fuels that are being under research now. They are being investigated, and they all have a big challenge. And we have to be sure that the type of fuel that we will use should be safe for the people that are used, safe for nature, and easy to manage. And the question is how we can understand the demands of our customers. They want to have a supply chain and 100% sustainable. just to finish with what I'm saying, for us is a milestone, and it should be a milestone not only for our industry, but also for the rest of the company. Our first ships should be functioning with methanol in 2023, and our company has the responsibility of the 3% of CO2 emissions at world level. Although this is one of the most efficient transport means in the amount of CO2 emissions if you compare it with airplanes, trucks, etc. But it's a great amount with international commerce and maritime emission. And we all know that international commerce will generate a high development in our economy. So as this is a pillar, fundamental pillar for the development, and we have to reduce our emissions as soon as possible and to take care not only of our sphere, but also our environment.
Many things can be discussed about decarbonization. Many things can be discussed about how to reduce emissions, but I just wanted to give you a final message. If we want to achieve our goal and prevent the increase of the sea temperature at levels that will not be sustainable for our springs, our children, we need to have collaboration of all stakeholders, governments, policies, and others. In some countries, we went through using leaded fuel and unleaded fuel. At some point, we will need to make political decisions that will be affecting the transportation with fuels that will be sustainable. And this is a great discussion that we haven't had yet, but I think we will having that discussion very soon. Thank you. I can't hear you, Telma. Thank you, Francisco. It was very interesting, and we do have questions. I give the floor to Soledad now. Soledad will talk about rights, environmental rights, and nature. Soledad, the floor is yours. If you could do this in 6 minutes, we'd be very happy. Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure. Thank you very much to all the organizers and also the audience and my colleagues of the panel. And as a special lecturer, it is a privilege to be in this session, which discusses a very important topic, which is the importance of the direct relation between the existence of a healthy and ecologically balanced environment and human life. I will try to address how the Inter-American system of human rights, it is recognized the environment, and it is included in the agenda in parts of human rights and climate change. In my mandate, it's the first one that incorporates environmental rights. And also, I would like to underpin that we work very strongly together with the United Nations systems and also with international right of the environment, which is a necessary source for the interpretation of the human rights inter-American system. My first message: the environment protection and the fight against climate change are related to human rights, and it's taking more participation in terms of the rights of nature by legal sentences as well as by the constitutions. There are some states of our region that recognize not only about human rights, but also the right of nature to Pachamama, and another system Another thing is the importance of those who fight for the environment. It is a great concern for the inter-American system, and there are many different reports that shows us that we live in the most hazardous region to defend nature, to defend the environment. This makes to be a constant topic, protection of people that defend the environment, defend the territory and the region. The latest IPCC report shows the great challenges of the climate change into nature and to humankind. I would like to share some of the findings related to my proxy, where we have taken a report about companies, human rights, and the inter-American standards. This is the first of its kind of an inter-American system, and it's betting to go from a social responsibility related to companies to those who present the principles of human rights led by the UN. This also includes the right to a healthy environment that we have included in this report as an inter-American criterion that is fundamental in terms of human rights. Therefore, no company should give its back to these standards if it's actually committed to human dignity and the planet. This goes together with the disposition to the presentation previous to my lecture of improving the corporate standards to preserve the ocean. On the other hand, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change experts has already mentioned that global warming increases the probability of serious impact and irreversible to people, to species, and to ecosystems. We are observing this every so often in our region with data that are of quite concern. It is evident that meteorological changes such as the construction of area covered with snow, the rise of sea level, extreme temperature, floods, droughts, salinization of soil, erosion, increase of tropical events, wildfires as well, are a proof and clear image of the serious impact and risks in the present and in the future on human rights and the planet ecosystems in our region, such as the increase of illnesses, the collapse of infrastructure and essential services, food safety, water, the loss of ecosystems and biodiversity. It is concerning the data of the World Health Organization prior to the pandemic. Climate change may generate up to 200,000 additional deaths between 2030 and 2050. And also the ILO before the pandemic, where 1,000 million work depend on the environment to be sustainable and healthy. Data to ensure the direct relationship between climate change and human rights of people understood in a comprehensive manner are huge. And from my mandate, we have also taken a lot of information by organizations of the civil society, mainly on the seriousness of climate change and environmental degradation, which is reflected in droughts, floods, ice melting, hurricanes, and other extreme climate events that generate an affectation on human rights, especially on people and communities that live in a higher vulnerability situation. In this sense, we see with great concern that the effects on climate change and degradation of the environment are specifically more serious to those populations that are historically excluded and discriminated, such as women, children, teenagers, indigenous peoples, disabled people, farmers, or people living in poverty. And in spite of that, these populations are those who contribute the least to the greenhouse gases. Globally, they are more affected, and we can see that developing countries are more exposed to climate change and suffering the negative impacts due to the limitation of the response of the institutions and also factors related to their geography. Because of all of this, and together with my colleague from the UN, the special lecture on the environment, we made a special call to the state of the region specifically to take this context of the pandemic and instead of putting the guards down, to intensify them and make visible the human rights, especially because of this climate emergency that we are living today. This is why we mentioned that the environment, human rights, and climate change fight, especially the right to water, are priorities that are key, and we're working on them today so we can develop new standards for the Inter-American system together with other institutions, together with other OAS bodies. And that's why I'm just very happy that you invited to this meeting. And it can become a bridge with other people, other stakeholders that want to address these topics on rights. Thank you very much again for your invitation. And hopefully this will be the first of many other meetings. Thank you. Your presentation was very interesting, Soledad. And let's begin. We don't have much time. So let's begin to Christine and the Max. Christine. There, you talked about reservation under great threat on the Antarctic, please. Good afternoon. Thank you for your invitation, and I would like to greet all the panelists and the audience. I'd like to congratulate the organizers. This is a very interesting event, and I kept in mind some of the topics to keep on thinking. I would like to incorporate them in this brief presentation. First, you talked about uncertainty, one of the presentations, one of the previous panels, and it was related to the understanding of processes related to the present, the past, and the future forecasts made by the scientific organizations. And we have models that can be improved and validated by the scientific community. Also, I would like to talk about the role of the information systems for decision making, as well as uncertainty. Another element that it was present was this idea of hope. Soledad just talked about specific stakeholders that are damaged or affected by climate change. In this sense, they talk about individuals and how they are affected by climate change. I will not talk about the past, which is the ocean, the cryosphere, and the rise of sea level, but I will try to open the discussion into something that one of the previous lecturers discussed about the role of social sciences in this regard. I would like to offer a vision related to social sciences and humanities, specifically with the scope related to international affairs. In general terms, the white continent harbors the greatest volume of water in the world. If we see this from the political point of view, it's part of the concerns in the meetings. There are some declarations, some specific declarations that make reference to climate change as the Prague Declaration or the Paris Convention in 2021. I would like to talk about the relationship between the environmental changes, the Antarctic science, and geopolitics. I will only take One indicator related to environmental changes in the Antarctic, which is related to glaciers and the ice caps. In general terms, what we have is that they are affecting the growth of sea level, and today Greenland contributes much more than the Antarctic. The situation of the Antarctic, as we know, it's speeding up this global warming process, and it's very difficult to have a forecast on what will happen in the second half of this century. What we do have certainty is that contribution will be significant. Let's see some indicators of what is happening in this wide continent and the waters that circulates around this continent. Let's look at the Antarctic Peninsula.
In February last year, in 2020, we could see 18.20 in centigrade degrees centigrades in Esperanza from the Argentinian Republic, and was the meteorologic organization that recognized it as a new record. If we can see that this happens in other parts of the Antarctic, there are many research equipments which try to see which is the behavior of our glaciers in the Occidental Antarctic and west, east and west. So in general terms, what we have is that you have probably seen through some medias how these platforms have collapsed. That could be because of a natural cycle, but also this could be a sign of the increase of sea levels that could alarm us. And this will send us to the Antarctic science, which will allow us to know what is happening with these ice or ice slides in big platforms, which is that the data and with the capacity of each national Antarctic programs, they don't all have the same capacities or priorities. And states will guarantee the presence in the Antarctic through infrastructure, science, and technology. A very frequent image is a scientist which is observing and gathering data in the Antarctic. So we can have a better knowledge about the behavior of ecosystem. It is important to increase the capacity of predicting environmental changes. We have to know what will happen, but this, from the political point of view, is linked to the capacity of having influence in political processes and to see this ecosystem. And this is related with the investments of different states in the Antarctica. Then we talk about the third topic, geopolitics. And in general terms, we can think in military aspects. Nevertheless, we can talk about geopolitics through the role that companies and organizations have. And in this sense, the environmental financing and specialized knowledge and resources. I'm talking about scientists too. There is a dispute because of the management of the environment. The other thing that I would like to point out is, which is related to the communication among the research, which are related with strategic interests in the Antarctic. And in this framework, we see the role of social network, which is a new way of carrying out geopolitics. Now we're in a virtual meetings, we are saturated of images, screens, but these communications about networks, I'm talking about national programs, and they show the way that things work and which is the place that we're occupying as the one that will let you know. We have a way to represent the environment that is the Antarctic, and any person can have the information. In the case of Antarctic, as a difference with other big ecosystem, which is related with sovereignty, which is in the article number 4 of the Antarctic Treaty. And this will allow us to talk about a different way of geopolitics, which is in a visual way. these three elements, environmental changes, science, and geopolitics, will be under a context, in an international context that has three characteristics. The first one is environmental crisis. We are under an unprecedented crisis, which will give us a limit of survival of these of the planet. And the Antarctic is a mirror of what is happening. The second one is structural inequity, and it has been presented before. And this is present at a world level. When the indicators of poverty increase, you travel through space to have, we could have spatial tourism to have new commercial points of way. And this is a small part of the world level, are the ones that visits the Antarctic area. And the third one is with the risk of environmental impacts. If the world economic is realized of the environmental risks, which will be the ones that will stabilize, it will give us problems for the future that will affect climatic changes and even worse with the pandemic. All international funds are fundamental so we can improve and we can advance in an agenda. The environmental changes because of climatic changes in the Antarctic is not an increase of temperature, increase in sea levels and landslide. This could also be related with geopolitical role of science in this international tour, international crisis, inequity, and vulnerability in Latin America because of these crises. All of these is based on a life model carried out mainly by societies which are unsustainable from a planet point of view, and we should have great changes, and this is urgent, so everything could improve. Thank you so much, and I am waiting to see which you would like to comment. Thank you so much. Yes, Christian, we will have some questions, and I really thank you for your participation. So now we will go to our last presentation, which is Max Tello. He will be talking about quantum ecosystems and threats. Hi, thank you, Thelma. It's a pleasure always to be present in these meetings, and thank you to Mary, Patricia, Francisca, that are really interested in talking about these topics, which are really interesting and urgent. So I would like to show you a presentation. Can you see the presentation? Here I have an image of all these ice in the Antarctic, because we have to understand something that is key, is that we have one ocean. It's just one body, one ecosystem that has different ways, of course, different geographic areas, and also with different distributions, ecosystem, and different processes. But they're all connected, and it's not only a medical, it's life source, and because that's where we're talking of what we're talking about. So this is important to bear in mind, because we usually think on the benefits, on the economical point of view, and but we have to realize some of the actions that should be possible. And this is mentioned my colleague and friend Sylvia. The most important thing that we extract from the ocean is our existence, and we shouldn't forget that. That is a simple fact. I would like to talk to something that I have to work, which is the protected areas for climatic changes. There have been a discussion of what this is part of an agrees in Paris, and if these protected areas are a tool too. I will talk about a little bit of these and other topics that are related with blue carbon. I will start with protected maritime areas because this is a key topic because it is very important for the region. Chile has 43 protected areas that we should continue implementing and observe. And now scientists are saying that 30% should be protected at least. And when we think of what is left, because in the areas that are key for the preservation of the species, to recover species, biomass, and biodiversity, are those areas that are completely and absolutely protected. And this should be for Chile, for the Antarctic, and for any other part of the world. So all these protected areas are key because then we can reduce the effects of climatic changes, and maybe they could release the impact, because we have to remember that the ocean, if we're thinking on the benefits that are in climatic changes, they still provide us of stability, food, and many other benefits. They to reduce the areas are to reduce the loss of biodiversity. So this is related with the crisis of biodiversity. They are really connected, and we should remember that both climatic change, the agreement, and negotiations are related with the CDB, related to CDB. They all were born in Rio. They help in how to in the biological processes, because we're really biased in some of the stocks, in some species, but we have to understand that the ecological system is important. It's completely for all of them. We have to control emission. That is that the ocean could be a refugee in many of the cases and many of the solutions that we could find in a future. Some of the slides are in English and other slides are in Spanish, so I'm sorry. But for in relation in how the ocean is, we have to remember that we have the NDCs that are the contributions of different countries in relation to the agreement. And we have, for example, cases like Chile, that they have a very important component in the ocean. And this is something that we should continue assessing, because there are many ecosystems that are key to mitigate or to continue solving these crises, the crisis that we have induced. So we have to talk about blue carbon, which is something that is still growing. We have identified grass and different things. So, but this is something new or is something old, but now these things are changing. And now these dialogues are related in how to increase and how to take oceans into the Paris Agreement, because the 70% of the planet is covered by this ocean. In blue carbon, 83% of global carbon this is super important. As scientists say that the ocean as such, as a whole, is always as unique, is the greatest supplier for these global carbons circulated through the ocean. The global carbon cycle is circulates through the ocean. Nevertheless, many of these are in coastal areas, and this is what we have studied. There is a great amount of sediments of these carbon which goes through the ocean.
But I would like to go back to a key topic, life, oxygen. 50% of the oxygen that is being generated in the planet comes from the oceans. Biodiversity, if you look at this in a three-dimensional way, it has a greater biodiversity compared to other biodiversity regulation of weather. We have seen the processes that are happening or situations that are occurring with regional climates and the increase of the hurricanes and many of the storms. And that's a relation of the changes that we have seen. We have seen also the possibility of many of the currents to be collapsing, such as the Atlantic, that it's generating some actions, and also the carbon. And what we don't know yet, we always need to consider that we know very little about the ocean in order to define that these are the only topics. We keep on discovering much more. Another important thing related to the increase of the sea level, this is determined not only by the thawing of glaciers, but also the increase of the volume. As you know, that hot water has a greater volume, and this generates movement out of the ocean that has some consequences on the coastal line. This has great effects not only in the coast, the rocks, but also communities, infrastructure, and even water. The water containing many of these coastal areas. I've had the opportunity to see some islands like such as the Maldives. It's not that the ocean is on top of the island, but as there are many of movement of the water, 3.3 millimeters a year increases also the sea swells, and those islands are too close to the water, have drinking water, are suffering because it gets contaminated with salt water and generates a serious problem. And also displacement of the communities. We know that the blue whale, the largest animal existing in our planet, and an animal that suffer huge hunting. And today we can say that 1% of the historical population are also collectors of carbon, but we ourselves, we collect carbon, our bodies, our lives is comprised by carbon. Carbon is not an enemy, as some may think. We are the ones altering this cycle. It's important to remember the studies of our friends from the IMF, Ralph. It talks about the equivalence on how only one whale collects much more than the Central Park in New York. He has done very interesting things. And I took some of his slides, Ralph, if you're looking at this presentation. I will not give you back this presentation. He has done a great work, a very important work of bringing this together and giving the whales the leadership as collectors of carbon, not only because of what they can take with their bodies, but in their identification that it's part of this cycle. Let's remember that if fishing companies today will be part of these efforts to contain the situation, let's remember that it's not just about emissions, but also the emissions that they generate when they are removing free fish to those who are consumed. What is the exact number of carbon that they are generating from other fish that will be part of the natural cycle? We need to consider that as well. Our friends from Maersk, we have talked about this issue on whales and how they crash with whales. We've had some approaches with some of the companies and see how these shipping companies can also take some measures that will help mitigating these issues with whales. Let's remember that today whale hunting is not the greatest issue, although there are some countries that insist on it, on hunting them. the main issue, the greatest number of deaths, is related to vessels crushing with them. And we are working on that as well. Algae forests. We're starting to understand this. And Carlos Duarte, a friend of ours from Universidad King Abdullah University in Saudi Arabia, says that probably the algae forests, such as the one we have in Chile, are able to retain much more than the whole blue carbon from ecosystems that we already know about. Nevertheless, in Chile, we lose this at a brutal rate. What are we doing to stop the process that will bring more vulnerability to local communities? We're constant, but microalgae will be constantly taking this carbon. They grow up to 50 meters, 20 meters. They grow a meter a day sometimes. And we know that they are deposited in the ocean. How? We need to understand much more about this. These are pictures that I know that an algae forest in California, it's the thing at the bottom. You may think that this is the tropics, but this is 11 degrees temperature. Our ocean is even colder. I had to take this, that it's underneath these forests that I'm discussing. We know today that North American forests have decreased at 95% and they're destined to disappear. What are we doing here in Chile to protect them? We have the largest microsystems forest in the Patagonia. Other species that are collecting are sharks. If we don't take actions in protection and management of them, we will lose them, which are not only key for ecosystems and the health of them, but also we will lose them, such as iconic and key species for the world. We're promoting this protected area in Galapagos. Ecuador has the largest fishing zones in the planet, but we keep on trying to push it further when what we should do is to protect them. I insist 3% of the total of the oceans is highly protected. If this is a value we give to the ocean, I think we have some issues. Biodiversity as a whole is key for ourselves. We don't understand the exact role of the oceans today. Thank you very much, Thelma. I hope I didn't take too much time. I can't hear you. Thank you. We don't have much time, but I would like to thank everyone for such beautiful presentations and contributions that you have done in this session. I'll do the next thing. I asked a little bit more time. Just 1 minute answer, please. I will start with Francisco. Why do I start with you? Because I was impressed with this ambition by Maersk with regards reduction of their emissions, even reaching net zero in all of your fleet by 2050. You talked about the risks, and this is a slow process. But if you may identify the risk and how you're managing this risk, and even with this green methanol development as a fuel for the vessels. 1 minute, Francisco. Very quickly, I think the main challenge here is a collaborative work in research. E-methanol is something that we have taken as the fastest, easier solution as fuel. But also there are many other types of fuels. We have biodiesel, aluminum, ammonia. For instance, it's zero emission. Very difficult to control. So there are two things that I see that are very important. Governments and institutions working on development of these fuels should work together with the vessel companies, shipping companies, and also governments to think about the regulations. What happens if tomorrow we have these available, these green fuels are available so they can be used, but there's no regulation that will mandate to use this zero emission fuel, which will be much more expensive than they are. So if you consider that it is okay that someone will use a fuel that contaminate more with no restriction or extra fees, you will be in an unfavorable competitive position. I think that was my minute. Thank you for your question. Thank you, Francisco. I'll go to Max. What will be the role of companies, of maritime companies and their care with regards whales? We've seen the difficulty. What will be the role of those companies? How to move forward on this in care towards whales? One of the easiest things, and we have discussed, is related to this crushing with whales. Only in this year in Mejillones zone, we've seen many whales dying once they go into Mejillones port. This is happening, and this happens much more common than we can consider. We know we've seen these whales in the coast. How many others will die in the ocean, in the deep ocean? We have no idea. So we should generate some sort of regulation. Some of them are easy, and some industries, the shipping industries such as Maersk, have some systems, state-of-the-art system that allows them to place some safeguards, some specific routes, some specific times. We know some whales are on the surface during the nighttime, some others are feeding themselves. Mary is working with some devices with a sound system to check where whales will be in constant presence, feeding themselves or doing some of activity, so they can move further from them. So there are different actions that can assist. Even in the shipping industry, it might be a benefit to place these on the things that can provide value, can add value, and they are collecting more carbon because they're saving those whales and they're saving diversity of the planet. Thank you. Thank you, Max. Soledad, what will be the impacts of climate change and on human rights? Thank you. In my previous intervention, I tried to summarize the seriousness of these impacts that we have seen, especially in population of a higher vulnerability situation. There are curiously those who have less contribution to climate change.
And this is why what I would like to give a message in this important event, and things that are experts in oceans, biospheres, and the increase of sea level. And that is the need of leaving human rights in the center of every action, in the center of every solution that should be presented in these areas. The framework of human rights, the politics of human rights, and maritime ecosystems. That should be a message that I would like to give. I gave last year in La COP25, and I hope that we could repeat it this year in La COP26, because we could see how nature is and a great influence in climatic changes and the damages in the environment, and that makes the cooperation more difficult, and the standards of the different states to have the right respect and guarantees for human rights and ecosystems should be affected. And that will include that we should ensure that private sector will make all efforts in these climatic changes, and they in damaging the environmental problems. And I would also like to point out the importance of the participation of those communities that are really affected and of every human being. I would like to talk with these that are experts in the ocean, as Max was saying, on which are the impacts that they were identifying. And we have a great concern for the populations of the Caribbean, of how the inequities of structural inequity are being affected in these populations. So really a very special pointing to talk about human rights and the international rights of human rights. And I would really like to thank you for having the possibility of participating here. Thank you, Christian. From your point of view, which will see that will be the geopolitical consequences of the climatic changes in the Antarctic? Well, in my presentation, I think that I was talking about three main words. Environmental changes is the first one, as the objects that we're trying to understand, and the natural science scientists we're trying to understand. And but also it is necessary to have a second element that is related with science, that is carried out in the Antarctic, and as a difference of the rest of the world is really linked to geopolitics. So these three elements are, they should be understood in a broad framework, and they have three elements that we should point out: environmental crisis, structural inequity, and risks. This is the great impact. This is the synthesis of my presentation in few words. Thank you so much. It is really important to synthesize, because then we can bear things in mind. Kristen, I think that you were the first and now you're the last with my question. And how we can talk with, how can managers help in preparing things and to adapt themselves to all changes that are happening now in the ocean?
Sure, thank you. Yes, I think, what I talked about in my presentation was setting up a framework for being able to have the data and the information at hand that we need to be able to answer, what do we do, or address the questions of what do we do. I think what we really need, in addition to this, is to be able to understand when we have an indicator of an early warning or an impending change to the system, how does a manager act on this information? And that's what we've been hearing from our partners in the region. They want to know what sorts of things does something tell you. If there's an El Nino change coming, what does that mean? How do they act? Some of the things that we're working on are some things on the tactical management side. So things like a harvest control rule that's adaptive, that's naturally adaptive to changes in biomass. Some of the biggest changes to ocean life are changes in productivity and shifting location of stocks. That's one of the biggest challenges to fisheries managers. So being able to tailor their management interventions to be able to quickly and responsibly address those changes, we think is something that's critical. But we definitely need more work on this in thinking about particulars for given stock of different given situation.
So thank you very much to all of you. It has been extremely enlightening, this session. Fue muy esclarecedora, muy linda, muy rica en informaciones. Y agradezco a todos.
It is a great information what we have received, and I really thank everybody. And we will see in a future occasion we can be together again. And now Marisol is back. We apologize because we couldn't stop this discussion. It's important. Okay, your apologies. It's no problem. Excellent, Thelma, the conversation. and also excellent members of the panel. I bear in mind this joint work, intersectional work, and the urgency of having these within the human rights framework. So we have a lot of things where we have to think. Thank you to the members of the panel in this last panel of these days. So thank you, everybody. And we're finishing with our first day of this conference of public policies, climatic changes for Latin America and the Caribbean, organized with the Ministry of Science, with the Scientific Committee for Climatic Changes, Mary's Foundation, and European Union. We will invite you to see, here we are since 7th to the 10th of September in the platforms of the Ministry of Science, misciencia.gov.cl. And we will invite you to see all the virtual, what we have seen, to know which are the projects for climatic changes in the different versions of which we are participating. We would like to close with a big gift. We will give you the documental of Blue Patagonia. This is the result of different scientific expeditions during 4 years in the Gulf of Corcovado in the Patagonia in Chile. And here we will see the change of paradigm and the protection of the ecosystems. Enjoy nighttime. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you for being with us today.
These scenes record the destruction of an irreplaceable resource. The blue whale is the largest animal that ever lived, an efficient food processor, converting its diet of tiny marine animals into its own 90-ton packages of protein-rich meat. But the blue whale was killed for its oil. In a single year, 3 million barrels from 29,400 animals. After many millions of years of survival, the blue whale was nearly wiped out in a generation. The same kind of factory operation, with a fleet of fast catcher vessels supplying the mothership, is still used against other species in the Antarctic and North Pacific. On the flensing deck of the factory ship, the camera recorded the scale of the beast compared to man. The thick, oil-rich blubber for which it died. Hunted in rational numbers, the blue whale could have furnished protein to a hungry world forever. Now, for commercial purposes, it is an extinct animal.
La caza de ballenas en Chile estuvo presente prácticamente durante 200 años. La primera ballena, para hacer la corta, la primera ballena se casó en 1787, que fue un cachalote que se casó en las costas frente a Iquique. Y la última se casó en 1983, desde Chome, la planta que tenía la familia Macaya cerca de Talcahuano.
Los que descubren
que el Corcovado era un lugar donde iban las ballenas a alimentarse y permanecían un buen tiempo ahí, fueron balleneros noruegos. Hay una planta ballenera que se instala en la isla San Pedro, que es una isla que está al sur de Chiloé, y de ahí ellos se dan cuenta, digamos, de la riqueza que tenía el Golfo de ballenas azules, y por eso instalan una planta en esa isla. Funcionó como 5 años o 6 años, con muy alta productividad. Y después hubo otra planta en Guafo, que también está ahí en el Golfo del Corcovado. O sea, siempre el Golfo del Corcovado fue un lugar, un espacio de ballenas azules.
Nosotros éramos ignorantes, tal vez. Vivimos una época de ignorancia, donde cazamos ballenas discriminadamente y se ha comprobado de que las ballenas se fueron. Las ballenas se fueron de nuestro océano.
La caza, una caza que se hizo, yo diría, de forma bien intensiva, durante 5 años, significó que simplemente pues las ballenas azules pasaran de largo.
I mean, that's a situation that has happened in many places in the world, where whales were hunted to what we call commercial extinction, where their numbers are so small that the whaling operations are no longer profitable. Animals leave of their own volition or are really just minimized so much that the likelihood of you seeing one is 0.
Cuidado con la caída.
Dalca Radio Cronos ya.
Adelante, Víctor.
Buenas tardes, señor, para pedir autorización de SARPE a prospección de investigación de ballenas cetáceos en las cercanías de la isla de Chiloé, con 9 pasajeros, 3 tripulantes. Cambio por USB.
Buena navegación, mantengo 1-6.
Ok, señor, que tenga una muy buena guardia, 1-6.
La ballena azul en el fondo es un ícono de Patagonia en este momento, desde que se volvió a redescubrir en el año 2003, que estaban ahí y que volvían a Patagonia todos los años. Es usar esa especie que es tan icónica que todo el mundo le llama la atención y donde hay una interacción o una relación hombre-ballena desde lo cultural e incluso desde lo exploratorio, desde la curiosidad, como un animal tan grande, es llevar y mostrar a la gente que es importante cuidarla y a través de cuidarla a ella, cuidamos todo el ecosistema.
Because by studying it can give us some understanding of why they're here, you know, how long have they been coming here? Will they remain here if we make certain changes to what we do? Can we improve the habitat to facilitate conservation of them and other species too?
Son especies paraguas en el fondo, especies paraguas y paisajes paraguas, que no solamente estamos protegiendo una, sino que a través de este paraguas protegemos mucho más.
So in terms of us doing a study of blue whales and using that, we can also, by pushing to conserve them, we can then conserve everything else that is utilizing the ecosystem too.
La ballena no se reduce a un objeto que nos da aceite, grasa y carne u otras materias. Es un ser vivo, palpitante, cohabitante que también nos regala la posibilidad de tener ecosistemas sanos para un mundo con un cambio climático global, un cambio socioambiental global, en el cual la salud de los archipiélagos y de los cohabitantes de los archipiélagos, incluyó aquellos que participan en la Fundación Meri, están en el Melimoy y todos los que cohabitamos, hasta el Cabo de Hornos, Chiloé y el planeta, nos hace bien que esté la ballena con el fitoplancton en la integridad ecosistémica. Ese es un regalo que no tiene precio primero, pero que sí tiene una consecuencia para nuestra salud y nuestro sentido de vida.
Los microorganismos estuvieron mucho antes que nosotros preparando las condiciones para que el ser humano pudiese surgir. Es la comunidad biótica que nos dio la vida y que sigue tratando de darnos el aire con oxígeno, de darnos agua pura, limpia, sin contaminantes, de darnos alimentos sanos, limpios, sin contaminantes. Esa comunidad biótica es la que está tratando de mantener tu vida y de darte calidad de vida. Entonces estar destruyendo especies, te lo vuelvo a decir, es algo bien absurdo y autodestructivo.
Apareció la segunda adelante también a unos 10 grados a estribor.
Sí, la vimos, eso está más cerca.
Yeah, we saw it.
Muchas veces la gente me dice, es que va a tener que pasar algo para que cambiemos y para que atinemos. Mi respuesta de hace 30 años, ya está pasando hace mucho rato. Y las luces rojas están encendidas hace muchísimo rato. Entonces yo creo que estas son señales que nos está dando el ecosistema. Si tú lo miras como un todo, que están de alguna manera todos los océanos, los mares están interconectados, ¿no? El ecosistema más importante de este planeta, agua, nos está diciendo que nos estamos acercando a un umbral de no retorno, a un umbral de irreversibilidad con la codicia, la ignorancia, la ceguera de la humanidad.
La Pachamama, la cultura aymara, la cultura quichua, al mismo tiempo que la economía ecológica del MIT, el Club de Roma en los años 70, dice el planeta tiene límites, algo de perogrullo. Pero actuamos muy frecuentemente y la mayor parte de las veces hoy en una economía de mercado que actúa como si no hubiera límite. Eso está mal.
Entonces, a mí me produce mucha rabia el sistema, cómo funciona, porque empiezan a desvirtuar lo que es la naturaleza. Entonces, si la gente tuviera ese respeto por la naturaleza, yo creo que estaríamos viviendo un mundo diferente. El mar es el que manda, ¿cachai? Y si todos entendiéramos el mar un poquito más, nos podríamos dar cuenta el respeto que hay que tenerle.
Según los cálculos, se supone que el 50% del oxígeno de la atmósfera terrestre lo produce el fotoplancton Lo mismo con la capacidad de sumir dióxido de carbono, porque uno tiende a ver la tierra, y tiende a ver el bosque, y tiende a ver lo grande, y uno tiende a no ver el agua, es curioso esto, y no ver los chicos, los microorganismos a los cuales le debemos la vida y de los cuales ascendemos.
Entonces esa conexión que hay con el mar, que los pescadores la tienen, es yo creo que es lo que se perdió y es la falta de respeto que hoy en día tenemos con el mar. El tema de los salmones es uno, el tema de la ley de pesca es otro, el tema de la pesca industrial es otro, pesca de arrastre. Es una falta de respeto hacia la naturaleza, ¿cachai? Pero a un nivel gigante. Y empiezan a hacer estos abusos de los recursos, y cuando uno abusa de los recursos y sobre todo cuando uno altera un ecosistema, es cuando empieza a jugar con fuego.
And this marine habitat here is one where there's clearly abundance, but if we don't understand the key parts of that environment, then there's potential that we damage elements of it and then it begins to fall apart. So recently we've been doing a study here in the Gulf, studying blue whales, and we're trying to gain some sort of understanding about what they're doing here, how they're feeding, and one way that we do that is to attach a tag to the animals. It's attached with suction cups, and it's a tag that can record stereo sound, so we can record all the sounds that the animal makes and all the sounds that it hears, and it also has a suite of sensors that can determine fine-scale movements of the animal in 3 dimensions.
There's so much that can be done with the D-tags, and I am mostly involved in the acoustic analysis, so looking at the track, the acoustic data, the sounds that the whale is making. And the next step now is going to be to integrate those calls with all of the other data that the D-tags collect, the movement, the depth, the orientation, all of that, and see how those measures correlate with the sounds that they're making.
So what we're doing is putting the tag on and trying to understand what the blue whales are doing in a very short period of time, but in very, very fine detail. So over, say, a period of a day, looking at exactly how they dive, how many breaths they take, how deep they dive, the movements they're making whilst they're foraging, the calls that they make, are their calls any different to other blue whales in other areas, and things like that.
Por eso que estamos trabajando a nivel de microhábitat con ella en Chiloé, y cómo está usándola, y cómo esta también se relaciona con otras especies de cetáceo, con otras especies de ave, y quiénes están ahí viviendo al mismo tiempo.
La búsqueda que ustedes están haciendo en Melmoyo, como un volcán que se está erigido desde los canales, es un faro para el mundo que nos invita a mirar con lupa las singularidades. Yo creo que Chile tiene una situación privilegiada en el planeta por estar en este extremo latitudinal, que es un extremo geográfico único, pero también es un extremo en los márgenes, en una zona de frontera respecto a la globalización.
Es necesario que Chile pare de darle espalda al mar. Es necesario que Chile empiece a entender lo que tenemos al frente. Entonces hay una opción de hacer turismo verde, ¿cachai? Hay una opción de hacer economía verde. Es una oportunidad que tenemos en Chile. Porque el abuso de los recursos no va a ser para siempre. Nosotros no vamos a tener esa mina de oro para toda la vida, para todas las generaciones, es imposible. Y está claro, o sea, el turismo es una opción real hoy en Chile, 100% real. La gente paga por ir a ver lugares así, tal como están, wild, ¿sí? Tal como son, verde, alucinante, con su flora y fauna nativa.
El sur, claro que es una brújula para la sociedad del siglo XXI porque le muestra la diferencia, la difference en términos de Derrida, ¿no es cierto? Aquello de la otredad, lo que es otro y que habíamos dejado de percibir. ¿Y qué es otro? Nosotros somos mar. el norte es tierra. Y aquí cuando estamos, acá nunca está muy frío, nunca está muy caliente y vemos las grandes ballenas, los grandes mamíferos en el mar y en la tierra los pájaros, el territorio pajaril, ¿no es cierto? Este gran sur global tiene mucho que enseñarle en recordar, en mostrar la otredad y completar una visión sistémica biosférica en un hábitat compartido que es el planeta.
La ciencia es la encargada de explicar con afirmaciones, por lo tanto creo que es una herramienta fundamental para nosotros.
We need science to help us understand what's going on. And what science is doing is measuring things, and it's putting those measurements together and helping us understand what is going on. It's creating these scientific facts. And it's those facts that are helping us guide decisions that we make about how we protect and how we interact with the Earth. And it's really important that we keep doing this science, and some of it may seem really far away from the goal, but the things that are still far away from the goal, like understanding the microbes in the whale blow, are what we need as a foundation to get to the step that tells us more about how we can protect these species.
Eso nos va a dar responsabilidad, nos va a dar cultura, es decir, cómo vamos a amar algo que no conocemos.
¿Qué puede ofrecer la conservación? Yo creo que la conservación trae como una antorcha de luz, usando la metáfora de Aldo Leopold. La ciencia es una antorcha que ilumina aquello que todavía no vemos muy bien. Entonces, no decir que no, hay mucho decir que sí para que se incorpore al iluminar con una lupa. Vemos un mundo que no veíamos y hacerlo poéticamente. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Cada uno percibe con esta antorcha, pero también crea una historia. Y al ser creadores no somos meramente consumidores. Es decir, no competimos a codazo por tener aquello que nos ofrecen de afuera, sino que nos abrazamos por tratar de contarnos las historias preciosas y que nos dan ganas de estar juntos y contagiamos un modo distinto.
Tenemos prioridades, sí. Tratar de bajar el Zodiac, tratar de alcanzar la ballena, tratar de marcar la ballena. Esa es nuestra prioridad. Pero al mismo tiempo tenemos que tratar de cumplir los objetivos de los otros investigadores. Tomar muestras de plancton, tomar muestras de biopsia, sacar fotografía aérea con los drones y que no interfiera con las otras actividades. Entonces, es mucha logística que va de por medio. Y es una expedición que es una vez al año. Y realmente mucho tiempo, mucha hora hombre invertida, muchos fondos invertidos también. Entonces tenemos que procurar maximizar el tiempo y maximizar los objetivos y los resultados de lo que estamos haciendo. El tiempo siempre juega contra nosotros. Las condiciones climáticas. Es decir, en un bote pequeño como un Zodiac, con 10 nudos de viento ya estamos complicados. Con menos de eso el dron no puede volar. Son múltiples las condiciones, hay lluvia. El año 2015 etiquetamos una de las ballenas y horas después se desató una tormenta y estuvimos casi 5 horas navegando buscando refugio. Y esa misma noche una embarcación similar a la que andábamos naufragó. El mar es así, hay que adaptarse a eso y hay que velar también por la seguridad de la gente más allá de la toma de una muestra.
Entonces ahora las ballenas están volviendo de nuevo a nuestro océano, porque ellas saben cómo la están protegiendo y saben en qué lugares son protegidas.
Really why this study is really interesting, because we're sort of capitalizing on the fact that these animals are coming back to a place that's very protected and very sheltered and very interesting oceanographically.
Son lugares que ellos históricamente recorrían, entonces, no sé, a lo mejor hoy día lo que hay son nietos hijos de las ballenas que en esa época estaban en estos espacios. ¿Por qué no? ¿Por qué no pensar así?
O sea, tenemos que reaprender a convivir con la naturaleza, a saber que somos parte de ella y que dependemos de ella. Todo el mundo dice que hay que salvar el planeta, pero es mentira, el planeta no va a desaparecer si es que nosotros seguimos haciendo lo que estamos haciendo, va a encontrar simplemente otro balance y somos nosotros los que, si no nos adaptamos a esto, podemos desaparecer. Mucha gente dice, hoy estamos mal y vamos a picar. Yo creo que al revés, quiero ver el vaso medio lleno. Quiero ver el vaso medio lleno en el sentido de que hay gente que está haciendo cosas a pequeña, mediana, gran escala, pero cada una de esas cosas suma. Todos los cambios grandes en la humanidad han empezado por una persona. Y esa persona contagia al resto y después se va viralizando, como dicen ahora.
La gente está despertando, usted se está dando cuenta que más que esperar que los cambios vengan de los políticos, los cambios tenemos que hacerlos nosotros. Y para eso hay que empoderarse de las cosas y hacer más que hablar.
Y cuando conocemos lo que hay allá afuera, las bendiciones que hay allá afuera, y cuando tú estás alineado con lo que está afuera y estás realmente con el corazón puesto en el propósito, todo el universo se alinea. Todo el universo se alinea.
Entonces, que cada uno de nosotros nos entreguemos con esa pasión, con ese compromiso, con esa demanda de tener todas las condiciones para una guagua, para un padre, para un abuelo, para un vecino, para una ballena, en las condiciones de vida que sean creadoras, íntimas, acompañándonos en la conservación con poetas, con los antiguos pobladores, con las etnias, con los pescadores, los científicos, los gobernantes, cada uno con nuestras limitaciones, imperfecciones, pero ganas de que la vida prevalezca por sobre la muerte.